Chapter 1 Rebirth, the Eerie Countdown. Blue Planet, Southeast Province of Xia Country, Sanshan City. March 5, 2049, Awakening of Insects. At 3 in the morning, a gentle drizzle enveloped this coastal city. A flash of white light streaked across the sky, a thick bolt of lightning illuminating the pitch-black heavens. A thunderous roar followed. Seconds later, the tremendous sound of thunder reverberated, causing the window panes to buzz ominously. Ah! In the depths of slumber, Xia Yang let out a heart-wrenching scream, abruptly sitting up in bed, his hands instinctively shielding his eyes. He realized his back was drenched in sweat, his cotton pajamas clinging uncomfortably to his skin, causing an indescribable sense of unease. Another bolt of lightning illuminated the small room for a fleeting moment. Xia Yang's complexion was as pale as a sheet, resembling that of a corpse. At this moment, he was still in a daze, and it took him a while to regain his senses as he glanced down at his body, even lifting the covers to check, relieved to find that, regardless of how significant or trivial, all his parts were intact. A hint of confusion crossed Xia Yang's face, as the warm ambience of the room felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. This was because he had just emerged from an extremely frigid, frozen apocalypse, having narrowly escaped a life-threatening crisis. Xia Yang had been executing a material transformation with his task force in Xia Country's largest strategic resource reserve when they stumbled upon an ammunition depot that unexpectedly detonated in a catastrophic explosion. In those final moments, all he could see was blinding white light, which explained why he instinctively shielded his eyes upon waking. Theoretically, in the event of such a large-scale ammunition explosion, those within the depot would be vaporized instantaneously, leaving no trace of flesh behind. How could he possibly be alive and whole? Xia Yang found this utterly astonishing. Another flash of lightning streaked across the sky, briefly illuminating the room once more. It was then that Xia Yang recognized the environment around him. It felt familiar, his mouth agape in surprise. He reached out to turn on the bedside lamp. He surveyed the well-known single apartment, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment before the apocalypse descended. He had rented this small room for 3 years. Xia Yang picked up the electronic clock from the bedside table, which displayed the time. March 5, 2049, 3:13. Slowly, he opened his mouth, an expression of profound disbelief etching itself on his face. He vividly remembered the date the apocalypse began, April 5, 2049, a month after the awakening of insects. Humanity was caught completely off guard, and within a short span, the temperature across the blue planet plummeted dramatically, transforming it into a veritable ice ball. Xia Yang had struggled to survive in the frozen apocalypse, facing numerous life-and-death crises, and eventually, after awakening his dimensional space ability, he was absorbed into a survivor organization in Xia Country, which improved his living conditions somewhat. Of course, it was precisely due to his dimensional space ability that he had undertaken missions, ultimately falling victim to the ammunition depot explosion. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined in life. Such is the marvelous nature of human circumstances. Xia Yang stared blankly at the electronic clock in his hand, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. His mind began to race. Had he truly been reborn a month before the apocalypse struck? Or perhaps the harrowing year of the apocalypse was merely an elongated, terrifying dream? As he sat in the warmth of his blankets, surveying the familiar little abode, he found himself momentarily unable to distinguish between dream and reality. At that moment, Xia Yang sensed a flickering shadow before his eyes and couldn't help but rub them. The symptoms showed no sign of improvement. Could it be floaters? Xia Yang recalled that his eyesight had been perfectly fine. He focused intently on the shadow before him, and an astonishing scene unfolded. A string of numbers gradually came into focus. 640:45:38. This sequence of numbers was not static. In fact, it flickered every second, the last set of numbers decreasing steadily. 640:45:37. 640:45:36. 640:45:35. As a programmer, Xia Yang's logical thinking was naturally sharp. With a moment's contemplation, he realized this must be a countdown. The last set of numbers represented seconds, the middle set minutes, and the first 3 digits indicated hours. Xia Yang quickly found his phone on the bedside and opened the calculator. This calculation was straightforward, and soon he deduced the countdown would conclude at 8 p.m. on April 5th. Xia Yang was stunned. Regardless of whether the memories of that entire year in the apocalypse were a dream or a genuine experience, he was indelibly marked by that precise moment. April 5th, 2049, at 8 p.m. Beijing time, the global populace would witness a spectacular meteor shower. Of course, in some regions, it was daytime, yet people could still behold the multitude of meteors streaking across the sky. That day, social media platforms were inundated with posts about the meteor shower, transforming into a global celebration. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, this beautiful meteor shower was, in fact, the harbinger of a dreadful catastrophe. It was this very meteor shower that heralded the onset of the global frozen apocalypse. Xia Yang attempted to close his eyes, but the countdown persisted to flicker before his vision, changing steadily at a rate of once per second. Of course, should his attention waver from the countdown, the string of numbers would gradually fade into an indistinct shadow, not causing any significant disruption to his life. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Xia Yang's forehead. If the past year's experiences in the apocalypse had been a dream, how could he explain this eerie countdown? Xia Yang surmised that he had most likely been reborn. Thus, a month from now, the grim apocalypse would likely descend upon him once more. In other words, he had a month to prepare for the impending harsh realities of the apocalypse. Before his rebirth, or rather, in the dream, after enduring the most challenging month, Xia Yang had fortuitously awakened a rare ability of dimensional space in the days that followed. His circumstances had improved considerably compared to those of ordinary survivors. Reflecting on his experiences over the past year in the apocalypse, Xia Yang instinctively reached out to sense his dimensional space. Xia Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had merely acted out of habit, seeking to sense the dimensional space that had accompanied him for over 10 months in the apocalypse. To his astonishment, he actually sensed the existence of the space. Could it be that his dimensional space had also returned with him in this rebirth? A joyful smile spread across Xia Yang's face. With a month remaining, he possessed a dimensional space, allowing him to prepare extensively for the impending apocalypse. However, even greater surprises awaited him. Chapter 2. Strategic Material Reserve. Xia Yang soon discovered that his dimensional space seemed to have expanded significantly. Prior to his rebirth, although he had awakened his dimensional space ability, it remained in its rudimentary stage until the moment of his demise. The entire dimensional space was roughly the size of 5 or 6 shipping containers. Now, upon re-establishing mental contact with his dimensional space, he felt as though the entire expanse was boundless. Of course, the dimensional space couldn't truly be infinite. It merely appeared vast enough to give Xia Yang that illusion. In fact, the space could accommodate several forbidden cities, making it not entirely inaccurate to describe it as boundless. After all, it was nearly impossible for Xia Yang to fill such a colossal space to capacity. Then, Xia Yang inhaled sharply, realizing the surprises of the dimensional space were not yet exhausted. He discovered a somewhat familiar structure at the boundary of the space. Isn't that the strategic material reserve? Xia Yang murmured to himself. How did it end up in my dimensional space? Indeed, the very structure he had identified was the strategic material reserve, the site of the catastrophic explosion that had led to his rebirth. This reserve was one of the 3 major strategic storage facilities in Xia Country, prepared for extreme situations, housing an astonishing quantity of materials, weapons, and equipment. In reality, this strategic material reserve had hollowed out an entire mountain and featured extensive underground structures. It was a fortress constructed of reinforced concrete and vast amounts of steel, designed to withstand significant impacts, remaining intact as long as one was not at the epicenter of an explosion. Now, this colossal fortress had somehow detached from the mountain and entered Xia Yang's dimensional space. What an astonishing surprise this was! With a sweep of his mind, Xia Yang quickly grasped the situation within the reserve. In truth, he could only perceive a small portion of the strategic material reserve. Approximately 4/5 of the structure remained shrouded in mist. This location was already the boundary of the dimensional space, with the strategic material reserve appearing to be stuck at the edge, with merely 1/5 situated within Xia Yang's dimensional realm. Yet, Even that one-fifth of stored materials left Xia Yang utterly flabbergasted, a warehouse brimming with an array of high-quality ores. Mountains of iron ingots, copper ingots, and aluminum ingots piled high. In a vast seed repository, various seeds of plants and crops are meticulously categorized. An abundance of cables, fiber optics, pipes, and assorted accessories. Hundreds of sealed stainless steel water tanks, each capable of holding tons, filled with purified water. A plethora of supplies including clothing, tents, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, sausages, and everyday medications. Xia Yang even discovered 2 sets of disk arrays, one primary and one backup, with the label electronic knowledge base inscribed on the cabinet. It is estimated that the information stored within encompasses the scientific, cultural, and artistic knowledge of Xia country, and even the entire globe. This strategic reserve was originally established to preserve the flame of civilization. Thus, the electronic database should be as comprehensive as possible. Xia Yang roughly estimated that the current value of the materials that can be directly retrieved from the dimensional space exceeds 10 billion. Of course, in the wake of the apocalypse, money holds no significance whatsoever. Banknotes are worth less than scrap paper, scarcely fit for wiping one's posterior. Since the moment he discovered the strategic reserve within the dimensional space, Xia Yang has been engulfed in excitement. This immense stockpile of strategic resources will play an immeasurable role after the onset of the apocalypse. Yet he also feels a twinge of regret. For some of the supplies he values most, such as rice and flour, the staple grains, as well as various light and heavy weapons, are located in the other 4/5 of the reserve, inaccessible to him at present. In terms of weaponry, Xia Yang has only procured 2 Type 95 automatic rifles, 1 standard pistol, approximately 200 rounds of rifle ammunition, and 100 rounds of pistol ammunition from the guard room at the entrance of the reserve. According to his understanding, this strategic reserve contains enough light and heavy weaponry to equip at least 1 brigade, along with wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, mortars, self-propelled artillery, and an abundance of stored ammunition filling 2 warehouses. On the top floor of the reserve, 2 armed helicopters and 2 transport helicopters are stationed, with the ceiling capable of being opened directly in emergencies. Moreover, Xia Yang has heard rumors that deep within the reserve, intercontinental ballistic missiles have been deployed, though whether they are equipped with warheads remains uncertain. Regarding food supplies, the strategic reserve holds tens of thousands of tons of rice and flour, sufficient to sustain 50,000 people for an entire year. If Xia Yang could access these grains, he could survive for 50,000 years on his own. Additionally, there are vast quantities of gasoline, diesel, aviation fuel, extremely expensive scientific equipment, complete artificial ecosystem setups, advanced CNC machine tools, and more. At present, however, Xia Yang can only ponder these resources. Fortunately, having survived for over a year in the apocalypse, he understands well how to upgrade his spatial abilities. Now that he has returned to a month before the apocalypse descends, his foresight offers him a significant advantage. As long as his dimensional space abilities continue to evolve, he will be able to acquire a steady supply of various resources, which is an unparalleled boon in the apocalyptic environment. After inventorying the vast resources within the dimensional space, Xia Yang gradually calmed down. He is now nearly certain that the apocalypse will arrive on Blue Star within a month. Thus, he must carefully plan and prepare as thoroughly as possible. A month is not a lengthy period. Every second counts for Xia Yang. It is nearly 4 in the morning, yet he feels no trace of sleepiness. He rises from his bed, approaches his desk, and retrieves several sheets of paper from the printer. With the programmer's logic, he lists the tasks he must accomplish over the next month in order of priority. Xia Yang does not complete this work on a computer, for any computer connected to the internet cannot guarantee absolute information security. As he contemplates, he scribbles on the sheets of paper. Unbeknownst to him, the dawn begins to break outside the window. Holding 2 sheets of densely written paper, Xia Yang stands up, strolls to the window, stretches, and exhales a long breath of stale air. At that moment, his phone buzzes with a WeChat notification. He picks up his phone to take a glance. Initially, a faint smile graced his face, but upon seeing the WeChat message, his expression instantly turned icy. The sender's profile features a cute cartoon image of a beautiful girl, and Xia Yang has saved the contact under the name Qianbao. It is a message from his girlfriend, Wu Qian. Xia Yang, I still haven't bought that bag I liked last time. When will you send me the money? Xia Yang's face resembled a sheet of ancient ice. He took several deep breaths to steady his emotions. With a blank expression, he swiftly typed a few words on his phone. I have no money, let's break up. Without hesitation, Xia Yang pressed send, casually tossed his phone aside, and returned to contemplating the plans he had written. Chapter 3. Grudges and Affections. In a luxurious apartment nestled within the city, a woman clad in silk pajamas, possessing a striking beauty imbued with an air of innocence, gazed at the message she received on her phone. Exclaiming, "Is Xia Yang out of his mind?" This woman was Wu Qian, Xia Yang's girlfriend, and no sooner had her words left her lips than a graceful arm emerged from beneath the covers, belonging to a woman with a hint of flirtation in her demeanor. Rubbing her eyes, she inquired, "What is happening? What is the matter?" Wu Qian, filled with indignation, retorted, "Bing bing, look, that useless Xia Yang actually had the audacity to suggest breaking up." The woman in the bed was Wu Qian's close friend, Zhou Bingxing. Upon hearing this, she perked up, leaning in to examine Wu Qian's phone screen. With a mischievous smile, she remarked, Qian, do you think Xia Yang has uncovered something? Perhaps about your affair with young Master Wang?" "Impossible," Wu Qian declared emphatically. However, after her declaration, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. Last night, young Master Wang had indeed spent the night here, and they had engaged in mixed doubles play. Later that night, he was summoned by his dubious friends for a drinking spree, leaving Zhou Bingqing to stay over at Wu Qian's residence. "That I'll call him." Wu Qian proclaimed in his solitary apartment. Xia Yang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and, recognizing it was from Wu Qian, swiftly disconnected the call without hesitation, and he proceeded to block both Wu Qian's phone number and WeChat account, taking a deep breath as a glimmer of hatred flickered in his eyes. In his previous life, Xia Yang had been blissfully unaware, nearly losing his life because of Wu Qian, that he was a programmer at a small internet company, while Wu Qian worked as a clerk at a neighboring firm. Xia Yang had believed it was sheer luck for a socially awkward programmer like him to attract a girl as pure and lovely as Wu Qian did in his eyes. She was the embodiment of perfection, radiating sweetness with a stunning figure and an enchanting voice. Aside from her extravagant spending habits, she seemed devoid of flaws. Yet, wasn't it only natural for such a delightful fairy to treat him well? Thus, in his past life, Xia Yang endeavored to meet Wu Qian's every financial demand. Stretching his meager salary to its limits, he resorted to credit cards, perpetually shuffling debts around until he often found himself subsisting on plain buns. However, he remained blissfully content. Eventually, the apocalypse descended. Initially, it manifested as a relentless blizzard, quickly followed by waves of ferocious beasts attacking the city, resulting in countless casualties. Xia Yang, alongside Wu Qian and Zhou Bingqing, mingled with the throng of survivors, embarking on a treacherous journey of escape. Before long, they encountered Wang Ku, the very young master Wang Zhou Bingqing had mentioned. Wang Ku was the owner of Wu Qian's company. For him, the small business was merely a trifling endeavor, as he was a quintessential second-generation rich kid. His father ranked among the top 10 on the list of the wealthiest in the nation, boasting impressive family resources. Naturally, upon encountering familiar faces, they banded together for mutual support. Throughout their ordeal, Xia Yang silently toiled, prioritizing Wu Qian's needs above his own, even if it meant enduring hunger. Just as help arrived from Wang Ku's father, a beast set its sights on their fleeing group that to Xia Yang's utter disbelief. In that critical moment, Wu Qian and Wang Ku callously shoved him toward the beast before escaping in a snow vehicle sent by Wang Ku's father. Ultimately, Xia Yang narrowly evaded death and, by some twist of fate, found himself unexpectedly fortunate. However, he could never forget the triumphant grins on Wang Ku and Wu Qian's faces as they departed. Wang Ku's parting words echoed in Xia Yang's mind. "Haha, silly boy. Do you know, your goddess is actually my little pet. You think you're in a romance, but it's merely Qian Nu fulfilling my orders. Didn't you find her tone strange during those calls?" "That's because we were busy. Ha ha ha." After awakening his dimensional powers, Xia Yang harbored a burning desire for vengeance against Wang Ku and Wu Qian. Yet, the two had vanished without a trace. Given Wang Ku's father's influence, he likely survived the catastrophe, possibly hiding in another survivor settlement. Regrettably, during a mission, Xia Yang encountered a catastrophic ammunition explosion that in his final moments. He believed he would never have the chance for revenge again. To his astonishment, fate intervened, granting him a rebirth before the apocalypse. This time, he vowed to make the treacherous duo pay dearly, relishing in their demise, piece by piece, that if he could not exact satisfying vengeance. What was the purpose of living again? These two individuals were also among the crucial reasons Xia Yang chose to remain in the perilous Three Mountains area despite the impending doom. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, he struggled to regain his composure. After a lengthy pause, he steeled himself, realizing that the most pressing matter was to prepare thoroughly before the apocalypse struck. As for the treacherous duo, they could live for another month. Gazing at the printed document in his hand, a bitter smile slowly crept across Xia Yang's face. Lacking funds, indeed, although the strategic resource reserve boasted a wealth of supplies. They lacked specificity. After all, no one could predict how the true cataclysm would unfold. Xia Yang understood all too well that in a month's time, Blue Star would become a frozen wasteland, with many unable to withstand even the initial month's bitter cold. Moreover, the strategic resource reserve contained few supplies for combating extreme cold. To brace for the impending frigid climate, Xia Yang urgently needed to stockpile vast amounts of warm clothing, snowmobiles, sleds, all-terrain vehicles, and countless heating devices. Additionally, while the reserve contained various instant noodles, sausages, and compressed biscuits, staple foods like rice and flour remained unopened. Xia Yang naturally wished to avoid subsisting on instant noodles and compressed biscuits post-apocalypse, making it essential to stockpile grains and various foodstuffs. Furthermore, Xia Yang sought to leverage his foresight to prepare for the frozen apocalypse, which undoubtedly required substantial financial resources. Yet, at that moment, his assets were in the negative. Thanks to Wu Qian, Xia Yang had saved not a single penny and was buried in debt. Chuckling bitterly, he shook his head and returned to his computer desk, seizing a pen to scrawl two large characters at the top priority position on the printed document. Make money, as he gazed at those two words. A sense of despair washed over him that if he were to execute his grand plan, the funds required would amount to a staggering figure, certainly in the hundreds of millions in the short term. The only means of acquiring such a fortune could lie within the realm of criminal law. Although the world would soon descend into chaos after the apocalypse, rendering laws nearly meaningless, that was not an option now. If the cataclysm struck while he languished in a detention cell, the farce would be monumental. Unless he struck it rich in the lottery, there was no feasible way to legally amass such wealth. And even winning the lottery would yield only 5 million. Wait. The lottery. Suddenly, Xia Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 4. The billion-dollar piece of paper. Xia Yang surveyed his surroundings before hastily approaching the sofa. Shoving aside 2 stylish plaid shirts, 3 identical pairs of jeans, and a few pairs of odoriferous socks, revealing his standard programmer's black backpack. Upon opening the backpack's compartment, he indeed discovered a lottery ticket. If memory served, he had purchased it casually while passing by the lottery shop on his way home from work the previous evening. Xia Yang typically did not indulge in gambling, yet upon seeing a handwritten poster advertising a cumulative super lotto jackpot of 1.6 billion, with a theoretical maximum prize exceeding 1 billion, he had whimsically entered the store and bought a ticket. Unbeknownst to him, winning the grand prize required an added bet. He merely spent 2 yuan on a single ticket, choosing the numbers randomly. When the draw time arrived that evening, Xia Yang found himself sitting in front of the television for the first time, clutching the ticket as the numbers were revealed. The entire experience? Simply exhilarating. The Super Lotto comprised 2 sections, the front and back. The front required selecting 5 numbers from 35, while the back involved choosing 2 from 12, totaling 7 digits. If all 7 numbers matched, it constituted a first prize. With the jackpot amounting to a staggering sum, the first prize alone could yield 10 million if the basic bet was chosen, if he had opted for the additional bet. The first prize could soar to 18 million that night. He matched the first 4 numbers flawlessly, as the current 4 numbers were revealed one by one and matched perfectly with the numbers on his lottery ticket. Xia Yang truly believed that he was destined to win a grand prize. His heart raced with excitement. However, it soon became apparent that relying on the lottery to transform his life was futile. He might as well have gone to bed early and dreamt of riches. Starting from the 5th number, which was the last number in the main area, as well as the 2 numbers in the supplementary area, Xia Yang found himself missing out entirely. It was a truly perfect miss. The 5th number drawn was 27, while Xia Yang's ticket bore 26. The 2 supplementary numbers were 11 and 12, yet he had 9 and 10 on his ticket. Achieving a perfect match of 5-2 would have secured him the first prize, with a maximum payout of $18 million. Instead, he only managed a 4-0, placing him in the 7th tier with a meager prize of 100 yuan. This experience left an indelible impression on Xiaoyang, who was purchasing a lottery ticket for the very first time. Now, a mysterious sparkle shone in Xiaoyang's eyes, and a smile spread across his face. He had bought the lottery ticket yesterday, and the results would be announced tonight. Moreover, if memory served him correctly, the first prize for this draw was unclaimed. This meant that if Xiaoyang were to purchase a ticket today, he could potentially claim the entire first prize for himself. All he needed to do was jot down the numbers on his current ticket, change the main area S26 to 27, and the supplementary numbers 9 and 10 to 11 and 12, respectively. Then, he could visit a lottery shop and place a bet with a substantial additional wager to secure his chance at the billion-dollar jackpot. At this moment, daylight had already broken. Yet Xiang did not rush to leave his home, but he first made his way to the bathroom for a warm shower, the comforting water cascading over him, instilling a profound sense of happiness. The ordinary details of life that he once took for granted had become luxuries in this apocalyptic world, such as enjoying a hot shower. After bathing, Xiang donned a fresh cotton pajama set and stood before the bathroom mirror. Towel in hand, scrutinizing his reflection, he was still the same handsome man as before. With a slight focus, he noticed the countdown timer in his line of sight: 6:36, 38, 29,636, 38, 28. It continued to tick away relentlessly. Xiang was uncertain of the significance of this countdown and what might transpire once it concluded. Aside from the impending apocalypse, before his rebirth, he had never encountered any information regarding such a mysterious countdown. Of course, it was also possible that his understanding was simply too limited to access such knowledge. Presently, the sole purpose of this countdown for Xiang was to serve as a constant reminder that the end of days was drawing near. And time was of the essence. To 8:09 in the morning, Xiang sent a resignation message to his project supervisor, Li Wei, and began preparing to visit the lottery station. In truth, the small company where Xiang worked was on the brink of collapse. Since the completion of their last project, nearly half a month had passed without a new undertaking, and rumors of layoffs had circulated within the company. Thus, although Xiang's resignation was not formal, he quickly received a response from Li Wei, who agreed without hesitation and asked him to come in for handover and settlement. Xiang casually replied and had no intention of returning to the office. Once he donned his coat and mask, he strolled leisurely out of the community, but he opted not to visit the lottery shop at the entrance of his neighborhood, as he was concerned that the owner might recognize him from his frequent visits. Instead, he wandered down a couple of streets until he found a small lottery shop and stepped inside. "Boss, I would like to purchase a ticket for the Super Lotto," Xiang said, handing over the piece of paper with his chosen numbers. The female shop owner didn't even look up. She took the paper and began inputting the numbers with practiced ease while asking, "Would you like to add a supplementary bet or increase your stake?" Xiang nodded, replying, "Yes, I want to add a supplementary bet, and also increase my stake to 200 times. The calculation for the first prize of the Super Lotto was quite complex, and Xiang didn't bother to figure out how many tickets would be needed to clear the prize pool. Instead, he opted for a straightforward 200 times stake. After all, with the supplementary bet costing 3 yuan per ticket, 200 times would only amount to 600 yuan. As Xiang left, he utilized a POS machine to withdraw the last few thousand yuan from his credit card limit. He still had sufficient funds for purchasing the lottery ticket. The shop owner's hands paused for a moment, and she couldn't help but glance up at Xiang, saying kindly, "Young man, even if this set of numbers wins the first prize, you wouldn't need to bet 200 times to clear the pool. Would you like to reduce your purchase?" Upon hearing this, Xiang chuckled, amused that she would try to dissuade a customer. "Let us stick with 200 times. Consider it a contribution to charity," he replied with a smile. The shop owner, understanding his determination, nodded and proceeded with the transaction. This ticket cost 600 yuan, so the shop owner was cautious before finalizing the order. She repeated all the numbers to Xiang for confirmation. Once she received his approval, she printed out the ticket. Xiang paid with his phone, and as he stepped out of the lottery shop, he carefully stowed the ticket into a secure space. After all, this piece of paper held a value of 10 billion. Even though money would become worthless after the apocalypse, the current 10 billion could be exchanged for tangible resources. Xiang was determined to protect it well. Chapter 5. Frenzied helplessness on his way back. Xiang chose to take a taxi. As he exited the taxi at the entrance of his community, he heard someone call out to him from behind. Shiyang, upon recognizing the familiar voice, his expression turned slightly cold, but he turned to see Wu Qian stepping out of a Porsche sports car. Beside her, a young man with slicked back hair and a mocking smile also exited the vehicle, none other than Wang Ke. Earlier that morning, after Wu Qian's call had been abruptly ended, she quickly realized that she had been blocked on WeChat. She recognized that Shiyang had likely discovered her secret connection with Wang Ke. In a hurry, she reported this to Wang Ke, who had grown weary of their little game and decided to confront Shiyang. This was the final act of their twisted game, revealing the truth before Shiyang to derive a perverse sense of satisfaction. Wang Ke was no stranger to such games. Each time he reached the final step was when he felt the most exhilarated. Imagining Shiyang's expression of helpless rage only served to heighten his excitement. They arrived at the entrance of Shiyang's rented apartment just as he was getting out of the taxi that Wu Qian quickly called out to him. Seeing the pair, a flicker of icy malice crossed Shiyang's eyes. Though his expression swiftly returned to calm, but he stood still as Wang Ke brazenly wrapped an arm around Wu Qian's waist and swaggered over to him. Shiyang observed Wu Qian and noted the grime that clung to her. As no amount of perfume could mask her true nature in his previous life, he had indeed been blind to think such a woman was innocent and charming. Did I ask there's something you want? Shiyang asked coldly that Wu Qian nestled against Wang Ke, who boldly introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I know who you are, Shiyang interrupted. Wang Ke. Wang Ke chuckled, so you do know a thing or two. You've even figured out my identity. But do you know? Shiyang cut him off again, coldly stating, are you asking if I know Wu Qian is your pet? Wang Ke's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly caught off guard, Shiyang smirked mockingly. Of course, I know. I knew from the very beginning. Moreover, I've assessed your pet, and she's quite skilled. From a certain perspective, you have a keen eye for talent. Green hat dog. With that, Shiyang turned away, leaving a flabbergasted Wang Ke and Wu Qian behind as he walked toward the community. But he paused for a moment, glancing back to add, by the way, I want to charge you a fee for the assessment. No need to thank me. Green hat dog. Wang Ke finally snapped back to reality, a surge of fury welling within him. You bastard. Do you think you can get away with this? I'll make you pay. Shiyang's expression darkened. And with a swift movement, he was standing before Wang Ke. Slap. Slap. 2 crisp slaps echoed in the air. 5 distinct finger marks appeared on either side of Wang Ke's face, visibly swelling before their eyes. Shiyang leaned in, locking eyes with Wang Ke, speaking without a hint of empathy. I don't believe you. Show me what you can do. Wang Ke felt a chilling dread emanating from Shiyang's gaze, as if he were being hunted by a ferocious beast, rendering him utterly motionless. Shiyang maintained his stare for a full 10 seconds before contemptuously breaking it, turning his back, and striding into the community. Throughout the encounter, Shiyang didn't spare a single glance at Wu Qian. Wang Ke felt his legs tremble. Shiyang's gaze had been truly terrifying. That it wasn't until Shiyang's figure vanished into the community that Wang Ke began to regain his composure. After receiving those 2 slaps, he had been too stunned to react. But now, indignation surged within him. Wang Ke stomped his feet in anger. Damn it. I will make you pay dearly for this. A country bumpkin dares to strike me. Just wait and see how I ruin you. Young Master Wang, don't be angry. Wu Qian said delicately. Being angry harms the body. Wang Ke, in a fit of rage, swung his hand viciously, cursing, You wretched creature. Do you have any right to speak? Tell me, did you inform him? Struck mercilessly by Wang Ke's slap, Wu Qian stumbled and fell to the ground. Covering her face, she sobbed, I didn't say anything. He suddenly broke up with me. I truly know nothing. Ah, can the words of a lowly wretch like you be trusted? Wang Ke sneered. Get lost. I never want to see you again. Wu Qian, already devoid of any value, would have faced a similar fate even without today's incident. Wang Ke would have cast her aside without remorse. Please no. Wang Ke, Wu Qian pleaded desperately. I am your Qin slave. You cannot abandon me. Get away. Wang Ke disdainfully kicked Wu Qian aside and strode away, driving off without a backward glance. Sitting on the ground, Wu Qian wept inconsolably. The scene, being right at the entrance of the community, soon attracted a crowd of onlookers, all pointing and whispering about her. Unable to endure their scrutinizing gazes any longer, she eventually got up and left in shame. Xia Yang returned to his rented room, his mood gradually settling. Internally, however, he was far from tranquil. He had been suppressing his hatred. For otherwise, he could have easily annihilated that pair of shameless lovers. Although he had not awakened any extraordinary powers, his physical capabilities had received a significant enhancement during the awakening process, albeit not as overt as that of those with supernatural abilities. With his current strength, he could easily crush Wang Ku, whose body had been drained by indulgence. Upon entering his abode, Xia Yang began to pack his belongings. Thanks to the dimensional space, everything was swiftly stowed away. He cast one last glance at the small dwelling he had inhabited for 3 years before turning to exit, feeling no sense of nostalgia. From this moment on, Xia Yang had no intention of residing in that rental any longer. He was acutely aware that someone as arrogant and domineering as Wang Ke would never allow such a significant loss to go unpunished. Wang Ke would undoubtedly seek revenge, that if Xia Yang continued to stay there, trouble would be inevitable. He was not afraid of Wang Ke bringing a throng to stir up chaos. Even if they were numerous, a volley from the concealed Type 95 automatic rifle in his dimensional space would ensure no survivors. Yet, Xia Yang wished to avoid drawing too much attention before the apocalypse descended and societal order crumbled. After all, he still had numerous tasks to accomplish and preparations to make. His plans could not be trifled with. With only a month remaining before the apocalypse, time was of the essence. Moreover, Xia Yang did not wish to eliminate Wang Ku and Wu Qian too swiftly that he believed that today's incident would not trigger a considerable butterfly effect. It was highly likely that Wang Ku and Wu Qian would survive the onslaught of the source beasts and embark on a journey of escape that at that juncture, Xia Yang would be able to engage them thoroughly, allowing them to languish in despair rather than perish swiftly. His resentment would not easily dissipate if they were to die during the source beast siege, if they were fortunate enough to survive. Then so be it. Chapter 6. The billion-dollar prize secured. Xia Yang exited through the community side gate and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Shangri-La Hotel. Upon arrival, he booked a luxurious suite, knowing that tomorrow he would claim the billion-dollar prize. Such a trivial sum did not warrant undue frugality, that he ordered dinner to be delivered to his room, resolving the meal without fuss at precisely 9:25 p.m. Xia Yang settled in front of the television, which was tuned to the sports channel. The lottery drawing commenced as scheduled, and he retrieved the lottery ticket from his dimensional space, fixating his gaze on the screen. On the television, the small balls danced joyfully within the transparent drawing machine. Before long, the first ball was drawn. 09. Xia Yang nodded to himself. He recalled this particular lottery drawing vividly from his previous life, as the first number drawn had indeed been 09, and he had matched the first 4 numbers perfectly. It seemed promising. Soon, the subsequent numbers were revealed. 09, 30, 03, 31. Once again, he had matched the first 4. The final number for the front area was about to be unveiled. In his previous life, he had chosen 26, which had drawn 27, so naturally, he selected 27 this time. The last ball was drawn. 27. Xia Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. The results had not changed due to his rebirth. Next came the drawing for the back area, where 2 numbers would be randomly selected from a pool of 12. Unsurprisingly, the final numbers drawn were 11 and 12, which Xia Yang had chosen. 52, a complete match. The billion-dollar prize was his. Clenching his fist gently, Xia Yang stowed the ticket in his dimensional space and switched off the television. There was no point in claiming the prize at this late hour. He intended to enjoy a restful night's sleep and retrieve his winnings from the provincial lottery center during regular business hours. In his past life, winning such a substantial prize would have left him restless with excitement. However, now his heart remained relatively unperturbed. Anyone who had endured the era of the apocalypse, where currency had become worthless, would likely share a similar reaction. Accumulating wealth was not the goal. It was merely a means to facilitate the execution of his plans for the impending apocalypse. The following morning, influenced by the biological clock forged in the apocalypse, Xia Yang awoke at 6:30 a.m. After freshening up, he called the hotel restaurant to order breakfast. He leisurely enjoyed his meal before taking a taxi to leave the hotel, instead of alighting directly at the lottery center. He chose to disembark at the nearby sports arena, where many came daily to exercise. This location was relatively inconspicuous. After crossing the arena and the crosswalk, the lottery center awaited just across the street. On his way to the lottery center, Xia Yang entered a public restroom. After a brief period, he emerged wearing a completely different outfit. Now clad in a somewhat bulky jumpsuit paired with large yellow boots, a mask, sunglasses, and a cap, he was entirely concealed. The sunglasses and mask had been brought from home, while the jumpsuit and cap were retrieved from his Dimensional Space's strategic reserve. This ensemble, while slightly cumbersome, effectively disguised his true figure. Upon entering the lottery center, his attire did not provoke alarm. He was far from the first person to arrive in such a manner. News of the astronomical billion-dollar prize won from a 200-fold bet at a certain lottery station in Sanshan City had already spread like wildfire. The staff within the system were well prepared for the influx of winners, and numerous media representatives had arrived early to capture first-hand accounts from this extraordinarily lucky winner. Thus, when Xia Yang, clad in his peculiar garb, stepped into the center, the eyes of everyone in the reception area lit up that a rather attractive female staff member promptly approached him, inquiring, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask? I am here to claim my prize." Xia Yang replied nonchalantly. The staff member's expression transformed into one of realization, and her gaze softened as she asked gently, "Is it the grand prize?" Xia Yang nodded, asking, "Yes, where do I go to claim it?" "Please follow me," the female attendant said with palpable excitement. Though the prize was not hers, the mere thought of $1 billion win sent shivers of exhilaration through her. Moreover, despite his disguise, the young voice suggested he was not too old. Perhaps she could even cultivate a relationship that transcended mere friendship. Early on, media outlets had dispatched reporters to the lottery center, eager for exclusive scoop information. The journalists immediately flocked to Xia Yang, bombarding him with questions. "Excuse me, sir, are you indeed the winner of the 10 billion jackpot? How did you purchase your lottery ticket? Do you have any insights to share, sir? Will you be donating to charity?" Simultaneously, representatives from various banks approached, eager to attract deposits and promote their financial products. That in an instant, the reception area descended into chaos, prompting the female attendant to step forward and call for order. "Everyone, please, we still need to verify the information and will arrange media interviews later. That if anyone has questions, feel free to ask, but please refrain from disrupting our normal operations." Xia Yang remained silent, while the female receptionist painstakingly calmed the agitated crowd before leading Xia Yang into a lavishly decorated reception room. An hour later, Xia Yang departed from the sports lottery center. The process of claiming his prize proceeded smoothly. After the staff verified Xia Yang's lottery ticket and identification, he was asked to fill out a form, and the formalities were swiftly completed. Although some inquired about his intentions for donations, Xia Yang resolutely declined, and the lottery center did not press the matter further, their demeanor merely growing less cordial. After all, there are strict regulations in place prohibiting any coercion of winners into charitable contributions, and they dared not flout the law. Xia Yang was unconcerned, as long as the funds were delivered in full. A few cold remarks were of no consequence. At such times, engaging in charitable donations would be sheer folly. Furthermore, Xia Yang's winnings amounted to 1.05 billion yuan, but he was liable for a 20% windfall tax, leaving him with a net sum of 840 million yuan. The tax was directly withheld and remitted by the lottery center. Otherwise, Xia Yang would have undoubtedly considered tax evasion, that he provided his bank account details on the form. And due to the substantial prize, there were additional internal procedures to follow. The funds would be credited by tomorrow at the latest. After completing the necessary paperwork, Xia Yang donned a bulky mask and posed for photographs with the media. Participating in a brief interview, the media appeared somewhat taken aback that this newly minted billionaire chose not to make any donations, finding it a tad unorthodox. Wouldn't their pre-prepared articles need to be completely rewritten? After finally shaking off the media's relentless pursuit, Xia Yang left the lottery center. He made his way to a nearby gym, where he changed clothes in the restroom and discreetly exited through another door. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi to a nearby shopping mall, changed his outfit again in the mall's restroom, exited through a different door, and switched taxis twice along the way before finally returning to his hotel. Having survived in a post-apocalyptic world for over a year, Xia Yang had developed a habit of extreme caution that in stark contrast to the complacency of the peaceful era before the apocalypse. People had lived far too comfortably, lacking any sense of security, appearing to Xia Yang as innocent as lambs. The following day, Xia Yang received a text notification that 840 million yuan had been deposited into his account. Upon logging into his mobile banking, the sight of a string of zeros made him slightly dizzy. At last, he was wealthy. Now it was time to indulge in a shopping spree. Chapter 7. Temporary Shelter in His Two Lifetimes. Xia Yang had never possessed such an enormous fortune. Of course, it would only hold meaning if spent before the onset of the apocalypse, that he had already formulated plans for the use of this money. The prize exceeded his expectations by several million, which meant his plans could be executed smoothly, and he had ample funds at his disposal. After tidying up a bit, he checked out of his hotel room and took a taxi to a car rental agency. He had already reserved a vehicle online for his upcoming days. Chapter 8. A shopping frenzy. Shopping for some digital products online was merely an appetizer. Xiaoyang contacted a reputable trading company from northeast China to purchase 300 tons of rice. Not negotiating for any discounts, agreeing to the bulk purchase price of 5,000 yuan per ton, with the only stipulation being that it should be delivered promptly to a warehouse in Sanshan. The 1.5 million yuan deal was taken seriously by the other party. The most efficient way to transport 300 tons of rice from northeast China to Sanshan was, of course, by freight train, requiring approximately 5 train cars. The other party had some influence in northeast China as well. Chapter 9. The Ark of the Apocalypse RV. On this day, with no goods to receive, Xiaoyang drove the rented clunker straight to the northern suburbs of Sanshan. He recalled that there were several RV sales and modification companies in the area and intended to purchase an RV in the apocalyptic environment. RVs were not particularly useful, especially in a globally frozen setting, where ordinary RVs would struggle to navigate. However, for Xiaoyang, who possessed a dimensional space, it represented an excellent backup option that he could store the RV within the dimensional space and deploy it whenever he found himself in a safe and spacious environment. Chapter 10. The unfathomable wealth. When the saleswoman saw the long string of numbers displayed on the POS screen, she could not help but stare in disbelief. Are the wealthy of today so low-key? Driving a rented clunker and wearing clothes that cost only a few dozen yuan. Xiaoyang smiled and asked, "May we proceed with the tour now?" The saleswoman quickly regained her composure and eagerly replied, "Of course, right this way." The cashiers couldn't help but cast envious glances at the saleswoman. This was an undisputed wild tycoon. If this deal went through. Chapter 11. The lengthy winter approaches. After signing the contract, Xiaoyang promptly paid the entire 15 million yuan for the vehicle, leaving the warehouse address before driving away that he didn't possess a Class A driver's license, so he certainly could not operate the RV at this stage. In a few days, however, he would be free to drive it. The Freedom RV factory would send a driver to deliver the vehicle. The dealer attempted to upsell some additional modification accessories, but Xiaoyang was well aware that such modifications would hold little significance once the apocalypse commenced. So he decisively declined. Chapter 12. The Wandering System. What is this? A system? Xiaoyang could not help but slightly part his lips, his expression one of astonishment. This countdown panel had appeared in his field of vision since the day he was reborn, displaying a continuous countdown without any other anomalies. Xiaoyang had speculated more than once about what purpose this thing served beyond indicating the arrival of the apocalypse. Yet until the countdown reached 0, nothing else transpired, and the virtual panel shattered. Unexpectedly, the answer was now revealed. Chapter 13. The Mobile Survival Base. After a long contemplation, Xiaoyang spoke. "I want to transform it into a mobile survival base." Although he still harbored some resistance to the notion of wandering in the apocalypse, this air raid shelter was merely a temporary stronghold. The survival conditions in Sanshan would soon deteriorate immensely, making it unsuitable to establish a permanent survival base here. Moreover, he held a degree of anticipation for the mobile survival base that if the heavy-duty RV could be sufficiently fortified after modification, Xiaoyang could adjust his plans accordingly. As he also had a need for long-distance travel. Chapter 14. The transformed heavy-duty RV. Are you an onboard AI? Xiaoyang inquired in surprise that a soft voice responded, "I am your base steward. Please do not compare me to ordinary artificial intelligence." The voice even conveyed a hint of grievance. Xiaoyang was greatly intrigued. This artificial intelligence seemed quite advanced. The dialogue was not mechanical at all and even carried a touch of emotion. The soft voice continued, "Master, you haven't given me a name yet." After a moment's thought, Xiaoyang chuckled and said, with such an adorable voice, "I shall call you." Chapter 15. Dimensional Fuel Tank Blueprint Fragment. This time, the system did not simply present a list to Xiaoyang, that a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Methods for obtaining contribution points include, but are not limited to signing in, participating in lotteries, and completing system tasks. Additionally, I must remind the host that signing in at new locations will yield extra rewards, with varying reward scales depending on the location, and there is a chance to receive lottery opportunities upon signing in at new places. Xiaoyang could not help but murmur to himself. In short, it encourages wandering, doesn't it? "Wait, can I sign in now?" Xia Yang asked eagerly. Chapter 16. The situation begins to deteriorate. The page in front of Xia Yang instantly switched, and he quickly focused his gaze. The task page was divided into two sections: daily tasks and temporary tasks. Daily tasks were long-term. In this section, he noticed 4 tasks. 1. Eliminate 1 low-level orc. Reward: 0.5 contribution points. 2. Eliminate 1 D-level source beast. Reward: 10 contribution points, with a certain probability of rewarding a lottery opportunity or special items. 3. Eliminate 1 D-level parasitic beast. Reward: 20 contribution points with a. Chapter 17. Let us strike. The rising sun. Orcs emerged as the first major challenge humanity faced after the onset of the frozen apocalypse. Approximately a week after Judgment Day, orcs began to appear in various regions. According to later scientific research, the meteor shower of Judgment Day carried an unknown virus, resulting in global infection. However, individual responses varied. A large portion of humanity managed to endure the infection and quickly developed antibodies. Remaining unaffected, a small minority, however, transformed into orcs. Chapter 18. The first kill of an orc. The villain grows old. The biting cold wind swept across the desolate landscape. Inside the cockpit of the rising sun, warmth enveloped the space. The vehicle's operation was managed by Meng Meng, and Xia Yang reclined in the soft seat, saying, Meng Meng, deploy several drones to scout and maintain vigilance within a 3-kilometer radius of the rising sun. Okay. With a charmingly adorable response, the hatch of the drone mothership atop the cockpit cracked open, allowing 3 rotor drones to soar out in succession. 1 darted straight ahead to scout the path, while the other 2 hovered high in the air, patrolling either side. Chapter 19. The future Tycoono, that simplifies matters. The police officer chuckled, saying, Please pull it up for me to see. Without hesitation, Xia Yang unzipped his cold-weather suit and retrieved his phone. After displaying the external surveillance footage, he handed the device to the officer. The square-faced officer took the phone and scrutinized the footage intently. Nearby, the elderly woman and her family appeared somewhat anxious. The officer's expression grew increasingly grave as he returned the phone to Xia Yang and furrowed his brow, addressing the elderly woman. What is going on here? This young man clearly saved you. Chapter 20. A close call amidst the biting cold wind. The tires of the Liang vehicle kicked up icy fragments as it traversed the desolate streets. 3 drones accompanied the vehicle, relaying real-time footage from various angles. Seated comfortably in the warm cockpit, Xia Yang reclined with his leg crossed, enjoying music while lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. Brother Xia Yang, it seems there is something amiss at the residential building ahead. The music paused as Meng Meng's voice chimed in. Xia Yang straightened up and commanded, Drones, move in closer for reconnaissance. Zoom in on the footage. The first drone flew toward the residential building. Chapter 21. Longing from afar, Xiang opened his eyes and casually inquired. Who is calling? The caller ID shows Erwo Lin, Meng Meng replied. Xia Yang, sipping a can of cola, nearly spat it out upon hearing the name. Erwo Lin was the nickname he had given to his sister, Xia Lin. Xia Lin was Xiang's only family in this world, currently stationed in the distant border province of Yonglei County as part of an aid team, having been dispatched there for a year since last year. Chapter 22. A trap set. 10 reconnaissance drones launched en masse, swiftly ascending to a height where they quietly approached the warehouse under the cover of night. The transmitted footage appeared instantly on the cockpit screen. The drones, designed by the system, featured night vision capabilities and offered decent image quality. Meng Meng, activate the thermal imaging device, Xia Yang instructed. Let us first survey the outer perimeter. Understood, Meng Meng replied. The thermal imaging apparatus on the reconnaissance drone powered up, and soon the screen displayed the detected results. 2 human-shaped heat signatures were concentrated at the warehouse entrance. Chapter 23. Misfortunes never come alone. The bearded man glared at Xia Yang on the monitor, gritting his teeth as he spat. You'll never get away with this. You killed 2 of my brothers. We will not rest until we see you dead. Xia Yang chuckled. Is your head made of iron? Then take your time. With that, he tossed the handheld microphone aside and rose to his feet. He made his way to the living quarters, pulled out a clean and fresh set of lightweight pajamas from the wardrobe, and, slipping on his slippers, walked into the bathroom that he genuinely intended to take a shower and catch some sleep after a day of hunting orcs. Chapter 24. A total takeover in the air raid shelter. Chaos ensued as a small bearded orc chased after his former comrades, gnawing at them, while the others desperately evaded capture. They wished to subdue the little bearded one together, but without weapons, the mutated little bearded orc proved immensely powerful, overpowering several individuals. Consequently, 2 more of his underlings were bitten by the little orc. To make matters worse, during the pursuit, another underling mutated into an orc, turning 1v7 into 2v6. To Chapter 25. The puppet master Shang nonchalantly exited the vehicle. He approached the bearded man and began dragging him toward the air raid shelter, while the other underlings followed like a string of tethered grasshoppers. The bearded man stumbled forward, pulled by the rope, and in a panic, called out, "Boss! Boss! You promised not to kill us. Why fret? Did I ever say I would kill you?" Shiyang replied, continuing to drag them toward the shelter. Soon, he led the 6 of them into the flat cavern within the air raid shelter. Chapter 26. Harvesting contribution points. Striking at the heart, the bearded man dared not withhold any information, quickly spilling everything he knew about Niu Jihao like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. The other 5 underlings eagerly chimed in to add details. After listening, Shiyang nodded slightly as he stood up and retrieved several alloy chains from his dimensional space, custom-made before the apocalypse at a machinery factory. And now, perfectly suited for the task, he seized one individual, wrapping the alloy chain around him several times until he resembled a rice dumpling. The bearded man, witnessing this, was alarmed. Chapter 27. The god of death approaches under the cover of night. The drones approached the lakeside villa. The entire area was plunged into darkness, with no power to be seen. The drones quickly conducted a perimeter scan. The vicinity, sparsely populated with a few dilapidated villas, revealed no signs of activity around Niu Jihao's villa, the largest in the center. The other 3 houses showed no signs of life, while faint light emanated from Niu Jihao's abode. Chapter 28. Leaving no survivors. Though Niu Jihao was racked with excruciating pain from a gunshot wound to his thigh, he dared not move an inch, faced with the overwhelming threat of death. He could hardly maintain his previous bravado, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Brother, with a resounding crack, the butt of a gun struck his cheek, knocking out several teeth and visibly swelling his face. Shiyang coldly remarked, "Who are you calling brother? You are hardly worthy." Chapter 29. Fuel giveaway event commences. Through the icy winds of the night, the Liang vehicle advanced along the frozen second ring road. The streets were nearly deserted. An inconceivable sight before the apocalypse, especially during rush hour. After about 10 minutes, the Liang vehicle arrived at a gas station situated alongside the second ring road. Once a 24-hour operation, the gas station now lay in total darkness. Cautiously, Shiyang dispatched reconnaissance drones to circle the gas station. Chapter 30. The retaliation begins. In Zhongluo district of Sanshan City, the midday sky was a dull gray, with snowflakes drifting down and traces of accumulation along the roadside. A dark gray heavy-duty RV was parked at a street corner, resembling a quiet steel behemoth. The vehicle bore stains of mud, and upon closer inspection, faint traces of blood were discernible. Distant gunfire echoed intermittently, mingled with sounds of weeping and screams. The city was descending further into chaos. Leaning against the vehicle, Shiyang took one last drag. Chapter 31. A sudden revelation amidst the whirling shards of metal. The solid wooden bar counter was obliterated in an explosion. The outer 2 bodyguards let out muffled grunts before their heads drooped, lifeless. Their backs were riddled with numerous fragments that Chong and the other 3 bodyguards, along with Wang Ku, whom they were shielding, now experienced a ringing in their ears, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. The close-range explosion of a high-explosive grenade had been absorbed by the outermost 2 bodyguards. But the blast. Chapter 32. The true face revealed. Xiang distinctly remembered that mission was not initially assigned to him. Zhao Liqiang, accompanied by several ability users, had approached their survival point, where he had a brief encounter with them. The following day, the mission team leader invited him to join, claiming they needed his dimensional space ability to AT the time. Xiang hadn't thought much of it, but in retrospect, it must have been Zhao Liqiang's idea. Having been close to Wang Ke for a long time, Zhao Liqiang might have seen Xiang, or at least glimpsed his photograph. Chapter 33. Discovering the Barrett. Xiang brings warmth. Watching Xiang approach step by step, Wang Ke felt an overwhelming fear. Sitting helplessly on the ground, he futilely scooted backward, pleading, "Brother Xiang, please don't kill me. I was wrong about Wu Qian, but I don't deserve to die." Xiang raised his hand, aiming the gun at Wang Ke, and coldly stated, If you move back any further, you will die now. Wang Ke was so frightened that he dared not move, yet he continued to plead for mercy. Xia Yang stepped forward, without uttering a word, and began to bind Wang Ke with an alloy chain. Chapter 34. A Grievous Revenge. The Chaos of Origin Beasts. The cigarette but fell to the ground, and flames rapidly erupted from the villa's floor, spreading instantly. Wang Ke's curses and Wu Qian's cries soon transformed into desperate and piercing screams. Xia Yang turned around and boarded the solar flare. He sat quietly in the cockpit, gazing at the orange tongues of fire spilling from the shattered windows of the villa, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity that a hint of melancholy washed over him. Yet more prevalent was a sense of exhilaration and relief that accompanied the clarity of thought. The flames roared, and thick smoke billowed. Wang Ke and Wu Qian. Chapter 35. Lurking for prey, the origin beasts emerge. The solar flare trudged through the heavy snow, its track slowly turning as it made its way to Wusher Mountain, approximately 3 kilometers east of the warehouse that in recent days, Xia Yang had repeatedly practiced this route while piloting the solar flare. A significant reason for choosing this southern warehouse as a temporary base was indeed the proximity to Wusher Mountain that on this day in the past, around 20 origin beasts landed on the eastern coastline, wreaking havoc in the 3 mountains. These origin beasts typically operated in groups of at least 5, yet only 2 had made their way to Wusher Mountain due to the sparse population density in the area. Chapter 36. Fortuitous luck and extreme escape. The crowd fleeing from the northeast indeed rushed towards Wusher Mountain. Their numbers dwindled dramatically under the onslaught of the origin beasts. Before long, only a handful of survivors reached the foot of Wusher Mountain, desperately scrambling up the slope. The terrain here was relatively more complex, and there were air raid shelters halfway up the mountain. These individuals hoped that the terrain would afford them a slim chance of escape. The vicious origin beasts pursued closely behind, frequently catching up to the fleeing crowd, easily seizing one individual and draining them to a mere husk. Chapter 37. The Trap Strikes. The distance between the second origin beast and the solar flare quickly shrank to a mere dozen meters. At such a short distance, the origin beast could attack the solar flare at any moment. Xia Yang remained focused on his aim, that as the vehicle sped forward, it inevitably jolted, and the ice and snow swirling behind obstructed his vision. Additionally, the origin beast was in motion, making it difficult to line up a shot. Xia Yang found it challenging to even keep the origin beast within the crosshairs that as the distance closed, his finger gently rested on the trigger. Chapter 38. A-Class Alloy Dagger. When conditions permitted, Xia Yang always exercised utmost caution and never felt ashamed to do so, that in this brutal post-apocalyptic world, preserving one's life was always paramount. Returning to the cockpit, the drone mothership above him opened, and a reconnaissance drone took flight. The drone swiftly ascended above the trap, its gimbal slowly adjusting its angle. Through the screen, Xia Yang beheld the chaotic scene within the trap. Indeed, it was a disarray. Many alloy spears had become deformed and twisted, and the device he had set up. Chapter 39. Upgrading the Source Crystal Processing Module. The detection indicated the presence of source crystals. Should they be traded for contribution points? Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yang rejected the notion. No trade. I barely have enough for myself. You expect me to exchange source crystals for contribution points? Dream on. As he spoke, he used the alloy dagger to slice open the abdomen of the origin beast. The source crystal was located on the left side of the beast's abdomen, roughly corresponding to the position of a human kidney. The beast's hide was tough, and even in death, cutting through its skin proved quite formidable. However, the A-Class Alloy Dagger. Chapter 40. This microwave is quite advanced. The system prompted that the upgrade process would take 20 minutes. With some leisure time on his hands and feeling a bit peckish, Xia Yang decided to take out a source beast carcass and prepare to roast some meat. The source beast resembled a cow in appearance, possessing a pair of curved horns atop its head. The distinctions were that the source beast was much larger and typically stood in a semi-upright position that in his previous life, ability users enjoyed consuming source beast meat. Despite the creature's tough exterior, the meat was remarkably tender, especially when roasted, offering an exquisite flavor. Additionally, consuming it over a prolonged period. Chapter 41. Awakening a new ability that was unclear how much time passed. But Xia Yang slowly regained consciousness. Shaking his head in a daze, he felt no discomfort. Xia Yang felt a sense of relief. The energy liquid he had consumed indeed bore no adverse effects. However, had he awakened a psychic ability? From what he understood, psychic abilities, much like dimensional space abilities, were exceedingly rare. Beyond the scarcity of such source crystals, the success rate of awakening was also quite low. Some individuals had to consume psychic source crystals multiple times before achieving awakening. Chapter 42, Source Crystals, the more the better. Night fell, and at this moment, Sand Mountain City resembled a living hell. Although only around 20 source beasts had landed. Except for the 2 that perished en route to Wusher Mountain, the remaining beasts faced no opposition during the initial landing phase. They rampaged through the ancient city, slaughtering and feasting on human flesh without restraint. People fled in terror, all engulfed in profound despair. The extreme cold had already left most exhausted, depleting their household supplies. Chapter 43, Triple Draw. The synergy between Xia Yang and Meng Meng grew increasingly seamless. The 2 source beasts relentlessly pursued them from behind, while Xia Yang, using the Barret, managed to slow their advance that he primarily targeted the beast's legs, achieving a significantly higher accuracy than before awakening his psychic ability. Xia Yang found the Barret to be quite effective, though regrettably, he had a limited supply of ammunition. After a day's efforts, he only had about 50 sniper rounds left that he needed to conserve them. Moreover, if only the firepower were a tad stronger. Chapter 44, Time waits for no 1.5 minutes later ding. The microwave emitted a notification sound. Xia Yang eagerly glanced at the text displayed on the right side panel. Strength type, elemental type gold. The absence of dimensional space and psychic attribute source crystals left Xia Yang slightly disappointed. However, he understood that this was to be expected. The most common source crystals were indeed of the strength type, followed by elemental types, dimensional and psychic attributes. Chapter 45, Gratitude from the Great. Clock Tower District, Sand Mountain City, that at the entrance of East Lake Park. Thick layers of snow blanketed the streets, and the roads were muddied. With a thunderous crash, a source beast smashed through the glass front of a small supermarket, roaring as it rolled in the snow. Crimson blood splattered across the pristine white snow, creating a shocking sight. A figure darted out from the supermarket, swiftly closing in on the source beast like a wraith. This person was none other than Xia Yang, who traversed the city, hunting source beast that in his hand was an A-class alloy dagger. Chapter 46, Dimensional Space, Expansion. Suddenly, Xia Yang recalled that in his previous life, Zhou Yaowu had spent a day and night in the sewers before awakening his abilities, ultimately escaping with his life. Had he encountered Zhou Yaowu ahead of time? Would he alter history? The natural awakening of abilities likely had nothing to do with the sewers. Yet, what if Zhou Yaowu embarked on the path of escape early and met his demise? Would that not mean he had indirectly killed a future powerful ability user? Xia Yang, do you have any final words? Zhou Yaowu asked curiously as he noticed Xia Yang hesitating. Chapter 47, C-Class Ability User Xia Yang. With a sweep of his thoughts, Xia Yang gained a clear understanding of the situation in the open ammunition depot. Hundreds of ammunition boxes were densely packed, filled with various calibers of bullets, including those suitable for the Barret sniper rifle, which used 12.7mm rounds. Roughly estimating, there were at least tens of thousands of rounds. Now he could use them freely without concern. Additionally, there were dozens of boxes of grenades. The bullets and grenades would perfectly replenish the consumption of attack drones. Chapter 48. The soul of the Summer Army. In Sand Mountain City, on North 2nd Ring Road, the power had long been cut off, and the entire city was shrouded in darkness. The reflection of the moonlight on the white snow allowed one to faintly discern some hazy shadows. Nearby, towering reinforced concrete buildings loomed, appearing like phantoms in the dark night. In the direction of the city center, flickering lights could be seen, accompanied by the distant sounds of gunfire and grenade explosions. In the night, a weary group of soldiers was erecting makeshift fortifications. Behind them, several residents from nearby communities. Chapter 49, The Society of Brother Lei. Over there, Xia Yang had already engaged in battle with 2 source beasts single-handedly. Armed with only a dagger, he fought valiantly against both beasts, astonishingly maintaining the upper hand. To be precise, Xia Yang was dominating the fight against the origin beasts. The thudding sounds of his powerful kicks striking the beasts resonated through the air. Was this still human? Even humanoid monsters could not compare. The phrase "terrifying indeed" echoed in the minds of all the soldiers. The camp leader snapped back to reality and shouted urgently. Chapter 50. The Butterfly Effect. In the frigid night, The solar flare navigated through the darkened streets, battling against the wind and snow. Xia Yang sat comfortably in the warm cockpit, casually toying with a source crystal, while asking, Ming Ming, can the two main functions of this source crystal processing module be used independently? For instance, I merely wish to ascertain the attributes of the source crystal and have no intention of processing it in an energy liquid. Is that permissible? Ming Ming chuckled and remarked, how could Yang Ge have such an unusual request? Without processing the source crystal into energy liquid, it cannot be utilized. Just tell me if it can be accomplished, Xia Yang inquired. Chapter 51. As hard as iron, the tracks of the Liang vehicle crunched over the snow-covered road in the dark night. Heading northward towards the outskirts of the city, the Liang vehicle had fully implemented autonomous driving, leaving Xia Yang somewhat idle in the driver's seat, that he perused his system panel, having amassed a substantial number of contribution points through sign-ins, hunting source beasts and casually dispatching orc foes along the way. His total contribution points had now reached 183. Xia Yang had initially intended to save up to 200 contribution points to upgrade his weapon module first. Chapter 52. Do you know who my father is? Among the group were 7 or 8 individuals, with a young chubby man in his early 20s leading the way, clad in a long black down jacket. The prominent white goose emblem on his sleeve was particularly conspicuous that he donned thick leather gloves and carried a steel pipe, that a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes as he approached the cockpit of the Liang vehicle. Arrogantly lifting his chin, a boy clad in a ludicrous green cotton-padded jacket stepped forward. Chapter 53. You should ask your mother about that initially. Xia Yang was disinclined to engage with them, content to observe the antics of the motley crew from the cockpit. However, upon hearing the chubby boy named Wang Dingyu, he couldn't help but smile. Lowering the car window, he regarded Wang Dingyu with a hint of pity and said, such matters should be directed to your mother. Wang Dingyu was momentarily taken aback, failing to respond. Xia Yang reflected on the boy's unfortunate predicament. Having grown up, he was still unaware of his biological father's identity. Chapter 54. Isn't this breakfast a bit extravagant? The service area hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. After a while, the crowd dared to cautiously lift their heads, and upon noticing that the formidable figure outside the heavy truck had not approached, they felt a slight sense of relief. Some bolder individuals began to whisper among themselves. Gradually, everyone rose from the ground, yet none dared to make a move towards the RV, all having been thoroughly frightened by the recent bloody spectacle. Although some had initially intended to continue their journey, the presence of the Liang vehicle outside cast an unspoken aura of intimidation, causing them to hesitate. Chapter 55. Coincidence among the group. A woman clad in a black mink coat, carrying an air of allure, furrowed her brow and remarked, who is so bored as to film me with a drone at a time like this? It shows a complete lack of respect for my privacy. The others exchanged peculiar glances, thinking this was a bit too self-absorbed. The plump director, clearing his throat, interjected, Teacher who? It may be a misunderstanding. It could very well be a drone dispatched by the military to search for survivors. Chapter 56. Image recognition. A new approach. Xia Yang remained fast asleep in the Liang vehicle. Over 2 hours later, gentle music stirred him from slumber. Yang Ge, it is now 9 o'clock, Ming Ming announced. The time you set to rise has arrived. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Xia Yang got up, washed his face in the restroom, and instantly felt revitalized. Since awakening his abilities, his sleep quality had been remarkably good. Typically, 2 hours of sleep sufficed for him to remain energetic throughout the day. After changing into fresh attire, he made his way to the circular sofa in the back of the living quarters. Chapter 57. Ruthlessness. Having located Li Muyu's whereabouts, Xia Yang instructed Ming Ming to retrieve the other drones, leaving one to trail Li Muyu and her companions from a distance. That Hu Mei, having posed dramatically for some time, was met with no response from the drone, which continued to follow them at a consistent distance. Feeling disheartened, she reluctantly donned a hat and mask, proceeding towards the highway. Xia Yang, seated on the circular sofa, gazed at the television screen where Li Muyu appeared, lost in contemplation in his previous life. It was this very girl who Chapter 58, System Mission Hu Mei was unfortunate. At the worst moment for Wang Dayong, she inadvertently walked into danger. Wang Dayong's fists dripped with blood as he sinisterly approached Hu Mei. Terrified, she stepped back repeatedly, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. Stay away." With a dismissive grunt, Wang Dayong advanced, seizing Hu Mei as if she were a mere chick and roughly tugging her shoulder. violently tearing off her mask. Upon seeing Hu Mei's exquisite features, his eyes gleamed with interest. Chapter 59. Overwhelming power. Wang Daong fixed his gaze upon Xia Yang for several seconds before tilting his head and asking, "Is this the guy?" The person referred to as Lai Zi quickly affirmed, "Uncle Yong, that's him. He shot you go." Wang Daong nodded, a glint of bloodlust flickering in his eyes as he regarded Xia Yang. "Little brat. Speak. How do you wish to die?" Xia Yang grinned, retorting, "Old brat, I may not know how I will die, but I am certain you will meet your end today, and it will be quite gruesome." Chapter 60. Decisive action. Wang Daong trembled uncontrollably, partly from pain and partly from fear. His complexion had turned ashen, the earlier bravado dissipating entirely, that he stammered, "Spare me, great hero, spare me. I know I was wrong." Wang Daong's capitulation was swift. Xia Yang shook his head and replied, "Since you have made no choice, I shall select for you. The method of death you mentioned earlier seems rather intriguing. I have decided to give it a try." Wang Daong's expression shifted, and he hastily called out. Chapter 61. Li Xiaohua. Long time no see. Meanwhile, in the film Cruise Group, Hu Mei was rendered pale with fright. The gruesome murder of her 2 bodyguards by Wang Daong, followed by Xia Yang's merciless torment of him, and the close-range execution of Lai Zi, all left her with severe psychological distress. How had the world changed so drastically in just a few days of filming in the mountains? At that moment, Hu Mei noticed Xia Yang approaching them, that a sudden insight struck her. The man's strength had left an indelible impression on her mind. Chapter 62. Shall we take a shower first? Xia Yang frowned slightly and turned to look that he saw Hu Mei approaching with a warm smile, linking her arm with Li Muyu's and casting a flirtatious gaze towards Xia Yang. With a beaming smile, Hu Mei said, "Xiao Yu, why don't you introduce me?" Li Muyu felt a wave of goosebumps wash over her. Although she had played the second female lead in the crew, Hu Mei had scarcely acknowledged her presence and often treated her dismissively during filming. Chapter 63. How do you know my size? Suppressing a laugh, Xia Yang replied, "Please wait here for a moment." He then turned and walked to the main bedroom area at the front of the living quarters, avoiding Li Muyu's gaze as he retrieved a complete set of new clothing from the dimensional space, including undergarments, thermal wear, extreme cold weather gear, hats, and wind masks. Holding the clothing, he returned to the shower area and handed them to Li Muyu with a smile, saying, "Here you go. By the way, you can leave the outerwear outside. Just put it on when you come out." Chapter 64. Little girl, I'll support you. Hu Mei seethed with frustration, gritting her teeth as she contemplated kicking the tire of the Liang vehicle to vent her anger. Just as she lifted her foot, the vehicle's window slowly descended, revealing Xia Yang's impassive face, that a jolt of realization struck her. She recognized that he was not merely a classmate of Li Muyu, but a terrifying figure capable of cold-blooded murder. Cautiously retracting her foot, she forced a smile of appeasement. Yet Xia Yang did not wait for her to speak. Chapter 65. It settled then at the Qishan service area, in the dining section of the Liang vehicle's living quarters. The circular sofa was surrounded by a table laden with steaming delicacies that Li Muyu gazed at the large bowl of golden abalone rice before her, along with familiar hometown dishes on the table, feeling as though she were in a dream. "What are you waiting for? Eat." Xia Yang smiled. In front of him lay a single plate with 2 hefty chunks of grilled source beast meat, weighing a total of 5 to 6 pounds. Oh. Li Muyu snapped back to reality and began to serve herself. Chapter 66. Benevolence and justice. Observing Li Muyu's bewildered expression, Xia Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, don't concern yourself with so much. You'll find out in due time." "Okay," Li Muyu replied with a slight, bashful smile. After they finished their meal, Li Muyu proactively began to clear the dishes. Although the vehicle was equipped with a dishwasher, taking a moment to clear away food scraps and operate the machine felt like a worthy contribution. Such a trivial task, yet Xia Yang did not compete with her. Instead, sitting on the couch, engrossed in a drama on his tablet. Chapter 67. Embarking on the journey west, the Li Muyu widened her beautiful eyes and turned her head to glance at Xia Yang, who had not even moved a finger. She was left speechless, eventually exclaiming, "Is it self-driving? Xia Yang, can your vehicle drive itself?" Over the years, there had been no significant breakthroughs in autonomous driving technology, nor had it been widely adopted. Thus, Li Muyu was utterly astonished to see the heavy RV, the Liang, operating autonomously. Xia Yang cheerfully replied, "Isn't it fascinating? Do you think our Meng Meng is just idly sitting by? Meng Meng might just be working hard." Chapter 68. The Ambush. Upon hearing this, Xia Yang immediately directed his gaze to the screen before him, which displayed the infrared imaging from the Liang. Not far ahead, there was a small house, and the infrared imaging revealed 3 conspicuous humanoid heat sources hidden among the bushes nearby. Li Muyu, feeling a bit anxious, inquired Xia Yang, "Could there be any danger?" Xia Yang casually remarked, "Yes, it is indeed quite dangerous." "Huh. I meant the people hiding in the bushes," Li Muyu clarified. Xia Yang responded, "Let's hope they aren't targeting us." Chapter 69. Is it too late to cling to someone? Xia Yang chuckled and said, "I know your answer is affirmative, even without you saying it, right?" After a brief silence, Li Muyu replied, "Well, I understand that you must have your own reasons for doing this, correct?" Xia Yang did not directly address her statement, but instead said, "Actually, I could have driven straight through earlier. Those 3 were merely small fry, and their pathetic weapons couldn't harm the Liang. Yet, I chose to stop and deal with them. Do you know why?" Chapter 70. Upgrading the weapon system. Xia Yang's spirits lifted at this, and he eagerly asked, "So, what did you find?" "I only discovered some suspicious photographs, which I have downloaded and saved, and I need you, Yanggu, to further verify them," Meng Meng explained. She continued, "The satellite captured images from a high angle, making it difficult to get a clear view of faces. We can only make vague comparisons. Moreover, the chance of capturing the target outdoors while the satellite was passing by is somewhat probabilistic." "Understood. No problem. Let's first examine the photos you filtered," Xia Yang said while standing. Chapter 71. Bargaining with Daddy System. The system remained silent for several seconds before replying in a hushed tone. "Host, you may state your concerns directly. This system is not human and does not require conversational niceties." Xia Yang, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and said, "Oh, I see. You know, upgrading all these assorted modules consumes contribution points and mineral materials. Right. If I upgrade the sea-level mobile survival base, it still requires 1,000 contribution points, which seems unreasonable. The contribution points consumed for modular upgrades are already quite high. Why should the overall upgrade consume the same amount? That contradicts fairness." Chapter 72. What is the learning material? Curiosity killed the cat. Xia Yang nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. He stifled his amusement and feigned confusion, asking, "What's wrong? Is the bed not big enough?" "I think it's sufficient for sleeping." Li Muyu's face flushed crimson as she playfully retorted, "There's only one bed. How can we both sleep here?" "We?" Xia Yang feigned astonishment, saying, You actually want to share a bed with me?" "Li Muyu, I never expected you to be this kind of person." "Of course not," Li Muyu exclaimed, flustered and anxious. "You clearly only have one bed." Chapter 73. Controlling through thought. Xia Yang, filled with doubt, returned to the front cabin and closed the door. After changing into his pajamas, he lay down on the main bed. Outside, the cold wind howled, and snowflakes occasionally fell on the roof of the vehicle. However, the Liang's soundproofing and insulation were exceptional, creating a tranquil and warm environment inside, which instilled a profound sense of security. Xia Yang did not immediately fall asleep. He also continued watching dramas on his tablet. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped past midnight, but he set aside the tablet and accessed the system panel to check in. Chapter 74. Attentive Care. Xia Yang placed a damp towel on Li Muyu's forehead and said, "Muyu, you should rest for a while, but if you feel particularly unwell, just call me. I'll be in the front cabin." Li Muyu weakly nodded. Xia Yang then crawled back from the main bed to the driving cabin. According to the traffic regulations before the apocalypse, passengers in an RV were not permitted to lie in bed while it was moving. They had to sit in seats and wear seatbelts. However, now, those regulations were no longer strictly enforced. Nonetheless, for safety's sake, Xia Yang. Chapter 75. Blossoming Affections. After finishing his cigarette, Xia Yang returned to the vehicle. Li Muyu was still sipping on her century egg and lean meat porridge. The steaming porridge rejuvenated her, and she appeared more spirited than before. Xia Yang sat beside her and engaged her in conversation. Before long, Li Muyu had finished the entire bowl of porridge. Xia Yang stood up, took the bowl and utensils, and washed them in the kitchen area. With just one bowl, there was no need to use the dishwasher. Muyu, let me help you back to bed for a bit," Xia Yang said with a smile while drying his hands with a tissue. Chapter 76. The Orcs Assault. Xia Yang then realized that although they had not been traveling at full speed yesterday, they had already crossed through the southeast province and arrived in the neighboring Gannan province. This check-in confirmed that Xia Yang's earlier judgment was indeed correct. For the first time checking in at a new location beyond the Sanshan, he earned 10 contribution points, which were one-time rewards. This time, the check-in at a new location yielded only basic contribution points, with no additional rewards. However, these basic contribution points were double those gained from repeated check-ins at the same location. Chapter 77. First Kill of Intermediate Orcs. Extra rewards that eye in the blink of an eye. The Liang charged into the horde of orcs. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the foremost orc was sent flying. Yet, the orcs, fearless and relentless, continued to surge toward the steel behemoth that was the Liang. Some even leaped high, crashing against the windshield with a resounding thud. The sound of impacts echoed, accompanied by splashes of blood. Li Muyu, witnessing the orc colliding with the windshield. Then, Chapter 78. Slicing through like melon and cabbage. Li Muyu gasped in shock and instinctively grasped Xia Yang's arm. Xia Yang, it's too dangerous outside. She urged that we should just charge through. She realized that the Liang was remarkably sturdy, and remaining inside the vehicle felt relatively safe. Although there seemed to be many orcs, forcing their way through the horde would pose no problem for the Liang. Once they gained speed, shaking off the orcs would be quite easy. However, Xia Yang's expression shifted slightly as Li Muyu tugged on his hand. Chapter 79. Gathering Sand to Form a Tower. Abundant Rewards. Xia Yang first checked his total contribution points, 285.5, that he silently calculated that prior to encountering the orc horde, he had only 11 contribution points. After slaying the intermediate orc, including the first kill bonus, he received a total of 88 contribution points. Thus, the contribution points gained from defeating ordinary orcs today amounted to 186.5 to adding the orcs killed by the Liang's charge. He had approximately taken down 300 to 400 ordinary orcs today. The numbers seem accurate. Chapter 80. Li Muyu's Special Ability. Xia Yang initially wore a mischievous grin, anticipating a humorous reaction from Li Muyu. However, her sudden action left him at a loss for words. The fragrant, soft girl leaped into his embrace. Who could withstand such an onslaught? The key was that when she was nervous and excited, her body involuntarily released electrical currents. Even as a sea-level ability user, Xia Yang felt a tingling sensation, and with the girl's sweet fragrance wafting into his nostrils, he found it quite intoxicating. Chapter 81. Lightning Ability. The orc struck by the lightning immediately stiffened, its howls abruptly silenced. Its body was charred, especially after the final surge, where a powerful explosive current nearly obliterated its heart. Naturally, this creature could not survive such an ordeal. After enduring immense suffering, this unfortunate being was finally liberated. Li Muyu stared in disbelief at the motionless orc curled up on the ground, struggling to comprehend the reality of her own hands having dealt the fatal blow. Chapter 82. Don't do anything reckless. Xia Yang stood there, utterly astonished as he gazed at Li Muyu. Initially, he had been contemplating how to persuade her to accept source beast meat. After all, for those with abilities, source beast meat was the most easily absorbed and nutritionally superior food. For instance, if Li Muyu were to consume source beast meat after expending her powers, her recovery would be significantly accelerated. However, Xia Yang never anticipated that he wouldn't need to use any persuasive words. Li Muyu surprised him by eagerly shoving a large piece of meat into her mouth and devouring it. Witnessing her voracious appetite, he couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered expression. Swiftly, he unfastened the metal chains that bound the beastman. The beastman immediately bared its teeth and lunged at Xia Yang, who kicked it away with force, sending it flying 3 meters. He pointed at Li Muyu and declared, "That one is your target. Stop." Li Muyu couldn't help but scream. The beastman, of course, could not comprehend Xia Yang's words. It merely found itself closer to Li Muyu, and her scream successfully caught its attention. Returning to the blazing sun vessel, Li Muyu first entered the rear living compartment, closed the sliding door, and changed into a set of light, comfortable loungewear. Given that the temperature inside the vehicle was consistently maintained at over 20 degrees, wearing heavy winter clothing in such an environment was simply impractical. Upon reopening the sliding door, she discovered that Xia Yang had already prepared all the ingredients. Not only were there whole lobsters, foie gras, baked snails, white wine snails, liver sauce pan-seared scallops, cabbage rolls with meat. and foie gras pan-seared scallops, among others, laid out. The following day, the Blazing Sun vessel cruised down the highway, braving the howling northern winds. Once they entered Xiangnan province, the highway was no longer teeming with fleeing crowds, and the road was relatively wider than the national highways. Thus, Ming opted for this route while planning the journey. By afternoon, the Blazing Sun vessel was still approximately 90 kilometers away from Baling. The speed had been rather slow that day, as the news of Source Beast heightened Xia Yang's vigilance, but he instructed Ming to divide the reconnaissance drones into 3 groups to take turns scouting ahead. 10 minutes later, the snow was splattered with alarming amounts of fresh blood, and the corpses of 3 Source Beasts lay sprawled on the ground. Xia Yang was slightly out of breath, his polar cold weather suit having been torn in several places, with deep gashes on his legs. Moreover, there was a wound on his face, albeit a shallow one, allowing his handsome visage to remain intact, but he gently pressed on the wound on his thigh, involuntarily hissing as he drew in a sharp breath. Feeling a pang of fear at the thought that you clearly found it hard to believe that such wounds didn't require stitching. How could they possibly heal? She exclaimed. Xia Yang smiled reassuringly. Muyu, you cannot judge an ability user's physique by previous standards. Rest assured, I know my own body well. There's truly nothing serious as long as I avoid strenuous activities for the next couple of days. It will heal quickly. Only then did Li Muyu nod in hesitant agreement. She leaned closer, saying, Let me help you bandage it. Xia Yang immediately displayed a wary expression, retorting, What do you intend to do? The next chapter unfolds in Jiang City, a once thriving metropolis now left in ruins. The central urban area, encompassing Guanggu Avenue, Forest Avenue, and the Ring Road, has been fortified like a copper wall and iron bastion. Relying on these thoroughfares, a colossal steel wall, over 40 kilometers long and 5 meters high, has risen. Enclosed within this steel fortress is an expansive area of over 100 square kilometers, serving as a significant human habitation point. On a bright morning in Honghu Town, at a highway service area, the sun shone warmly, marking a rare smile on its face. After a simple wash-up and breakfast, Xia Yang and Li Muyu made their way to the cockpit. Muyu, if all goes well, you should be able to see your parents today, Xia Yang said with a cheerful smile. If I may ask, how are you feeling right now? Li Muyu pursed her lips, replying, How should I put it? Excited? Nervous? Anxious? I feel a bit of everything. As they approached Jiang City, Ming's quick reflexes enabled the Blazing Sun vessel to swiftly reverse in the next moment, a large tree came crashing down, thundering to the ground. Had the vessel not reversed in time, it would have been struck directly. Li Muyu stood in shock, staring at the chaos ahead, unable to believe that her actions had caused such destruction. Did I really just break a tree big enough for a person to embrace? She pondered, feeling as if she were in a dream. Captain Ji cast a fleeting glance at Xia Yang and Li Muyu before nodding to the soldier, instructing, Thank you for your hard work. You may return to your duties. After the soldier left, Captain Ji produced 2 forms and said to the pair, Please fill these out. Afterward, I have a few questions to ask. Li Muyu silently nodded, rising to gather her belongings in the rear cabin. When she had first joined Xia Yang, she had been entirely alone. Now, she had accumulated quite a few personal items. Several sets of clothing, shoes, and a complete set of toiletries and cosmetics filled her space. Xia Yang handed her a large camouflage backpack, suggesting she organize her things, while he remained in the front cabin, retrieving a matching camouflage bag to fill with supplies. Uncertain of the resource supply situation in Jiang City, he endeavored to gather as much as possible. This is Starfire City, Li Muyu exclaimed, gazing up at the towering walls in awe. What an impressive feat! As they continued forward, armed guards stood watch outside the gates of Starfire City. A conspicuous warning line was drawn 10 meters from the entrance, marked with the words sacred to the sentinels, inviolable. A soldier on duty raised his hand, signaling the pair to halt, sternly stating, Comrades, this is a restricted zone. Unauthorized personnel without special passes are prohibited from approaching. Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang and Feng Wenxin dashed out of the research institute, racing towards the southern gate. Unless it was a military emergency or involved particularly important individuals, civilians within Starfire City lacked the authority to use vehicles. Despite being distinguished experts, they had not yet reached the heights of the 2 celebrated scientists from Xia Yang's past life who had spearheaded the Source Crystal Energy Liquid Project, significantly enhancing humanity's overall strength. Therefore, although they were anxious, they still had to rely on their own legs. Observing Xia Yang's limping form, Li Chaowen couldn't help but whisper, "Muyu, what happened to Xia?" with tears brimming in her eyes. Li Muyu replied, "He was injured while saving me yesterday." That in truth, Xia Yang had not been directly injured from rescuing her, but to her, it made little difference. Li Chaoyang's guilt intensified upon hearing this. Fang Wenxin suggested, "Let us head inside first. Xia has done us a great favor. We will remember it and repay him when the opportunity arises." Exchange, both Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin gasped in unison. Li Chaoyang quickly inquired, "Muyu, are you saying Xia has such crystals?" "He should have," Li Muyu responded. "Otherwise, how could he have offered anything in exchange?" Li Chaoyang exclaimed, "Oh, we are in dire need of such monster crystals right now. The current experimental demands are quite substantial." Rubbing his hands together, he added, "Muyu, could you persuade Xia to provide us with these crystals? We can offer other supplies in return." Chapter 97. Astonishment. Subverting cognition, Li Muyu swiftly stowed away the large bundle of sanitary napkins into the cabinet. A hint of a shy yet blissful smile adorned her delicate face, and her heart was enveloped in warmth. Naturally, she did not dwell on the fact that Xia Yang had accurately deduced the date of her relative's visit. Nor could she possibly fathom that Xia Yang had spent more than 10 days with her in his previous life, that Li Muyu merely regarded Xia Yang as attentive, for even if these items were not needed in the immediate future, they would inevitably be required sooner or later. In a world beset by scarcity of resources, finding such essentials would indeed prove challenging later on. Chapter 98. Radiant image. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Li Xiaoyang stepped inside with a broad smile. "What are you two chatting about?" he inquired cheerfully, having heard their voices even from the hallway. Fang Wenxin's voice trembled slightly as she urged, "Old Li, come and see what your daughter has brought back." "What is it?" Li Xiaoyang asked, his mood buoyant as he entered the room, noticing her startled expression. Fang Wenxin pointed at the travel bag, saying, "It's filled with the meat of that monster." Chapter 99. Transaction, Part 1. In the outskirts of the survival point, Xia Yang had only just risen from bed that he sat on the circular sofa of the Liyang, a large bowl of hot dry noodles resting on the table before him. Today marked Xia Yang's inaugural check-in at Jiang City, and in addition to earning 2 contribution points, the system had generously bestowed upon him 1,000 servings of Jiang City's signature dish, hot dry noodles. Xia Yang mused that as long as he traversed the globe, sampling the local delicacies, the system's culinary gifts would suffice for a lifetime. He vigorously stirred the noodles, the aroma of sesame paste growing increasingly fragrant. Chapter 100. Transaction, Part 2. Within the Liyang, Xia Yang awaited the results of the test in silence. Outside, Li Xiaoyang and the others anxiously fixated on the microwave, although they were unsure what good staring would accomplish. Even Sun Meng was glued to the spot, seemingly fearful that the source crystal might vanish in a thin air. Shortly, a sweet voice echoed in Xia Yang's mind. "Yang Ge, the analysis is complete. This source crystal possesses a power attribute." Xia Yang displayed no disappointment. After all, power attribute source crystals were the most common. Chapter 101. Broad daylight. "What are you two up to?" Xia Yang meticulously recalled the events of that day. Lei Ge. He suddenly remembered the officer who inquired about his name before his departure, to which he had responded, "Call me Lei Feng." So it was this Lei Ge. Upon this realization, Xia Yang could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Regarding the source beasts, he had little additional information to offer, merely cautioning about the secondary evolution of source beasts and the benefits of source beast meat for enhancing the physical constitution of ability users. Chapter 102. Our little secret. Li Muyu recognized the somewhat familiar energy liquid and instantly recalled the electrifying sensation she had experienced the last time she consumed it. Xia Yang, Li Xiaoyang, and Fang Wenxin discussed matters pertaining to source beasts and source crystals. Li Muyu listened intently, a flicker of understanding igniting within her. "Xia Yang, is this medicine made from source crystals?" she inquired. Xia Yang smiled and nodded, saying, "You take it first. I have something important to discuss with you shortly. This item is quite precious." Chapter 103. The farewell as flute. Li Xiaoyang's expression darkened as he blurted out, "What were you two doing in the car?" Fang Wenxin quickly tugged at his sleeve, interrupting him. "Mu Xia, have you concluded your discussion?" After speaking, Fang Wenxin shot Li Xiaoyang a fierce glare. What kind of father asks that? It's simply embarrassing with their daughter already grown. Many matters were no longer appropriate for open discussion. Under the watchful eyes of her parents, Li Muyu's face reddened even further. However, she quickly retorted, "Didn't he do anything? My heart." Chapter 104. Chance encounter in the outskirts of the survival point. The roar of the Liang's engine drew many gazes. Xia Yang sat in the driver's seat, hands lightly resting on the steering wheel, oblivious to the mixed emotions of astonishment, envy, and jealousy directed at him. Before long, the towering steel gates of the outer city came into view in the distance. Several law enforcement officers clad in black uniforms sprinted towards him, gesturing for him to stop. Xia Yang calmly instructed, "Ming Ming." Chapter 105. Earth-type ability, user Xia Yang patted the side of the Li Yang with a smile, saying, "I drove it all the way here. I have some matters to attend to." "But how did you end up in Jiang City?" After departing from Sand Mountain, he had made little delay along the way. Given the harsh weather, his speed was already impressive, even for the military. Thus, he was all the more curious about the presence of this junior officer in Jiang City. The squad leader, overwhelmed with excitement in the presence of his idol, trembled slightly. Chapter 106. "I said don't bother me when I'm upset." Xia Yang loaded the rocket launcher, hoisting it onto his shoulder before positioning it before the firing aperture. He shouted, "Ming Ming, launch the drone and lock onto those minions. Leave none alive. I will handle this ability user." "Yes, Yanggu," Ming Ming responded with fervor. Xia Yang added, "Wait, leave that scruffy one alive." "Understood." After which, Xia Yang took careful aim and decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! A rocket struck true. Chapter 107. Striking at the heart, simple dialogue should pose no problem. Ming Ming remarked, "But we still need to gather some of his vocal tones and inflections. Will it be too troublesome?" "If it's too much hassle, we can skip it," Xia Yang inquired. Ming Ming smiled. "It's quite simple. Yanggu, please take out a phone or tablet and connect it to the Li Yang's network." Xia Yang retrieved a phone from his dimensional space, opened it, and connected to the car's Wi-Fi. "I'm connected." "What's next?" he asked, observing the screen flash with activity. Chapter 108. Annihilation. The warehouse stood approximately 10 meters high, with a row of two-tiered rooms against the northern wall. Various supplies lay haphazardly scattered throughout, seemingly categorized by their recent acquisition. That a fire pit flickered on the northern side, where 3 individuals were seated, engrossed in a game of cards. Scattered on the table were cigarettes and sausages, presumably their betting stakes. Xia Yang frowned. "Weren't there 4 of them? Where did the other one go?" Not wishing to leave any loose ends, he resolved to investigate further. Chapter 109. The erosion of humanity. Minutes later, following the woman's lead, Xia Yang opened the door to another room. Even with his previous life's experiences, the scene within caused him to frown slightly. 7 or 8 disheveled women huddled in a corner, their expressions vacant. Upon seeing the woman, they merely lifted their eyelids, while they paid no heed to the unfamiliar Xia Yang. It was evident that these individuals had succumbed to numbness. Xia Yang couldn't help but inwardly lament, uncertain of how. Chapter 110. Luring the snake out of its hole. The few kilometers ahead posed no challenge for Xia Yang, endowed with wind-type abilities. He acutely sensed his surroundings, melding with the power of the wind, allowing him to navigate swiftly while constantly shifting to evade obstacles. Simultaneously, he endeavored to steer clear of military personnel and the survivors scavenging for resources. In a short while, he had approached within a kilometer of the survival point. Continuing further would mean encountering increasingly dense guard units, along with handheld communicators. Chapter 111. Rooting out the problem. Lin Hui exchanged glances with his 3 subordinates, prompting them to draw their weapons with vigilant expressions. Just then, a low hum filled the air as 4 drones swooped in, hovering above Lin Hui and his men, their dark barrels aimed menacingly at them. "Damn it. A bow. What are you doing with those drones? Trying to pull a fast one?" Lin Hui exclaimed. "Where the hell is a phone? Are you looking for them?" A mocking voice echoed in response, and Lin Hui looked up sharply to see Xia Yang. Chapter 112. Special rewards. The following day, Xia Yang rose early and promptly checked in on the system interface. The system notified him. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Suizhou, Hubei Province, earning 2 contribution points and 1,000 servings of Suizhou's signature dish, Guizi Fan. Another bonus." Xia Yang retrieved a portion of the pig trotter rice from the system's inventory, only to discover it was a local culinary specialty. Yesterday, due to dealing with Lin Hui and the gang led by a Bao, he was delayed for about half a day. Xia Yang took the expressway from the urban area of Jiang City, and thus commenced Chapter 113, gathering blueprints to summon the dimensional fuel tank. As he accessed the system interface, he noticed a new item in the inventory, a military green object resembling a trailer. Although he was immensely curious, he refrained from examining it immediately, for the drone had already surveyed several parking spots. Xia Yang decided to first drive the Liyang to a relatively safe location to commence the upgrade to a C-grade mobile survival base. This process would require approximately 20 hours, after which he could thoroughly investigate this compact survival pod. Ming identified 4 nearby parking points, and Xia Yang selected one that was completely vacant. Chapter 114. A survival pod filled with cutting-edge technology. This compact survival pod was entirely matte green, equipped with 4 robust off-road tires, which could effortlessly transform into sleds for traversing snowy terrain. The solid design of the survival pod exuded an undeniable sense of security. Chapter 115. The Majestic C-Grade Mobile Survival Base, Part 1. The first impression of the Liyang was its more restrained metallic sheen. The matte gray body conveyed an air of sophistication, although the vehicle's dimensions had increased. Xia Yang felt the change was not overly significant. Just as he was about to circle the vehicle to observe the exterior modifications, Mengming's voice resonated in his mind. "Good morning, Yang Ge." Her tone remained as lively as ever, and Xia Yang sensed a newfound human-like quality in her intonation. Chapter 116. The Majestic C-Grade Mobile Survival Base, Part 2. Ming extended the master bedroom's expansion mechanism, simultaneously lowering the large bed to restore the luxurious suite's appearance. Xia Yang then turned his attention to the central area, now equivalent to a living room. Previously a kitchen space, the circular sofa had been relocated here. And once expanded, the area became exceedingly spacious that a thick wool carpet adorned the floor, and the ceiling on the vehicle door side featured a concealed projection screen, transforming this spot into a cozy mini-theater. Further inside, the left side housed the kitchen area, complete with a countertop, refrigerator, and dishwasher. Chapter 117. The Majestic C-Grade Mobile Survival Base, Part 3. Great. Yang Ge, please proceed to the cockpit, Ming cheerfully exclaimed. Xia Yang stood up and walked through the passage at the foot of the master bed into the cockpit. He discovered that the cockpit had become even more technologically advanced, with numerous buttons and screens dazzling the eyes, rivaling that of an aircraft cockpit. Even though all operations of the Liyang could be voice-controlled with Mengming's assistance, mechanical buttons remained essential, and typically, a backup system was necessary for extreme situations. Chapter 118. The system all is open. All goodies await. This system, as its name implies, is capable of automatically repairing vehicle damage. During regular usage, vehicles inevitably experience wear and tear, especially in battles where, no matter how robust the defenses, some damage is unavoidable. Previously, when Xia Yang faced a horde of orcs, the Liyang sustained minor damages, including claw marks on its body. Xia Yang had no means to address these scratches, but now that the Liyang had upgraded to C-grade, Chapter 119, traveling 1,000 miles a day, although the contribution point radar hinted at a somewhat inexplicable meaning. Xia Yang was generally very pleased with this upgrade, which he considered a substantial gain. The comprehensive upgrade of the Liyang significantly enhanced its safety and comfort. The introduction of the dimensional fuel tank greatly improved the vehicle's endurance, alleviating the hassle of frequent refueling. The additional compact survival pod was equally practical. After the system upgrade, the mall system was activated, offering a limited selection of goods, yet each of the 3 items was exceptional. Chapter 120. Not bowing for 5 bushels of rice. Truly delightful. Everyone has their fears. Some dread snakes, while others are terrified of cockroaches. This has nothing to do with one's courage. Xia Yang harbored a particular fear of mice since childhood. Their furry bodies, long tails, and sharp little mouths made him shudder at the mere thought. Suppressing his discomfort, he hurried into the cockpit, separated by a mere wall. That moment, the screens in the cockpit illuminated, displaying the exterior of the Liyang. Chapter 121. Journeying westward. Before returning to the vehicle, Xia Yang removed the layers of shoe covers and gloves he had been wearing, discarding them. Upon re-entering the Liyang, Ming inquired, "Yang Ge, shall we continue?" Xia Yang replied irately, "Continue what? Go back to sleep." The corpses of the mutated mice had been collected by the system, and after this encounter, Xia Yang's unease had notably diminished. Thus, there was no need to relocate the vehicle in the dead of night. Consequently, the Liang powered down again and reinitiated its expansion mechanism. However, Xia Yang merely instructed Ming Ming. Chapter 122. Racing Under the Starlit Night. Approaching the frontier province, it is said that familiarity breeds trepidation. Although the frontier province is not Xia Yang's hometown, it is home to his elder sister, Xia Lin, his sole blood relative in this world. Consequently, as he drew nearer to the frontier province, his heart grew increasingly tumultuous. The early apocalyptic inland regions posed relatively low danger, prompting Xia Yang to yearn for a swift journey. The Liang pressed onward through the storm, speeding through the frigid night. After its upgrade, the Liang maintained a steady travel speed. Chapter 123. Passing the monument of the beautiful frontier and officially entering the frontier province, the Liang drove past the monument marking the beautiful frontier. Xia Yang sat in the vehicle, his heart racing at the sight of the boundless Gobi Desert. The snow continued to fall gently, transforming the desert into a snowy expanse. The map indicated that approximately 700 kilometers remained to Yonglei County. If he continued his journey through the night, he could reach the county by today. However, Xia Yang had no intention of doing so, as he would still need to traverse treacherous terrain. Chapter 124. Crossing the eastern Tianshan Mountains. Encountering source beasts by the lakeside. The tunnel entrance was nearly buried under snow, rendering the Liang incapable of passage. Ming Ming halted the vehicle. Xia Yang instructed, Ming Ming, deploy the drone to scout the tunnel. Despite his enhanced capabilities, he remained as cautious as ever. Better safe than sorry. Understood. The drone hatch at the cockpit ceiling opened, and 6 black drones swiftly emerged, forming 2 formations as they deftly navigated the narrow tunnel entrance and ventured inside. Chapter 125. My little cuties, my dagger is eagerly anticipating action. The Liang came to a stop. Xia Yang stood up from the driver's seat and said, Ming Ming, elevate the rooftop sniper cabin. Understood. Ming Ming responded. The expansion mechanism atop the Liang activated. First raising the second level, followed by the gradual ascent of the transparent cabin designated for sniping, the in-alloy ladder descended. Xia Yang hurried towards the rear living area. Ming Ming inquired, Yang Ge, do you need assistance from the vehicle-mounted machine gun? As he walked, Xia Yang replied. Chapter 126. Continuing the drug regimen. 5 minutes later, for corpses of source beasts lay upon the icy surface. The first source beast to be shot had been deliberately left for last by Xia Yang. Now, it was severely injured and hindered in movement, effectively at its wits' end. Truth, Xia Yang had intentionally preserved this source beast to hone his close-quarters combat skills. However, as the source beast's movements grew increasingly sluggish, Xia Yang felt it had lost its training value. Thus, with a swift kick, he struck the source beast's back and then, Chapter 127. Advancement of Wind Elemental Ability to Sea Level. The adverse reactions to the wind attribute energy liquid were comparatively mild. Xia Yang sat in the driver's seat, silently awaiting the absorption of the medicine. After a considerable time, he sensed a surge of energy within himself. Additionally, the system interface indicates that his wind-based supernatural ability has successfully reached level C. Beyond this, there seems to be no particular sensation. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yang pushed open the car door and leapt out. The night breeze along the border was quite strong, especially since they were by the lake, where the north wind howled incessantly. As soon as Xia Yang exited the vehicle, he immediately felt its chill. Chapter 128. Arrival at Yonglei 2 hours later, seated in the cockpit of the Liang. Xia Yang could already see Yonglei County in the distance. Yonglei is located in the Changji prefecture of the border province, distinct from Hami, which belongs to a different region altogether. Thus, Xia Yang first accessed the system interface to complete his daily check-in. 2 contribution points were credited to his account, bringing his total to 1102 points. This was a newly checked-in area. The system also provided a complimentary gift. However, Xia Yang was somewhat perplexed by the system's offering of 1,000 portions of oil-fried meat mixed noodles. Chapter 129. Carpet search. Upon entering the house, Xia Yang promptly closed the security door behind him, he then cautiously stepped inside. This was a 3-bedroom apartment, and given that only 2 female officials had been assigned here, it was essentially occupied by just 2 individuals, Xia Lin and another female official from the southeast province, each having their own room, with one room remaining empty. After taking a few steps, Xia Yang's gaze sharpened, causing him to halt abruptly. The place appeared to have been untouched for at least a month, with a layer of dust settled on the floor. Chapter 130. Finding Xia Lin on the screen before Xia Yang. A split view was rapidly magnified, revealing a cluster of ice houses, small structures made of ice blocks. These ice houses were scattered across the area, numbering at least a dozen. In fact, the insulation properties of ice houses are quite remarkable. Residing within them is not as frigid as many might presume. Living in an ice house can be a commendable choice even in frigid climates. However, constructing a dwelling from ice blocks is no simple task, as Meng Meng remarked. Chapter 131. Sibling reunion. Xia Lin felt as though she were trapped in a dream. Her brother, thousands of miles away, had been silent since the apocalypse. How could she possibly hear his voice here in the border province? Sister, Xia Yang called out loudly as he ran. Xia Lin abruptly turned around. Although Xia Yang was bundled up in heavy winter gear, his face obscured by a mask and goggles, that familiar voice could not be mistaken. As he ran, Xia Yang pulled off his mask and goggles, waving them vigorously at Xia Lin. Chapter 132. A hunger that indicates your sister thinks you are hungry. Having said this, Xia Lin took Xia Yang by the hand and led him into a nearby ice house. The space was modest, containing only a military cot, a simple table, and 2 folding chairs, yet it was relatively clean and tidy. Once inside, Xia Yang noted that it was quite warm. The insulation of the ice house was indeed impressive. Xia Lin, with a hint of pride, remarked, Yang, what do you think of this place? I built it all by myself. All those ice houses next door, I constructed them too. Your sister is now an ability user. Chapter 133. Mysterious red mark. Upon hearing this, Xia Lin could not help but chuckle. You must be a dog, with such a keen nose to sniff me out. Come on in. As footsteps approached, Xia Yang looked up to see a young woman, bundled in a thick coat and adorned with a red scarf, entering the ice house. Oh, we have a guest, she exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Lin, who is this handsome fellow? Why haven't you introduced us? Xia Lin rolled her eyes and replied, What a memory you have. You met him once last year. Have you forgotten? This is my brother Xia. Chapter 134. Decisive action. Xia Lin gave Xia Yang a sidelong glance, saying, observing so intently, yet claiming to have no interest. Unable to suppress an eye roll, Xia Yang retorted, Sister, I was merely inquiring. If you choose not to share, that is fine. Xia Lin pouted, It's hardly a secret. What is there to hide? Maisie's mark appeared half a month ago, and as her close friend, I was the first to notice. Half a month ago? Xia Yang pondered, feigning nonchalance as he asked, How could such a large mark appear so suddenly? Is she unwell? Chapter 135. First kill of the parasitic beast. Xia Yang positioned Xia Lin behind him, crossing his arms in a display of calm vigilance as he scrutinized He Mei. Although the gun was lowered, Xia Yang was on high alert. Should He Mei choose to act out violently, he could draw his weapon in a heartbeat, but a slight smirk played on his lips as he inquired. So, tell me, is it you who is foolish or I? Given that I'm already aware of your background, do you truly believe I would be unprepared? He Mei's condition deteriorated visibly, her facial muscles twitching and contorting in a most unsettling manner. Chapter 136. Hitting someone means slapping their face. Upon hearing Xia Yang's scathing remarks, Zheng Mingxuan's face darkened to the hue of a burnt pot. Since awakening his abilities, no one had dared to speak so brazenly before him. Even within the confines of Yonglei County settlement, he was regarded as part of the elite. You seek death. Zheng Mingxian seethed through clenched teeth that an ability user. His fury propelled him to lash out directly at Xia Yang's neck with a powerful strike, intent on taking his life. Chapter 137. Only the embarrassed know. Having said this, Xia Yang took hold of his bewildered sister, Xia Lin, and led her outside. The crowd parted respectfully, gazing at Xia Yang with a mixture of awe and reverence. Zheng Mingxuan's face flickered between red and pale, rendering him speechless. This encounter had thoroughly undermined his authority, likely diminishing the respect he commanded among the outpost's inhabitants. The aura of the ability user was abruptly punctured by Xia Yang's actions. Chapter 138. The sequence of events. As the door to the Liang's living compartment swung open, a wave of warmth enveloped them. Xia Lin beheld the descending alloy staircase, flanked by ambient lighting, and glanced at the luxurious yet cozy interior furnishings, feeling as though she were in a dream. Yang, is this car ours? She questioned, a sense of disbelief washing over her. Of course. Hurry aboard, sister. We can't let the heat escape. Xiao Yang replied with a cheerful grin. Right, right. Xiao Lin snapped back to reality and hurried up the alloy steps. Chapter 139. Setting off, noticing Xiao Yang's cautious demeanor, Xiao Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Yang, you needn't be so wary. Your sister, Finti, unreasonable. If I were truly possessed by a parasitic beast, I would no longer be myself. The real me would have been killed by the beast long ago. Do you think I would still share a sibling bond with a parasite? Ugh, what an ill-omened thought. Let's not speak of such things again. Xiao Yang interjected. All right, let us drop that topic, as long as you're all right. That's all that matters. Otherwise, it might as well be the end of the world. Xiao Lin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently rubbed Xiao Yang's arm. Chapter 140. Astonishment Mei. Plot a course towards Chitai County. After traveling 10 kilometers, maintain standard cruising speed and deploy drones to swiftly locate the source of the beast. Understood, Yang Go. Mingming's voice resonated within the cockpit. Who is that? Xiao Lin exclaimed, startled as she glanced around. Yang, is there a woman on your vehicle? Where is she? Xiao Yang stifled a laugh, maintaining a straight face as he replied, Sister, she is right beside you. Can't you see her? Xiao Lin shot him a glare. Do you think I'm foolish? Chapter 141. Radar warning. Li Gaofeng hastily approached the Liang, saluting Xiao Lin as he lifted his gaze. Being a soldier, he was obligated to show respect to Xiao Lin, the leader of the outpost. Deputy Captain Xia. What are your orders? He inquired. With a smile, Xiao Lin replied, Captain Li, I am no longer the vice captain of the outpost. Just moments ago, I submitted my resignation to Director Feng via radio, which has been approved, so I am no longer your superior, and you need not salute me. Chapter 142. Progress obstructed. The multifunctional tactical glasses possessed all the capabilities of regular eyewear, including automatic adjustments for nearsightedness, astigmatism, and presbyopia, along with anti-glare features. However, Xiao Yang's eyesight was perfectly fine. Previously, he had experienced mild nearsightedness as a programmer, but after awakening his abilities, his vision had returned to normal. Thus, the tactical glasses now served merely as a pair of plain lenses. Naturally, the functions of standard glasses were only the most basic features of this eyewear, which also included several advanced intelligent capabilities. Chapter 143. Wealth and Danger. Deputy Captain Xia. You are an ability user. According to higher orders, if an ability user voluntarily enters the combat zone, we may grant passage. Sergeant Shi paused before continuing. That should pose no issue, Shaolin declared. We are here to assist. Captain Shi promptly replied, Deputy Captain Xia, the situation is rather dire at the moment. The troops have suffered significant casualties, and we have lost several ability users. Therefore, from my personal perspective, I do not recommend that you enter the combat zone at this time. Upon hearing this, Shaolin could not help but hesitate. Chapter 144. The Iron Barrel Formation. The Liang vehicle advanced a short distance along National Highway 335 amidst the wind and snow, only to encounter yet another checkpoint at an intersection. This was a T-junction. Proceeding westward led to Fukang City, home of the Heavenly Lake, while heading south would take one to the Jiangbu Lake Scenic Area. Xu Yang and his companion, having arrived from the direction of Yonglei County, found that a checkpoint had already been established ahead. Thus, upon learning of their intention to hunt source beasts, the checkpoint personnel swiftly granted them passage. At this checkpoint, Xu Yang gathered further information from the station soldiers. 2 days prior, the troops had engaged in combat at Jiangbu Lake. Chapter 145. The effective Bait Shaolin had previously remained in Yonglei County. Having only encountered beastmen occasionally, she had heard tales of the ferocity of source beasts in Chitai County, but now she was poised to confront them at such close quarters, which made her feel somewhat apprehensive. Yang, please prioritize your safety. Shaolin cautioned that I can handle myself, but you must not get into trouble. Rest assured, sister. You're still in the vehicle. I would never take unnecessary risks. Xu Yang grinned as he spoke, noticing his sister's lingering concern. He decided to demonstrate the mobility of the Liang vehicle. Chapter 146. Swift Resolution. Yang. Shaolin called out with worry. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Xu Yang had already departed from the Liang vehicle. As Shaolin rose to her feet once more, she witnessed Xu Yang's form darting through the trees like a flash of lightning, disappearing within moments. Her heart was filled with anxiety and urgency, yet there was little she could do but sit and fret. As Xu Yang rapidly advanced towards the direction indicated by Ming, he communicated with her telepathically. Ming, Ensure the doors of the Liang vehicle are securely locked. Do not allow my sister to exit. Chapter 147. Timeliness over arrival after a moment of contemplation. Xiang inquired, how many human ability users are currently present, and can we ascertain their affiliations? Ming Ming replied, the combat zone is a dense coniferous forest obstructing drone surveillance, so the information is not comprehensive as of now. We can confirm the presence of 3 ability users. From their attire, at least one appears to be affiliated with the military. When ability users engage source beasts, their speed is astonishingly swift, coupled with the obstruction of the coniferous forest. The footage captured by drones provides very limited actionable intelligence. Relying solely on the naked eye for analysis would likely yield little clarity. Chapter 148. The fury of wind blades. The individual who arrived at this location was none other than Xiang. His decision-making process was remarkably swift, and he had traversed the distance at an extreme pace. However, as he approached within a few hundred meters of the combat zone, he noticed 2 figures in civilian attire retreating rapidly. An unsettling sensation washed over him, particularly when he spotted one individual in camouflage winter gear, who had pulled out a walkie-talkie, sending a chill down his spine that he understood the implications of this action all too well. As he remained a mere couple of hundred meters away from them. Chapter 149. The first kill of a C-class source beast, having hunted numerous D-class source beasts and drawing from his past experiences. Xiang was now quite adept at confronting source beasts. Despite facing a C-class source beast, he recognized that the fundamental principles remained unchanged. Thus, his strategy was to first impair the creature's mobility. His meticulous planning stemmed from concerns that the sharpness of his wind blades might not suffice. Hence, before launching his attack, he sought to stab the source beast in its leg with an alloy dagger. However, using a short dagger necessitated close-quarters combat. Chapter 150. A bountiful harvest. Beneath the system's prompt, a series of reward notifications appeared. Congratulations, host, for slaying a C-class source beast. You have earned 100 contribution points. Congratulations, host, for achieving your first kill of a C-class source beast. You receive an additional 1,000 contribution points and a chance to draw a special item. Following this, a gentle reminder appeared. If the host acquires a C-class source crystal, they may opt for system reclamation, with a reclamation price of 10,000 contribution points. Upon viewing this cascade of notifications, Xiang felt momentarily dizzy. That it was evident that the rewards for slaying a C-class source beast far surpassed those of a D-class. Chapter 151. Legends of Me are everywhere. Guomingyi stared blankly at the vial in his hands, his astonishment beyond measure. The report referred to a formidable figure known as Brother Lei, situated in the 3 mountains of the southeast province. That if the Brother Lei he encountered today was indeed the same as the one mentioned in the report, it would imply that he had traversed an astounding 3,000 kilometers from the southeastern coastal region of Xia country to the western frontier under such inclement weather conditions. This was nothing short of miraculous. Furthermore, the vial was devoid of any labels, containing a liquid of vivid red hue. Chapter 152. Why pick on me? When Ming Ming contacted Xiang, he observed through the tactical glasses that Li Yuan and Zhao Zhonglei were attempting to forcibly open the vehicle door. Xiang felt little trepidation. Despite the fact that both individuals were ability users, their prowess would hardly suffice to breach the Liang vehicle's door in a short span of time. Thus, his feelings leaned more towards indignation. His sister, Xiaolin, was alone in the vehicle and would undoubtedly be frightened. Moreover, had it not been for Xiang's prior instruction to Ming Ming to secure the vehicle under any circumstances. Chapter 153. Swift Kill. Unexpected joy. Li Yuan and Zhao Zhonglei were taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a formidable opponent, who immediately resorted to violence without a moment's hesitation, leaving no room for idle chatter. Nevertheless, they did not succumb to excessive fear. Having worked together for some time, one focused on offense while the other emphasized defense. Their synergy was quite refined in their estimation, even if Xiang was alone. The outcome of a 2-on-2 battle with the female ability user in the vehicle was uncertain. Since Xiang had made the first move, Li Yuan and Zhao Zhonglei felt compelled to respond in kind. Chapter 154. A night in the woods. Xiang gleefully stowed away 3 source crystals. The source crystals obtained from hunting source beasts at Balakan Lake a few days prior included 3 of the power type, which he had temporarily set aside. Today, he had hunted 3 D-class source beasts, acquiring an additional 3 source crystals. With these, he now possessed a total of 9 D-class source crystals. after examining the bodies. Xu contemplated gathering the remains of Li Yuan and Zhao Zhonglei as well. These individuals were likely notable figures in Qitai County, and preserving their corpses could yield useful information. Chapter 155. Acquiring another fragment of the blueprint. This time for nuclear power, Xiaolin exclaimed, "I am so satisfied, absolutely delighted. Yang, you truly are remarkable." Xu continued, "I have prepared some change of clothes, daily necessities, and toiletries for you, all neatly organized. Take your time to look through them. By the way, I've placed some snacks in the nightstand. Feel free to help yourself if you get hungry later. You've grown up so much, brother. Your thoughtfulness is commendable." Xiaolin smiled, "that I only have you as a sister. I must ensure everything is perfect." Xu replied with a smile, "The water and electricity in this survival pod are fully stocked. Use them freely without reservation." Chapter 156. Expansion of the dimensional space. In front of the co-pilot seat of the Liang vehicle was a small foldable table, typically stowed away in the gap before the source crystal processing device, which could be unfolded when needed, akin to the configurations found in Airbus cockpits to AT present. This small table displayed 6 translucent source crystals. Xu fiddled with the crystals, arranging them in various formations, contemplating the best method for identification. The source crystal processing device could handle a maximum of 5 crystals at a time. But Chapter 157. Upgrade. Unlocking the synthesis function. The newly unlocked area of the reserve contained an entire suite of small ecological equipment that, if memory served, a complementary small seed bank was located nearby. Unlike the strategic reserve's gene preservation seed bank and embryo bank, this small seed bank was specifically designed to accompany the construction of the small ecological system, prioritizing the storage of seeds for essential crops and frozen embryos necessary for small-scale aquaculture under extreme conditions. With the small ecological system now unlocked, the small seed bank would be accessible in the next Chapter 158. Synthesizing near-sea class energy. Liquid. The sky had completely darkened outside the border province. Nightfall arrived quite late. It was already past 11 o'clock. Yet Xu felt no inclination for sleep whatsoever, as he nestled comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in a single-player match of a puzzle game on his tablet. Occasionally, he would bring up the system interface to check on the progress of the source crystal processing device's upgrade. During these moments of waiting, time seemed to drag on interminably at long last. The clock ticked slowly towards 1 in the morning, and the system notification finally chimed. The upgrade of the source crystal processing module was complete. Chapter 159. The best gift for my sister since yesterday. Meng had been tirelessly monitoring various communication frequencies, including those of the military. After consolidating the myriad of information, she reported to Xu early this morning that the source beast crisis within Qitai County had been largely resolved, a feat made possible by Xu successful elimination of that C-rank source beast. However, reports from various military contingents indicated that several D-rank source beasts were still active within the county. The army was in the process of mobilizing forces to deal with the remaining D-rank source beasts. Chapter 160. The terrifying C-rank ice ability. Fortunately, the effects of the energy liquid did not last long, and Xiaolin had not turned into an ice sculpture. After a few minutes, she gradually returned to her normal state. Xu observed Xiaolin's condition with great care. "Sister, how are you feeling now?" he inquired with concern. Xiaolin's eyes flickered with astonishment as she replied, Yang, I feel as though the energy of my ability has surged dramatically. Is this potion truly that effective?" Relieved, Xu continued to ask, "Do you still feel unwell?" Chapter 161. Snatch and run. In the border province of Qitai County, the sun dipped below the distant mountain peaks. The Liang vehicle sped across the vast snowy expanse, its roaring engine resonating through the wilderness. Inside the cockpit, Xiaolin wore an expression of excitement. Yang, where are we headed next?" Xu, with an exasperated look, replied, "Can't you see it's nearly dark?" "Of course, we need to find a place to camp." "What?" Xiaolin exclaimed, clearly reluctant. "It's still early. Let's hunt a few more source beasts. I just started to get the hang of it." Chapter 162. Possessed by the non-lucky spirit. Around 11 o'clock at night, darkness enveloped the sky, yet the moonlit snow offered decent visibility to AT this moment. The Liang vehicle had exited Qitai County and entered Fukan County, home to the renowned Tianchi Scenic Area, one of the most famous tourist spots in the border province. Last year, Xu visited this location during a group tour, albeit the package only covered basic admission fees. The scenic boat rides and the shuttle to overlook Tianqi from Maishan were not included. Chapter 163. Xiaolin awakens her power ability. Before Sheyang could respond, Xiaolin quickly interjected. What is there to think about? Of course I want it. Sheyang cautioned, sister, don't rush into a decision. When your power ability awakens, your physique may undergo certain changes. There is a possibility you could transform into a muscular version of Barbie. Though that is merely a possibility. Xiaolin was momentarily taken aback. What girl doesn't cherish beauty? It's undeniable that the somewhat foolish Xiaolin also places great importance on her appearance, that in truth, the changes brought about by the power ability aren't as pronounced as one might fear. Chapter 164. Target. Yao Qi. Before long, Xiaolin had absorbed all the effects of the energy liquid. Upon opening her eyes, her first action was not to gauge the surge of power within her, but to roll up her sleeves for inspection. To her relief, she realized she had not transformed into a muscle-bound version of Barbie. Her muscles were merely slightly more developed than before, hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. With a sigh of relief, she couldn't help but feel a mix of irritation and embarrassment. Yang, you little brat, always scaring me. Xiaolin scolded Sheyang. I thought awakening this ability would turn me into something else. Chapter 165. Killing the mutated snow leopard. Danger approaches. In a previous life, Sheyang had visited Tianshan Tianqi as part of a group tour, and he had sat in the shuttle at this very spot. Nearby was a visitor service center, and not far off lay the shores of Tianshan Tianqi, that he recalled standing by the lake, admiring the mirror-like surface and the distant, snowy Bogda Peak, that is one of the most famous attractions in the border province. This place was usually bustling with tourists. However, now apart from the howling cold wind, the area was devoid of the usual clamorous crowds, the shuttle horns, and the guides' calls. Chapter 166. Extreme maneuvers, heavy machine gun deployment having spoken. Sheyang leapt down from the sniper tower and swiftly returned to the cockpit. At that moment, under Mengming's command, the Liang vehicle executed a rapid turn. The urgency of the situation necessitated a wide maneuver, causing Xiaolin to grip the handrails involuntarily. Upon seeing Sheyang, she hurriedly asked, Yang, what is going on? With little time to elaborate, Sheyang replied, sister, hold on tight. The situation is critical. We need to descend the mountain quickly. After the vehicle turned around, it roared to life. Chapter 167. Life or death speed. Machine guns unleashed now. The source beasts were merely 500 meters away from the Liang vehicle, and they were closing the distance rapidly. Sheyang observed flashes of fire erupting from the source beast horde. The drones had nearly been decimated. With urgency at hand, he had to act immediately. The tripod of the heavy machine gun unfolded and settled firmly atop the vehicle. The sniper tower was made of C-grade alloy, devoid of solar panels. Unlike the roofs of ordinary RVs, which would have been torn apart by recoil after a few shots. Chapter 168. Minefield. This was an armored vehicle stored in the Dimensional Space Strategic Reserve. Sheyang had taken it out to serve as a barricade. The source beast collided heavily with the armored vehicle blocking the road, producing a thunderous sound akin to a meteor striking the earth. The impact deformed the vehicle significantly. The source beast let out a furious roar, its sharp claws raking across the armored vehicle before it leaped and stomped down heavily on top of it. Chapter 169. Guerrilla tactics prove effective. Confronting the enemy, the Liang vehicle raced ahead at full speed, continuously dropping anti-tank mines. Sheyang had stored 5,000 anti-tank mines in the system's item inventory, which represented a significant portion of the strategic material reserves that, of course, the total quantity of mines far exceeded that number. However, ordinary individual mines lacked sufficient power against source beasts, so he had not considered using them. A horde of source beasts relentlessly pursued the Liang vehicle. The intelligence of source beasts was quite low, and most of them. Chapter 170. Sibling cooperation. Source beasts were no pushovers. Even the injured C-rank source beast possessed strength far superior to that of the D-rank beasts. As for the even more formidable creature, suspected to be a B-rank source beast, it bore only superficial wounds, its strength largely unaffected. Sheyang found himself in a challenging situation, beset from all sides. Fortunately, his wind-type ability had reached C-rank, granting him agility and speed. Coupled with the assistance of his mental-type ability, he was able to perceive threats from all directions, allowing him to endure thus far. Chapter 171. A resounding victory. The source beast was riddled with wounds, blood streaming from its injuries. Xiang seized the opportunity to stab it twice in the thigh, significantly impairing its mobility, that if all went well. Even if it came to a war of attrition, he could wear it down. However, as is often the case, misfortune struck unexpectedly. From the direction of the lake, 3 more source beasts emerged, moving sluggishly. Clearly, they were the previously injured beasts. And despite their slow pace, they had caught up to him. That a grave expression crossed Xiang's face. Chapter 172. A bountiful harvest of contribution points. Xiaolin had already noticed that Xiang had sustained injuries on his back. With concern, she called out, Yang, is your injury serious? Xiang brushed it off nonchalantly. It's nothing. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Just a scratch. What a pity about this outfit. Hurry, let us get in the vehicle. The siblings quickly boarded the Liyang and drove towards the mountain. Upon reaching the visitor center by the lake, Xiang spotted several source beast corpses along the roadside that he hurriedly disembarked to collect the bodies into the dimensional space. One of which was Chapter 173. Cave Nest Here Again. Xiang felt a twinge of anxiety. This large group of source beasts must surely yield a significant number of contribution points that if even more formidable opponents were to appear, he would not hesitate to flee without a second thought. That previous battle had already pushed him to the limits of his current capabilities. When faced with threats beyond his strength, it was wiser to prioritize self-preservation. He had already gained enough today. It was time to retreat while ahead. At that moment, the system notified him that the vehicle repairs were complete. Chapter 174. These contribution points are a free gift. The Divine Certification Update. The Source Beast Nest is, in fact, the very birthplace of the Source Beast. In a previous life, it was approximately a year after the apocalypse had descended that human awakened beings first stumbled upon the inaugural Source Beast Nest. Situated in the northern regions of Hubei Province, it was from that moment that humanity came to realize that Source Beasts did not solely emerge from aquatic environments. Scientists have deduced that the existence of Source Beast nests is the reason these creatures continue to proliferate, seemingly with no end in sight. Moreover, it is highly probable that these nests provide the source beasts with the energy necessary for evolution. However, each nest is destined to harbor but a single king. Chapter 175. The scale of contribution points diminished. Summer Yang extracted the carcass of a source beast in its gestational phase from the pool, and without hesitation, he seized a dagger and commenced the task of dismemberment. Digging and digging, Summer Yang nearly obliterated the creature's abdomen, yet he found no source crystal. Ultimately, he had no choice but to relinquish his efforts, concluding that the source beast must lack a source crystal prior to its formation. It was time to focus on the task at hand. Thus, Summer Yang busily set about placing explosives around the various pools, retrieving blocks of TNT from his dimensional space, resembling compressed biscuits. Chapter 176. Returning to camp for rest and the enjoyable digging segment. Summer Lin observed her exuberant brother at the helm. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Yang, what's the matter? With a beaming smile, Summer Yang replied, Sister, today we've dismantled a cave that is a source beast nest. One could say that with this explosion, at least the region surrounding Changji Prefecture will enjoy a prolonged period of tranquility. Summer Lin remained somewhat perplexed. Previously, the source beast that appeared in Chitai County and Yonglei County originated from this very nest. Summer Yang explained. With a source beast nest in existence, there will be a continuous emergence of source beasts. Chapter 177. Arrangements clearly defined. Summer Yang first placed the 5 C-grade source crystals into the processing device, instructing Meng Meng to activate the machinery for identification. After a brief moment, a chime signaled completion. The attributes of the 5 C-grade source crystals appeared on the screen beside the processing device. 3 were of the strength attribute, with the largest C-grade source crystal also possessing this attribute. 1 was of the gold attribute and 1 of the fire attribute. Summer Yang then proceeded to place the remaining 34 D-grade source crystals into the processing device in 3 batches. Chapter 178. Frenzied consumption of medicine and spatial expansion. Summer Yang first categorized the source crystals he intended to set aside and stored them in his dimensional space, that he then began processing energy liquids, commencing with the 3 C-grade strength source crystals. He produced 3 bottles of C-grade strength energy liquid, one of which appeared particularly deep in color, that he then processed the 12 remaining strength source crystals in 2 batches to yield 2 bottles of quasi-C-grade energy liquid, followed by processing the gold attribute source crystal to obtain a bottle of C-grade gold attribute energy liquid. Lastly, He processed the space attribute source crystal, resulting in a bottle of D-grade space attribute energy liquid. Chapter 179. The terrifying B-grade awakened being certification update 12 that most young men harbor a dream of flying, and Summer Yang was no exception. Upon witnessing the majestic heavy transport helicopter, his immediate instinct was to take to the skies. Regrettably, despite living 2 lifetimes, he had never learned to fly. He could only gaze longingly. Summer Yang resolved that should the opportunity arise, he would certainly learn to pilot a helicopter. Such a marvelous machine should not languish in his dimensional space, gathering dust. Especially in an apocalyptic environment where helicopters operate at lower altitudes. Chapter 180. The Spatial Rift Divine Certification Update 22. Summer Lin approached with a radiant smile, joyfully exclaiming, Yang, that kick you just delivered was simply spectacular. That must be a strength attribute ability, right? Summer Yang nodded, grinning as he replied, Sister, you will undoubtedly reach that level in the future. My ability level isn't particularly high. Indeed, it was not exceedingly elevated. In Summer Yang's past life, less than a year into the apocalypse, Zhou Yao's strength ability had already breached B grade. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, Summer Yang felt as though he were living a charmed existence. Assisting his sister in attaining a B-grade strength ability would surely pose no great challenge. Chapter 181. A fragment of the nuclear power system blueprint reacquired. At this moment, Summer Yang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Those assorted metal components, varying in size and shape, seemed as obedient as well-behaved children. With a mere thought, he could command them effortlessly. With a gentle motion of his hand, the metal pieces coalesced into a large mass, which then danced gracefully in midair under Summer Yang's guidance. The metallic sphere flew swiftly, emitting a whirring sound, and ultimately, with a flick of his wrist, he sent the massive orb soaring into the distance. Chapter 182. The power of fire attribute abilities is formidable. Naturally, Summer Lin held absolute trust in her brother. After receiving the energy liquid, she tilted her head back and consumed it, then settled onto the sofa to brace herself for any adverse reactions that might ensue. Summer Yang, cautious and attentive, monitored his sister's condition closely, asking her how she felt. Initially, Summer Lin seemed to experience no noticeable effects. Chapter 183. A powerful combination combat technique, unlocking new products. Summer Lin, resembling a child who had just received a new toy, eagerly unleashed fireballs. Observing this, Summer Yang quickly intervened, reminding her to conserve some energy. They still needed to test whether the ice and fire attributes could combine into a synergistic skill. Reluctantly, Summer Lin complied, her desire to continue waning. The subsequent combination skills truly brought joy to both siblings. Summer Lin was now able to launch ice arrows enveloped in searing flames. Upon striking a target, the tips would explode, releasing intense heat. Chapter 184. Confronting the Z-85 mining robot. The moment Summer Yang laid eyes on the term mining, his eyes lit up that he was currently in dire need of augmenting his supply of various raw materials, particularly several rare metals that were running perilously low. This was a timely boon. He promptly clicked on the product description. The Z-85 mining robot was similarly characterized by its high degree of automation, capable of withstanding various harsh environments, such as deep sea and high-temperature conditions. Chapter 185. Cutting-edge technology, Mining Command Center. Meng remarked, No problem. However, I must inform you that the exploration equipment consumes energy. Currently, it will deplete the fuel in the dimensional space's tank, and the consumption rate is rather significant. Summer Yang assured her, That's fine. Let us conduct an exploration right here and now, allowing me to witness the prowess of high technology. Specifically, let us explore for the rare metals urgently needed for the upgrade of the solar flare. Understood. The mineral exploration system is now operational, Meng announced, as the icon representing the scanning equipment began to flicker on the screen. Chapter 186. Release the 2 little darlings, allow me to handle it. Summer Yang devoured his meat heartily, unabashedly declaring, Keketa? Summer Lin, beaming, chimed in, Little brother, are you here on vacation? How about we detour to Naladi along the way? Upon reflection, Summer Yang realized that after entering the frontier, he had traversed from Hami, Yonglei, Chitai to Tianshan Tianchi, and was now poised to head north. Indeed, a classic tourist route. I have business there. I need to gather some rare metal resources. Summer Yang felt no need to conceal this from his sister, for the Altai Mountains were known for their deposits of rare metals. Chapter 187. My heart's desire. I await you at Kekatahai. Summer Lin eagerly inquired, Yang Yang, how do you find my combat prowess? Am I now worthy of your admiration? Summer Yang glanced at his sister's expectant face and could not help but chuckle. Her expression seemed to scream 2 words, praise me, clearing his throat. He responded, not bad. Quite the improvement. However, if your attacks could be a touch more unadorned, that would be even better. What do you mean? Summer Lin asked, somewhat bewildered. Summer Yang gestured toward the source beast's charred carcass. Commenting, sister, look at the state of it. Chapter 188. A small test of power. Received. Ming Ming chirped cheerfully. The Mining Command Center's screen lit up with various icons, presenting an impressive display, knowing that the exploration would require some time. Summer Yang stood up and left the cockpit, settling onto the sofa to watch his sister hum a tune, joyfully engaged in her tasks. In that moment, Summer Yang felt profoundly content. His greatest regret from his previous life had been that his sister, Summer Lin, met with misfortune while searching for him. Yet now, as the apocalypse loomed once more, his family remained safe and sound. Chapter 189. Precious Mining Residue. Summer Yang remarked, with so much data and some of it being particularly specialized. How could I possibly scrutinize each detail? Ming Ming, just highlight the key points for me. Ming Ming replied with a playful smile. Yanggu, during the exploration, we discovered a pile of mining residue near pit number 3. Through component analysis, we have discovered that the slag conceals a substantial amount of rare metals, likely due to the relatively primitive extraction methods employed, resulting in only approximately 50% of the rare metal content being extracted from the ore. Are you suggesting that these slags can yield rare metals? Xia Yang's spirit was instantly lifted as he exclaimed, Ming Ming, just tell me the outcome. Indeed. Ming Ming replied, Brother Yang, it can now be confirmed that these small hills surrounding us are, in fact, heaps of slag. The exploration results indicate that these slags contain various rare metal components. Although their grade is lower than that of the underground ores, their quantity is immense and requires no mining. They can be directly refined, ensuring a remarkably high efficiency. Xia Yang felt immense joy in his heart and said to Xia Lin, Sister, it has been confirmed that what is stored here is unrefined slag. The system's text prompt immediately displayed sign-in successful, earned 2 contribution points, total contribution points, 5846. Additionally, received 1,000 portions of regional specialty dish, lamb hand-pulled rice. 1,000 portions of hand-pulled rice, and it's meat rice at that. The system is quite generous. Xia Yang recalled that during his group tour to the border province last year, he often had vegetarian hand-pulled rice. In fact, both vegetarian and meat hand-pulled rice are prepared in the same pot, with each portion of meat rice containing just a piece or 2 of lamb. Xia Lin, having secondary access to the Liang ship, could freely enter and exit unless Xia Yang imposed special restrictions. However, she refrained from entering his bedroom uninvited, instead waiting on the sofa outside his main room. Xia Yang, rubbing his sleepy eyes, sat up in bed and instructed Ming Ming to raise the blackout curtains. He peered outside and noticed that dawn had yet to break. Could it be that Sister has been watching the robots work all night? He dressed quickly and called out, Sister. This time, the Liang ship's route was somewhat adventurous, straying far from the main roads. The reason was simple. To enter Minggu via the normal route would necessitate passing through the border checkpoint, requiring a considerable detour. The Altai Mountains serve as the boundary between Xia country and Minggu, with the border stretching several hundred kilometers. Thus, the most direct path was to cross over. Consequently, today's journey proved rather uncomfortable, filled with various jolts. Fortunately, after several modifications, the Liang ship's off-road capabilities had vastly improved from its original state. Xia Yang and Xia Lin began to prepare in their seats, merely zipping up their cold-weather suits and checking their shoelaces. Xia Yang donned tactical glasses and retrieved several lightweight weapons from the dimensional space for inspection. Ensuring all magazines were fully loaded, that he then disengaged the safeties on all weapons before returning them to the dimensional space, allowing for immediate access should the need arise. Soon, the drone captured clear images and transmitted them back to the Liang ship. The subsequent events unfolded simply. The C-grade source beast had already sustained some injuries, with Xia Yang having inflicted 3 deep wounds on its leg, significantly impairing its mobility. Xia Lin, recognizing the disadvantage of absolute strength, wisely adopted a hit-and-run tactic, continuously inflicting damage. 15 minutes later, as the C-grade source beast fell to the ground in defeat, Xiaolin concluded the battle, apart from initially helping to restrain the beast. Xiaoyang spent the rest of the time observing the spectacle, applauding and chuckling. Xiaolin casually remarked that she appeared even more eager than Xiaoyang for the Liyang ship's upgrade. Yang, let's hasten the upgrade. By the way, is there anything to note? No special requirements, just that we cannot stay aboard during the upgrade. I too must comply, Xiaoyang replied, so I'll be staying with you tonight, that I am the front cabin of the small survival pod. The circular sofa area could convert into a large bed once the electric lift table was lowered, while the main cabin had a door that could be closed. Xiaolin placed a piece at the bottom of the chessboard. Chuckling, you've fallen into my trap. Xiaoyang casually shuffled the board, declaring, this game doesn't count. I have matters to address and will restart later. You little cheat, Xiaolin exclaimed, annoyed that he always employed this tactic when losing. Xiaoyang grinned, sister, I truly have something to attend to. The upgrade of the Liyang ship is complete. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin immediately lost interest in the chess game and sprang to her feet. Let's go, let's go. As they approached the entrance of the Liyang ship, there was no need for Xiaoyang to issue a command. Ming automatically opened the hatch. The 2-meter-high door slowly descended, supported by 2 short legs that steadied it on the snowy ground. The inner side of the door revealed a silver alloy staircase, each step adorned with soft, dreamlike lighting. From the outside, the interior radiated a similarly enchanting glow, and a warm breeze wafted from the open hatch. Xiaoyang and Xiaolin ascended the alloy steps, entering the vessel step by step. In truth, the Liyang ship was equipped with 2 sets of engines, one dedicated to vertical ascent and descent, and the other designed for forward propulsion. Xiaoyang experimented with the controls for a while and quickly adapted to this mode of operation. To be honest, it was far simpler than driving a car, as the sky was infinitely open, and in this post-apocalyptic world, there were no other aircraft to navigate around, nor was there a requirement to follow fixed flight paths. It felt liberating, akin to soaring freely. Once familiar with the controls, he allowed Ming to take over piloting the Liyang ship. The roulette began to spin at high speed, the pointer gliding over various segments before gradually slowing to rest precisely on the segment marked with 50 contribution points. Yielding no surprises, Xiaoyang felt no stirrings within, merely offering a silent greeting to the system. Curse that system! How utterly useless! He glanced at his total of 7,406 contribution points, realizing he could achieve nothing substantial, leading him to remain silent. Equipped with a new weapon system, Xiaoyang expressed great interest, particularly in the high-energy particle cannon, a name that alone sounded formidable. Please provide an introduction, Xiaoyang eagerly requested. The high-energy particle cannon can unleash a barrage of high-energy particle streams. Upon impact, the intense heat can inflict burning damage on targets, potentially vaporizing those at the center of the blast. Additionally, the particle stream can deliver area of effect attacks on electronic devices within the target zone, causing widespread paralysis of such equipment, Ming elaborated. Xiaoyang rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Navigating the control panel, Xiaoyang discovered that the weapon system settings were remarkably straightforward. The machine gun was accompanied by an auxiliary aiming system, while the missiles boasted advanced guidance technology, allowing for nearly foolproof operation. Xiaoyang merely familiarized himself with the manual controls, refraining from actually firing weapons, as Ming informed him that both machine gun ammunition and airborne missiles would deplete and require contribution points for replenishment from the system. Wastefulness is disgraceful. Xiaoyang piloted the small aircraft, leisurely soaring through the sky. As Xiaoyang and Xiaolin sat in the cockpit, gazing out at the scenery, the majestic Altai Mountains stretched for miles below, every peak blanketed in thick snow. The flight of the Liyang ship was remarkably smooth, devoid of the jolts experienced 2 days prior, and the anti-gravity engines operated in stark contrast to conventional aircraft engines, producing almost no noise. Seated in the cockpit, they felt as though they were gliding in serene silence. Their first destination on this journey lay 100 kilometers away, at an iron mine. Xiaoyang couldn't suppress a chuckle. Wow! Who would have thought there were still such antiquated weapons? Beside him, Xiaolin remarked, these individuals are undoubtedly up to no good. Yang, let's eliminate them directly. Xiaoyang laughed heartily, amused by how his sister's ferocity seemed even greater than his own. Xiaolin is simply restless, unable to resist the urge to engage in battle, much like a newly licensed driver succumbing to the thrill of driving. She is both inexperienced and eager to play. Xiaoyang chuckled and remarked, "Sister, in this day and age, anyone with the means certainly carries a weapon." Chapter 205. A small nation with limited insight, the formidable figure that charged out last stood over 2 meters tall. His physique robust to the point of exaggeration, with arms as thick as the thighs of an average person. Remarkably, the exposed skin on his face bore fine scales, and his blood-red eyes were akin to those of a wild beast. Most striking of all were the pair of sharp horns protruding from his head, reminiscent of the horns of a primal beast, albeit in a diminutive form. Sitting beside Xiaoyang, Xiaolin couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this giant. Chapter 206. Coercive interrogation. The small aircraft began its descent, and the scissor-style hatch slowly opened. As the craft hovered just over 3 meters above the ground, Xiaolin eagerly leaped down. Xiaoyang, calm and collected, remained seated until the aircraft touched down before stepping out. Meng maintained surveillance on the interior of the building. There should still be 3 individuals inside, though their circumstances remain unclear, Xiaoyang instructed. Meng responded, "Understood." Not far away, the half-human, half-beast creature had already engaged with Xiaoyang. Chapter 207. The Chosen One, Bada's sister. "Find a way to wake him up," Xiaoyang said with a grin. Xiaolin giggled. "Isn't that simple?" With a flick of her fingers, a flickering flame appeared. She tossed the flame, which zipped through the air and landed upon Badu's woolen cap, igniting fiercely. Badu, still unconscious, was awakened by the searing heat, and upon realizing his head was on fire, he panicked and cried out. Chapter 208. The price of deceit. The first thought that crossed Xiaoyang's mind was whether the so-called Tree Hollow was a lair for primal beasts. He instinctively opened the system interface to check. The contribution point radar showed no signs of activity, that if there were indeed a primal beast lair within a 10-kilometer radius, the radar would have gone into a frenzy. Thus, this theory was dismissed. Yet, how could there be primal crystals within the Tree Hollow? Who had concealed them there? Xiaoyang pondered, frowning, and gestured for Bada to continue. Chapter 209. True benevolence. Bada dared not play tricks. He hurriedly crawled under the bed and, using his hand that had lost a finger, rummaged around until he retrieved a small box. "Open it," Xiaoyang commanded nonchalantly. Bada lifted the lid, revealing a trove of gold bars and 2 primal crystals resting atop them. Having seen countless primal crystals before, Xiaoyang instantly recognized these 2 as genuine, indistinguishable from the crystals he had previously acquired from a primal beast. Chapter 210. The mysterious Tree Hollow. Xiaolin returned swiftly, her expression a mixture of emotions as she approached Xiaoyang. He said nothing, merely nudging Badu and stating, "Hurry up." Bada stumbled down the stairs. Walking alongside Xiaoyang, Xiaolin remained silent for a moment before asking, "Yang, you knew they would choose to take their own lives, didn't you?" Xiaoyang remained noncommittal, replying, "That was their choice. But you provided them with the means." Chapter 211. Unlocking hidden information. Having experienced apocalyptic scenarios in 2 lifetimes, especially after being reborn and having personally slain countless primal beasts, Xiaoyang immediately recognized the claw marks as those left by a primal beast. The voice of Ming echoed in his bone-conducting headphones. "Brother Yang." After analysis, these claw marks were indeed left by a primal beast. Xiaoyang nodded, having found several such marks in the Tree Hollow. Beyond that, there were no further clues. Thus, he emerged from the hollow, deep in thought. Chapter 212. To kill or bury. Xiaoyang chuckled. Keeping him around still has its uses. Besides, sister, don't you think he seems particularly afraid of heights? Let him enjoy the thrill of flying once more on our way back. Wouldn't that be delightful? After contemplating, Xiaolin replied cheerfully, "You make a valid point." "Absolutely." Xiaoyang swiftly retied Bada to the small aircraft and climbed aboard with Xiaolin. The small craft took off rapidly, performing various aerial stunts amidst Bada's pig-like screams. Chapter 213. Confirmed. You are a rogue trader. As the small aircraft ascended once more toward the area where the solar blaze was docked, Xiaoyang utilized the system marketplace to purchase 2 engineering robots. Expending a small amount of raw materials and 200 contribution points, that he currently had 8,211 contribution points remaining. Upon returning to the solar blaze, Xiaoyang instructed Meng to devise a plan to survey the underground mineral deposits within a 50-kilometer radius. Only by confirming the reserves and distribution could they strategically position the mining bases. Chapter 214. Mining base setup complete. Time to intercept in the Russian territory after breakfast. The siblings tidied the kitchen and dining area before heading to the second-floor cockpit. During the night, the mining bases and robots they had exchanged for had been completed and awaited in the system's inventory. Ming had also mapped out the placement for the mining bases. The solar blaze ascended slowly, first heading to the two-story building from the previous day to retrieve the engineering robots, which had long finished their tasks, awaiting new instructions like lifeless puppets. Chapter 215. Grid Search. Midnight, Terror Xiaoyang's prior knowledge was too vague, making the success of this venture uncertain, so he did not inform Xiaolin in advance. The mention of the Russian territory had merely been a casual remark from a superhuman in the northeast during their previous encounter. For Xiaoyang, then, the matters concerning Russia felt exceedingly distant, merely a topic of conversation without further inquiry. In truth, the superhuman likely had limited information as well. Even if Xiaoyang had asked, he probably wouldn't have gleaned much. Thus, he only knew of the area around Lake Baikal. Chapter 216. High-energy particle cannon, fire. Xiaoyang immediately spotted the terrifying tentacle from the cockpit screen of the solar blaze. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Ming, ascend at maximum rate. Quickly gain altitude." As he commanded Ming, Xiaoyang pushed the throttle to maximum power, concerned that Ming might not respond quickly enough. The ascent speed of the solar blaze surged once more, pressing Xiaoyang into a seat with a force equivalent to 3 or 4 times gravity. Chapter 217. Terrifying attack effect. When the high-energy particle cannon fired, the interior of the solar blaze remained remarkably stable, devoid of any tremors that a thick beam of white light suddenly shot forth, silently targeting the massive octopus below. This beam was composed entirely of high-temperature, high-pressure particles, radiating a dazzling glow. The moment the cannon discharged, the giant octopus instinctively sensed extreme danger and attempted to burrow beneath the ice. However, the speed of the particle stream approached that of light, and the mere hundreds of meters were traversed in an instant. Chapter 218. A weakling worth a fortune. Something is amiss. The once seemingly lifeless mutated giant octopus beneath the solar blaze suddenly began to swell. At this point, the vessel was merely about 100 meters above. Xiaoyang sensed something was amiss, but before he could command Ming to ascend, the octopus's belly erupted violently. Countless dark shapes shot toward the solar blaze like meteors. "Ascend quickly," Xiaoyang bellowed. "Activate the protective shield." Ming promptly executed his command. Chapter 219. Misunderstood. The system is adorable. Xiaoyang nimbly leaped across the fractured ice, swiftly collecting the remains of all the small mutated octopuses. Some were still clinging to life, but the feeble creatures posed no threat. To avoid wasting blood, Xiaoyang dispatched them with a single punch, effortlessly and cheerfully. After counting, he found a total of 29 small mutated octopuses. Finally, he cautiously leaped onto a floating ice slab, reaching out to grasp the tentacle of the giant mutated octopus, pulling it into the dimensional space. Chapter 220. Energy Essence Extraction Device. The system prompted. Expansion Module. Energy Essence Extraction Device is commencing installation. Estimated time: approximately 10 minutes. How expedient! Behind the cockpit lies the stairway, and beyond it is Xiaoyang's exclusive spacious room that he decided to retreat to his chamber to brew a cup of tea. Nestling into the lazy sofa, casually selecting a chess game on his tablet. While sipping his tea, he engaged in a battle against the AI. Just as he was about to finish a game, the system prompted Xiaoyang, indicating that the Energy Essence Extraction Device had been installed. Xiaoyang promptly set down his tablet. Chapter 221. 1 to 25. No wonder it's so valuable. The Divine Certification has been upgraded. Thanks to Zhou for this week's contribution. Once the Energy Essence Extraction Device commenced its operation, Xiaoyang reclined in the inclined pilot seat, closing his eyes to rest, but he did not hasten to let the Liang depart from this airspace. As he wished to meticulously search the vicinity, the value of such mutated octopuses was too high to be left for the Russians. The altitude at which Liang hovered was relatively safe. At this moment, stillness was preferable to movement. The extraction of the corpse of a small mutated octopus had taken 3 minutes, and now, with the simultaneous processing of 28, the total time consumed was less than an hour. Chapter 222. Playing for bigger stakes. Ming replied, "Understood." Then she suggested, "Yanggu, I suspect that these small mutated octopuses do not always reside within the mother body. Perhaps at a certain growth stage, they venture out independently. Thus, during our search, we should not only focus on the giant mutated octopus, but also be vigilant for any signs of activity from the smaller ones. Xiang nodded in approval and remarked, "You're absolutely right. Let's be thorough. This time, we aim to unearth all the mutated octopuses in the Belga Lake area, if any remain." Xiang pondered for a moment. Chapter 223. Sonic Boom Lake, the giant mutated octopus makes an appearance. Xiaolin curiously inquired, "What are we about to do?" The flight of Liang had been exceptionally smooth, so during these 2 days, they had rarely fastened their seatbelts while seated in the cockpit. But we're not just going to the streets. We're heading to blow up the lake. Xiang chuckled, "So fasten your seatbelt quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you later." To be fair, the sonic boom produced when the aircraft broke the sound barrier indeed bore a resemblance to the noises emitted by modified exhaust cars racing down the streets. However, the sonic boom from Liang was undoubtedly an enhanced version. Chapter 224. Advancing through retreat. A clever stratagem succeeds that I end the high-altitude cockpit of Liang. Xiaolin gazed downwards, her heart already in turmoil, despite Xiang's distance from the giant mutated octopus. He was well within the reach of its tentacles. Upon hearing the sound, the massive creature swiftly turned towards Xiang's direction. Instantly, 5 or 6 tentacles shot towards him like lightning, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Xiang couldn't help but feel a chill. The speed of the giant mutated octopus's tentacles was astonishingly fast. Chapter 225. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. The base of the giant mutated octopus's tentacle measured over 3 meters in diameter. However, after the spatial rift tore through its skin, Xiang wasted no time, unleashing his full firepower. The spatial rifts and wind blades alternated, swiftly slicing through one of the tentacles that in just 2 seconds. He released 7 or 8 spatial rifts and numerous wind blades. Sparing no effort in utilizing his abilities, the final wind blade vanished. That tentacle was completely severed from the body of the giant mutated octopus. Meanwhile, several other tentacles. Chapter 226. This is incredibly valuable. While panting heavily, Xiang remained on guard, keeping an eye on the giant mutated octopus. That moment, a line of text emerged on the system interface, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a quasi-B-level mutated octopus. Reward, 3,000 contribution points and 1 special item lottery chance." Standing on the floating ice, Xiang was stunned. This it? Aren't there still small mutated octopuses? Hurry up and release them. He shouted at the corpse of the giant mutated octopus. Chapter 227. Drawing something good. The lottery wheel spun and eventually slowed to a stop. Unsurprisingly, the pointer landed on the word "special item." A system message popped up, and Xiang glanced at it, instinctively sighing to himself. Alas! Yet again, it's not the blueprint fragment for the nuclear fusion power system. When will I ever gather this last piece? Xiang paused, unable to suppress his curiosity as he scrutinized the system message again. His expression shifting. Chapter 228. Triumphant Return. Harvest. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin joyfully exclaimed, "We can finally head back. Staying in this Russian territory is quite unsettling." "Indeed, it's a desolate place," Xiang replied with a smile. In truth, the entirety of Blue Star was rather similar, with no place notably warmer. Yet psychologically, he certainly felt more comfortable in his homeland. Ming inquired, "Yanggo, how shall we plan our return route?" Without hesitation, Xiang replied, "We'll return the way we came, to that mining area in Menggu. Let's first transport the rare metals and iron we've refined these past days." Chapter 229. What was your younger sibling's name again? Xiang had already contemplated this beforehand, smiling as he said, "Let's head towards Jiangqing first. That area is relatively safe." His choice of Jiangqing as the next destination was well thought out. Primarily, it was about safety. In his past life, prior to his rebirth, he had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for over a year. During that time, many survival points faced large-scale assaults by source beasts, but the Jiangqing survival point had never encountered any significant turmoil, remaining quite secure overall. The Doomsday safety fortress that Xiang had acquired was now fully operational, and the next step was to find it. Chapter 230. Is it possible that your idol is my classmate? Upon hearing Xiaolin's words, a peculiar expression crossed Xiang's face that he turned to look at her and slowly said, "Sister, could it be that your idol is actually my classmate? Li Muyu?" Xiaolin chuckled and replied, Don't be ridiculous. My idol is a particularly wonderful actress. Although she isn't a major star, I adore her effortless style. She truly is a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. How could she possibly be your classmate? Sheyong, remaining calm, said, if the actress you're referring to is indeed Li. Chapter 231. Arriving in Jiangcheng, constructing the Doomsday safety fortress. Xiaolin laughed. You little brat, what kind of privacy do you have? But to be fair, Li Muyu seems even more adorable like this, truly deserving of being my idol. Xiang felt utterly exasperated and grimaced. Sister, if I happen to meet Muyu later, please don't mention that photo. Although she is a talented actress, she still has her idol image to maintain. Xiaolin laughed. Got it, but what is going on? Why does Li Muyu's hair? Halfway through her sentence, Xiaolin seemed to activate a switch, and Chapter 232, Survival Point Local Network. Ming Ming, brimming with energy, replied enthusiastically, Understood. Let's get to work. 5 engineering robots commenced their orderly construction. They did not touch the silver boxes, but instead began excavating within the mountain, as the entire Doomsday safety fortress was embedded within it, necessitating the creation of space. This was no small undertaking and would likely take several days. Xiaolin curiously asked, Yang, what are we building? You're not planning to mine here, are you? Xiang chuckled. That would require some actual or... Though Chapter 233, the reluctantly operating society, Yanggu. Xiaolin shot him a playful glare. Who's being delusional? Who are you calling delusional? You're the delusional one. Your entire family is delusional. Xiang looked at her with a strange expression. Taking a moment to respond, how can someone insult another and end up entangling themselves in it? Xiaolin paused, reflecting on it. When she said Xiang's entire family was delusional, that included herself, didn't he it? Enraged, Xiaolin glared at Xiang. Yang, you've certainly grown some skills. Xiang trembled slightly. The power of bloodlines was no joke, and he had always been at the mercy of his sister. Chapter 234. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. Xiaolin seemed aware that her brother was looking at her, and without raising her head, she said, Don't worry. I know my limits. Do you think I would post any revealing photos? Just a close-up of the dining table. Even Liang wouldn't be exposed. Xiang chuckled. Exposure doesn't matter. As long as you're happy. Xiaolin was somewhat surprised and looked up, smiling brightly. Why are you suddenly so sweet-tongued? Xiang nonchalantly replied, That's only natural. You re my only family. I strive to enhance my strength so that no matter how harsh the environment becomes. You Chapter 235. Could it be he has returned? On the blazing sun, Xia Yang and Xiaolin were browsing forums on their laptops aboard the Liang ship. Meanwhile, within the inner city of Jiangcheng, specifically within Xingho City, a girl with shoulder-length hair and bright, captivating eyes was engrossed in browsing posts about Jiangcheng on her tablet. This girl was none other than Li Muyu. Last week, the project team led by Li Chaoyang and his wife achieved a significant breakthrough in the Yuanjin project, successfully refining the first generation of energy liquids suitable for superhumans, which passed the volunteer-based human trials. It is no exaggeration to say that this represents a monumental advancement for all of humanity. Chapter 236. A private message from Li Xiaohua, Xiaoyang, might have returned to Jiangcheng. When this thought struck her, Li Muyu felt as if she was suddenly electrified. Just moments ago, she had appeared languid, lacking motivation for anything, but now she was brimming with energy. However, upon seeing the poster's ID and the cartoon girl avatar, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Li Muyu scrutinized the image and could almost confirm that it was taken aboard the Liang ship. Same tablecloth, same utensils, and even the same vendor. Chapter 237. Encountering a crisis, Xiaoyang's arrival in Jiangcheng was merely a matter of time before he contacted Li Muyu. Thus, he chuckled lightly and said, Sister, don't worry, just reply to her, telling her you are Xiaolin, and also let her know that I have returned. Xiaolin glanced at Xiaoyang with suspicion, suddenly struck with inspiration. Yang, could it be that this Li Xiaohua is Li Muyu? She asked excitedly. The username seemed rather unrefined, and Xiaolin found it hard to imagine a star like Li Muyu would choose such an eccentric online name. Chapter 238. The sole request. Just as Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin were leading their team towards the reagent storage, they were unexpectedly ambushed by a horde of source beasts that in the ensuing chaos. Both sides clashed fiercely, resulting in heavy casualties among the military personnel. Moreover, their escape route was completely blocked by the source beasts. several superhumans fought valiantly to escort Li Chaoyang and Feng Wenxin into the storage room, which had a high level of protection. After locking the door from the inside amidst the power outage, even the impact from the source beast could not breach it. Chapter 239. A sense of security. Li Muyu typically logged onto the forum using her tablet. But Xiaoyang had also left her a mobile phone. This phone was rarely used. Yet Li Muyu always kept it charged and close at hand, as it contained numerous photos from their journey together. She quickly typed the IP address of Jiangqing Home into the browser of her phone. Indeed, she directly entered the IP address, for the entire Jiangqing survival point operated on a local network with just this single website accessible via direct IP. Once inside the forum, Li Muyu swiftly navigated. Chapter 240. The importance of speed. Meng Meng replied loudly. Understood. The massive body of the Liang ship swept over the expansive grounds of the former Biological Research Institute, with the onboard detection equipment operating at full power to conduct preliminary scans of the situation below. After passing the site of the Research Institute, the Liang began to gradually lower its altitude. Meng Meng reported, Yanggu, the initial radar scan indicates at least 30 moving targets within the west annex of the Biological Research Institute, which are preliminarily assessed to be source beasts, with the possibility of sea-level or even B-level source beasts among them. Chapter 241. Judging a book by its cover. Sister, let's charge right in. Xiaoyang moved swiftly, effortlessly collecting the corpses of the source beasts they passed into the dimensional space, with a contribution of 50 points secured. The system seemed to default to the assumption that Xiaoyang and Xiaolin were in a team state, meaning any source beast defeated by either would count towards Xiaoyang's total. Uncertain how long the storage room's main door could hold out, they had to act quickly. This urgency was also informed by what he learned from Meng Meng about the ongoing situation at the front entrance. Chapter 242. Harmonious cooperation, swift resolution soon. Li Muyu reassured herself. If Xiaoyang promised he would surely follow through, it should be faster for us to arrive by helicopter, so he should be arriving soon too. Unbeknownst to Li Muyu, the Liang had already been upgraded to possess flight capabilities, and she had no inkling that Xiaoyang had been silently guarding her throughout the journey, now directly infiltrating the annex where the storage room was located from the west gate of the Research Institute. The battle at the front entrance was still ongoing, with most superhumans being D-level, making it relatively challenging to eliminate the 8 source beasts in a short time. Chapter 243. Source beasts with abilities currently. The combined strength of Xiaoyang and Xiaolin was overwhelming against the D-level source beast that in just a few minutes. Numerous source beast corpses cluttered the corridor, creating a veritable blockade that on Xiaolin's side. She effortlessly dispatched 3 source beasts within 2 or 3 minutes. When she turned back, she found that Xiaoyang had been even more efficient. The corridor was not particularly wide, and the two exuded an air of invincibility. The source beasts, under the relentless barrage of their abilities, could not even approach. Chapter 244. Fool, come here. Xiaoyang charged ahead, leading the charge. The approaching quasi-level source beast launched a fireball at him. However, compared to the previous torrent of flames, this fireball seemed like something a preschooler might conjure. Xiaoyang easily sidestepped it, feeling a sense of reassurance that it appeared his earlier assumptions were correct. Although this source beast was on the verge of B-level, the attack methods it employed were far less potent than those typically wielded by fully fledged B-level source beasts. The distance between Xiaoyang and the source beast rapidly closed. Chapter 245. A new perspective after 3 days. Xiaoyang. Lei Gu. The simultaneous exclamations came from 2 astonished voices. The first belonged to Li Muyu, who, despite the distance, immediately recognized Xiaoyang's figure as it burst through the window. The second voice came from a junior officer in the rescue team, Wu Feiyu, who had once been known as Wu Squad Leader and later as Wu Platoon Leader. During the crisis at Sanshan, Xiaoyang had appeared just in time to save him from detonating a bomb vest. Chapter 246. The demise of the quasi-B-level source beast with Li Muyu joining. Xiaoyang felt the battle became significantly easier, that he hardly needed to risk close combat anymore. Instead, he utilized spatial rifts and wind blades for ranged attacks. Complemented by Li Muyu's lightning abilities, the source beast found itself in a dire predicament. Additionally, its severely injured hind leg compromised its mobility, leaving it unable to cope with their tactical maneuvering, resulting in nothing but furious roars of impotent rage. Chapter 247. The might of Lei Gu killing this source beast only yielded 500 contribution points, which was somewhat puzzling. Xia Yang inquired of the system mentally, which responded that the source beast had essentially evolved to B-level but had not yet fully attained B-level strength, thus qualifying as an incomplete evolution, resulting in halved contribution points. Xia Yang was indifferent. After all, the primary objective was to rescue Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin. While accumulating contribution points was merely incidental, that he even felt a bit fortunate, for had it been a fully fledged B-level source beast. Chapter 248. A world too crazy, beyond imagination. Despite the numerous source beast corpses strewn about, it was apparent that Xia Lin still bore some blood on her face, looking rather dazed that Li Muyu was in shock, as were Long Wei Jiang and the others. Xia Yang stifled a laugh and called out, "Sister, have we cleared all the source beasts on this floor?" "Oh yes, we should have eliminated them all," Xia Lin replied, her demeanor appearing somewhat adorably oblivious. However, Long Wei Jiang and the others, witnessing the carnage, felt a sense of disbelief. One person. Or perhaps, Chapter 249, only children make choices. I want them all. Inside the storage room, about a dozen individuals were tense, listening to the commotion outside, and on the floor lay 3 individuals who had succumbed to their injuries. They were 2 gravely wounded and had not lasted long after retreating into the storage room. Leading this group of survivors were Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin. Although they were not superhumans, their reputation was unparalleled. Among the survivors, only one, named Li Shan, possessed abilities. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, wrapped in thick bandages. Chapter 250. At Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin exchanged glances. This spatial attribute ability, Li Chaoyang, being a researcher in this field, quickly grasped the situation. Long Wei Jiang, filled with admiration, remarked, "It must be, and Lei Ge possesses more than one ability." Lei Ge? Li Chaoyang queried, puzzled. Had he not been referred to as Xiao Xia? How had he suddenly become Lei Ge? Fang Wenxin suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes wide open as she gazed at Long Wei Jiang, exclaiming, "Commander Long, the Lei Ge you mentioned, could it possibly be the one reported by your military, that Chapter 251, little by, when one encounters the unusual? There must be something amiss." Upon hearing Shi Yang's words, Long Wei Jiang couldn't help but pause momentarily, that he was well aware that traveling by transport helicopter was fraught with danger, particularly for scientists like Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin. The projects these two were currently engaged in, on a grand scale, pertained to the survival of humanity, which was no exaggeration whatsoever. Naturally, avoiding risks was the best course of action. However, Long Wei Jiang hesitated, stating, "Lei Ge, while flying in a helicopter under adverse weather conditions indeed poses certain risks, we currently have no better alternatives available." As the off-road vehicle began to move, Long Wei Jiang's voice echoed within, "Lei Ge. Lei Ge, this is Long Wei Jiang. Please respond." Sheyang quickly grasped the hand microphone, replying, "Commander Long received. Your voice is clear. I can hear you clearly as well." Long Wei Jiang continued, "Lei Ge, we are about to take off here as well. Please ensure to maintain communication." "Understood." After finishing, Sheyang replaced the hand microphone into the console slot. The off-road vehicle traversed the icy streets, crunching through thick snow. Bai Siming's half-face wore a wild and eerie grin that instantly froze. The warhead carrying neurotoxins erupted within him, directly penetrating the essence of the parasitic beast, its speed so swift that it rendered the creature incapable of reacting. "What in the world is this? What is happening?" Bai Siming screamed in madness. Both Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin felt an indescribable discomfort seeing their beloved student transformed into such a ghastly form. Beside them, Xia Lin wore a complex expression, for a similar scene had unfolded in the ice house of the outpost in Yonglei County. That as Li Chaoyang spoke, his countenance shifted dramatically, unable to contain his disbelief. "Xia, could it be that Siming was already possessed by the parasitic beast before arriving at the survival point?" Xiaoyang replied, "If he hasn't left Xingho City in the past month, that is highly probable. However, it is also possible that he was possessed within Xingho City, which would indicate that the city itself has been infiltrated by parasitic beasts, making the situation rather dire." "That seems unlikely," Li Chaoyang remarked. "The residents of Xingho City do not." Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin slightly bowed their heads to express their gratitude, although this operation was primarily executed by Sheyang. Followed by Xia Lin and Li Muyu, the soldiers and ability users who ventured out for rescue were, in essence, risking their lives, and this debt of gratitude was significant. The rescue team disbanded at the city gate. with soldiers returning to nearby posts and ability users heading back to their respective residences. Following Long Weijiang's report of the situation to the command center, commendations would naturally follow. Point 2 vehicles remained parked at the city gate, a Hummer command vehicle and, as the three re-entered the vehicle, Xiao Lin cheerfully ushered Li Muyu into the passenger seat, while she herself took the seat behind Shiyang. Once inside, Li Muyu could hardly contain her excitement, asking, "Shiyang, where's Ming Ming?" Although Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenqin had been in the vehicle, they were not outsiders and had encountered the Liang before. Still, they were unaware of the existence of such an advanced artificial intelligence as Ming Ming. Hence Li Muyu had held her questions at bay. Just as Li Muyu's words fell, Ming Ming's voice emerged from the vehicle's speakers that Li Muyu finally realized that Shiyang was intentionally teasing her. She playfully raised her delicate fist at Shiyang. "Oh, you, Sheng. After such a long time apart, you choose to make fun of me upon our reunion?" Xiao Lin, beside her, gleefully egged her on. "Go on. Give him a taste." Yet Shiyang maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "That was merely a jest, Muyu. One must still rely on personal effort. Do not assume that with my assistance, you will swiftly achieve breakthroughs. In time, you will understand." He deliberately paused. Upon entering the room, Long Weijiang and the others simultaneously inhaled deeply. "What is this divine aroma?" Long Weijiang, hailing from Yuzhou, was nearly overwhelmed with nostalgia at the familiar scent of hot pot. It had been ages since he had savored the delicacies of his hometown, in that moment, he felt a surge of emotion welling up. The trio looked towards the dining area, where Shiyang, Xiao Lin, and Li Muyu had been enjoying their meal moments ago. Now, they stood frozen with slightly awkward smiles. After finishing the hot pot, it was already past 11 at night. Long Weijiang had initially come to seek Shiyang's opinion and to accompany Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenqin home. But unexpectedly, they had indulged in a hot pot feast, akin to experiencing a delightful culinary euphoria. They all assisted in tidying up the dining area before Long Weijiang took his leave. Shiyang had intended to hand over the instruments and experimental reagents. But it was far too late for the personnel at the Biological Research Institute, who had mostly clocked out for the day. Shiyang did not rush to appraise the source crystal, for during the battle, he had not had the opportunity to do so. After defeating the source beast, he had simply collected the spoils. However, he was fairly certain that the source crystal from the near B-grade beast was most likely of the fire attribute. Source beasts that reach B-grade or higher typically possess the ability to launch extraordinary attacks. Generally, the property of the source crystal aligns with the nature of the ability it employs. Shiyang couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards his sister. Xiao Lin, upon returning to the cockpit, Shiyang began placing all the source beast carcasses into the energy extraction apparatus. Simply consuming the blood and flesh of source beasts yielded poor results. It was far more efficient to refine them into energy pellets. Subsequently, he divided the source crystals into several batches and proceeded to identify them systematically. After a considerable duration, the identification results were unveiled. One fire attribute B-grade source crystal, a unique entity, and astonishingly, the C-grade source crystal turned out to be of the mental attribute. It was indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck. Upon opening the lottery interface, Shiyang found the menu divided into two sections, one for ordinary draws and another for special item draws. After handing over 3 source crystals for system recycling, he acquired 9 opportunities for ordinary draws. In Shiyang's view, ordinary draws were somewhat lackluster, so he planned to utilize them first. He clicked on the left menu to enter the ordinary draw interface, where it displayed his remaining draw count as 9. Just as he was about to press the draw button, a text prompt appeared from the system. After a brief tidying up, Shiyang promptly exited the cockpit. The power system upgrade only required the cockpit to be sealed, leaving the other areas of the Liang unaffected. Upon stepping outside the cockpit door, he eagerly clicked on the blueprint to confirm its use. The system displayed a text prompt, indicating that in addition to consuming 1 blueprint, he also needed to provide several raw materials. The system generated a lengthy list of required materials. Glancing over it quickly, Shiyang noted that the materials needed were, for the 5 pieces of B-grade alloy silk soft armor, Shiyang intended to procure 1 for his sister Xiao Lin, 1 for each of Li Muyu's family of 3, while reserving the last piece for his own purposes that he could afford to redeem 1 for 100 contribution points. Shiyang discovered that redeeming alloy soft armor required not only contribution points but also a certain quantity of raw materials. The soft armor received during the lottery had been granted outright. Yet subsequent purchases from the shop necessitated the provision of raw materials. It seemed to involve alloy. Xiao Lin's face lit up with excitement as she nodded vigorously. I must have broken through to B grade. The sensation of overcoming that bottleneck was incredibly distinct, she exclaimed. Yes. Xiang could not suppress his own exhilaration, clenching his fist in triumph. His sister had also achieved a breakthrough in her abilities to B grade. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Yang, let's go outside and test our abilities, Xiao Lin suggested, brimming with eagerness. Sheyang checked the system panel and noted that the power system was still undergoing upgrades, likely to be completed by around 11 o'clock. How about we rename it to Xia Steel, the first guaranteed update? As Xia Yang gazed upon his spirited elder sister, he resolved to stir things up a bit and test his newly acquired psychic abilities. Xiao Lin, blissfully unaware, was already enveloped by an invisible wave of mental energy. With unwavering focus, she unleashed a fiery ice arrow and, with a swift command, propelled it towards the wreckage of a bus. The arrow struck its target with precision, and upon impact, it erupted, flames spiraling upwards that a satisfied smile graced Xia Lin's features, as it seemed her proficiency had risen ever so slightly. At that moment, she sensed. Chapter 267. A visit to the Military Command Center. The second guaranteed update. Xia Yang inquired, astonished. How did you know? Xiao Lin scoffed. Isn't it obvious? You never intended to awaken a fire attribute ability. And Muyu currently possesses only lightning abilities, so it must be for her use. Surely, you wouldn't give it to someone else instead of your own wife. Your reasoning isn't clouded, is it? Xia Yang chuckled helplessly. Sister, it's one thing to joke with me, but please refrain from saying such things in front of Muyu that we truly have nothing going on. We're completely innocent. Xiao Lin giggled. I just want to make your relationship with her a little less innocent. Chapter 268. I'm here for business, not to play the role of a major general. The third guaranteed update. In Colonel Lu's office, there was a door leading to the adjacent spacious office of Lei Ming. Of course, there was also a door at the far end of the corridor that led directly into Lei Ming's office, but visitors typically entered only after the secretary had announced them. Although Secretary Lu mentioned that the commander had instructed that no announcement was necessary, he still proceeded to knock lightly on the door. Instead of stepping inside, he gently pushed the door open. Standing at the threshold to announce, Commander, Brother Lei has arrived. A robust voice resonated from within the office. Please come in. Chapter 269. Fair pricing, honest dealings. Lei Ming took the alloy silk armor with keen interest. Examining it closely, the material of the armor appeared quite unique. This is woven from a special alloy silk, remarkably resilient. Xia Yang explained that to put it simply, ordinary bulletproof vests are ineffective against source beasts, whose claws can easily tear through them. However, this armor can withstand the claws of a C-class source beast. Lei Ming was finally somewhat moved if it were merely a bulletproof vest, even with superior performance. It wouldn't have piqued his interest much. Chapter 270. A request from the big shot. Lei Ming sighed. Xia Yang, since the apocalypse began, I have lost contact with my son for several months, and there has been no word from him. I am anxiously at a loss. Xia Yang was also taken aback. After pondering, he stated, General Lei, you hold considerable esteem within the military. Even amidst the chaos following the apocalypse, it shouldn't be difficult for you to locate someone. This was no exaggeration. At Lei Ming's level, his influence extended far beyond his own military district, with former students and acquaintances scattered across various regions. Chapter 271. A true deity to it is no coincidence that Xia Yang had indeed encountered Lei Ming's son, Lei Yu, but that was in a previous life, the that time, including Xia Yang. No one knew Lei Yu's name. He was fondly referred to as Little Stutter due to his speech impediment when nervous. This nickname bore no derogatory connotation, but rather a touch of affection, the AS for his name, Lei Yu, and the fact that he had a major general for a father. Xia Yang was entirely oblivious. Chapter 272. How about we take a little advantage at Xiao Rizi's place? After departing from the military command compound, Xia Yang drove to the row of villas where the experts resided. Uncertain if Li Muyu was home, he decided to check nonetheless. However, as lunchtime approached, even if she were accompanying her parents to the research institute, she should be returning soon. Along the way, Xia Yang endeavored to recall details from his previous life about Little Stutter, hoping to uncover some clues that he remembered that Lei Yu had arrived at the Yinping survival point just before the end of the year. Chapter 273. A fair balance. A relaxed smile spread across Xia Yang's face. Where has our little flower gone off to play? Li Muyu shot him a glare and lightly slapped his arm. Don't call me by my nickname. She then added, You still haven't told me. How did your conversation with General Lei go today? As she spoke, she bypassed Xia Yang to open the villa door. Following her inside, he replied, It was certainly a delightful exchange. Old Lei insisted on dragging me into discussions about chickens and rituals. Chapter 274. The worst is when the air suddenly grows still. Coming back to reality, Xia Yang hurriedly clarified, Uncle Li, it's like this. Muyu has just awakened a new ability. I Chao Yang. A touch awkward, cautioned, You youngsters must be mindful of safety. You little rascal, you've come to my home and taken the freshest cabbage, yet you concoct such a clumsy excuse. Awaken a new ability? Why not say you can fly? Xia Yang was nearly petrified. Such words could only come from a father. Chapter 275. Not impossible. Xia Yang retrieved a large glass bottle from the dimensional space, filled with a viscous crimson liquid. This was something he had collected from the source beast nest at the Tianqi in the Tianshan borderland. Before destroying the breeding pool within the nest, he had gathered several bottles of this thick red liquid, hoping to provide it to the researchers to explore potential methods for countering source beasts. For Xia Yang, it was a simple task, but if it could yield fruitful research outcomes, it would be a commendable contribution indeed. Chapter 276. A Night Away from Home. Fang Wenxin was increasingly pleased with Xia Yang that I never expected that after a lavish meal, we would be greeted with surprises. Li Chao Yang reached out to touch the armor. Marveling, this material feels remarkably unique. It has a metallic quality, yet remains incredibly supple. The armor was designed for close-fitting wear, ensuring not only flexibility, but also a degree of warmth. Xia Yang smiled. Uncle and Aunt, please put it on. Having an extra layer of protection is beneficial. Absolutely. Li Muyu chimed in, recalling the events of yesterday. Chapter 277. How could my sister snatch this opportunity? It can fly. Li Muyu exclaimed, her astonishment causing her to stutter. Xia Yang chuckled, skillfully maneuvering the small aircraft as it ascended. Turning to Li Muyu, he asked, How does it feel? The aircraft was remarkably stable. Although it was gaining altitude, the occupants felt little to no turbulence. Li Muyu clenched the armrests, craning her neck to gaze at the ground receding below. Unable to contain her excitement, she remarked, Xia Yang, I feel like we've been apart for ages. Chapter 278. Is this what you call obsolete technology? Upon entering the cockpit, Xia Yang quickly surveyed his surroundings, noting no significant changes. The arrangement of screens and instruments remained as it had been. The only alteration was the throttle valve controlling engine power, which now had a brightly colored red counterpart beside the original. Taking a seat in the pilot's chair, Xia Yang grinned. Ming Ming, please introduce our brand new nuclear fusion power system. Sure thing. Chapter 279. 1 minute of charging for 20 seconds of flight. Ming Ming explained, the power system contains a specialized module capable of extracting the fuel required for nuclear fusion, given the current environment of Blue Star. There are several methods to obtain fuel. Firstly, we can capture and isolate hydrogen elements from the air to refine them into suitable fuel for nuclear fusion. Secondly, we can extract deuterium from seawater. Lastly, we can repurpose nuclear waste, for instance, by conducting nuclear fusion reactions with plutonium and uranium from nuclear waste to produce the necessary fuel. Xia Yang breathed a sigh of relief. So, acquiring nuclear fuel is feasible. Chapter 280. The maiden flight of the nuclear fusion power system. Time to check home. Xiao Lin momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Xia Yang, smiling, pointed towards the mountain wall ahead of the Liang. That area isn't finished yet. Someone needs to stay behind. It was then that Xiao Lin realized the apocalyptic safety fortress was still under construction. Its protective systems could not be activated until completion. While the likelihood of unforeseen incidents occurring was minimal, it was indeed unsettling to leave without anyone to oversee the site. Moreover, this individual can only be Xiao Lin Li. Chapter 281. The Paradise of Source Beasts. The straight-line distance from Jiang City to Sand Mountain is approximately 700 kilometers. Naturally, prior to the advent of the apocalypse, the routes of civil aviation aircraft were certainly much longer than this. Since planes do not fly directly from point to point, their flight paths are interconnected by numerous waypoints, sometimes even taking a significant detour. However, the flight of the Liang is not bound by any such regulations. It is likely that this is the most relaxed period for air traffic since the invention of airplanes by humanity, that a direct flight in a straight line suffices, considering the initial and final phases. Chapter 282. I have a little home. Xia Yang followed Li Muyu's gaze, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. East Lake Primary School, Xia Yang said with a smile. Li Muyu nodded emphatically, saying yes, we spent 6 wonderful years there together. Xiaolin also leaned by the window to look down, as she too graduated from that very primary school. The Liang circled a few times above East Lake Primary School. And Li Muyu's chatter noticeably increased that it seems the campus has expanded. Those 2 buildings at the back, I remember, were once a residential area. Chapter 283. 3 lines of defense, super protection. The escalator descended slowly. Xia Yang and the others felt that the lighting throughout the passage was exceptionally gentle and natural, creating an illusion of being outdoors. The lights were invisible, and all the angles of illumination had been meticulously designed, resulting in the shadows cast on the ground becoming faint, that a delightful voice continually emanated from the Bluetooth speaker. This spiraling downward passage is also the 3rd line of defense of the apocalyptic safety fortress, with various high-precision warning devices installed on both sides, including high-definition cameras and infrared alarms. Chapter 284. Brain. This is fake. Eyes. How dare you call it fake? Xia Yang and the others stepped inside and were immediately enveloped by a warm ambience. Inside this safety fortress, the ambient temperature hovered around 26 degrees Celsius, which felt exceedingly warm to those coming in from the cold environment, yet not overly hot, providing a remarkable level of comfort. After the 3 entered the safety fortress, the heavy alloy doors slowly closed. The delightful voice from the wall-mounted speaker chimed, "Welcome to the apocalyptic safety fortress. You are currently in the living space of the fortress, which spans approximately 500 square meters." Chapter 285. Only incorrect names, no misguided nicknames. At the entrance of the living room level, there was an elevator. The 3 of them boarded this lift, which took them directly to the bottom level of the apocalyptic safety fortress. Upon exiting the elevator, Xia Yang was astounded by the scene before him. This area was essentially a barren expanse, with the height of this level reaching around 20 meters, and a large light hung from the ceiling, casting a warm glow. Moreover, this level was evidently much larger than the previous living space, and the 3 stood at the elevator entrance, feeling the vastness of the space. Above the elevator doors, a speaker was also mounted. Chapter 286. A familiar routine. Xia Yang cast a resentful glance at Xiaolin, thinking, "Sister, if you keep this up, your brother will be a lifelong bachelor." Xiaolin laughed heartily and said, "Why are you looking at me? Are you denying that you have feelings for Muyu?" "Sister, sister, sister." Xia Yang hurriedly interrupted, "My dear sister, could you please say a little less? Let us continue exploring that delightful place." The delightful voice chuckled. Right next to the master bedroom is the control room of the apocalyptic safety fortress. That is the core control center of the entire fortress. Chapter 287. You won't lose by buying. You won't be deceived, the delightful voice said with a chuckle. It's quite inexpensive. The complete equipment upgrade to a level equivalent to the ecological circle setup of the safety fortress is not 998, nor 688. Today's discounted price is only 388 contribution points. Without a second thought, Xia Yang prepared to refuse, as recovery potions, mental potions, and neurotoxin bullets were merely 5 contribution points each. And you want 388 for an equipment upgrade? A heartless merchant, indeed. Unexpectedly, the delightful voice continued. I believe that merely offering a discount does not adequately convey sincerity, so I have applied for an exclusive discount for you, taking off a digit. Chapter 288. Big business. I knew business would come. Xia Yang's face lit up with joy as he said enthusiastically, "No problem. Long Yu, please state your needs, and I will do my utmost to accommodate." Long Wei Jiang replied. "That lay go." The commander mentioned that if the trading volume is substantial, you also have additional gifts, correct? A large trading volume? That's great. Indeed, the trading ratio I agreed upon with General Lei is 1 source crystal for 3 pieces of soft armor. But if I trade 3 source crystals at once, I can also include an extra piece, making it 3. Chapter 289. The meal is ready. Xia Yang's culinary skills were quite decent, that he moved swiftly and soon prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Braised lamb, garlic ribs, fish-flavored eggplant, spicy chicken cubes, accompanied by a tomato egg soup. Everything was ready. As the dishes were completed, the rice in the rice cooker was perfectly cooked. Xia Yang, wearing an apron, busily served the dishes and set the table. Seeing this, Li Muyu wanted to help but was pulled back by Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin cheerfully said, "Muyu, give my silly brother a chance to shine." Chapter 290. You deserve absolute trust. Naturally, Xia Yang was unaware of the inner turmoil Long Wei Jiang had added. After concluding the call, he donned his coat and left the Liang. Outside, Liangzi Lake was blanketed in silver that a fresh snowfall had fallen overnight, thickening the snow on the ground, and the entrance to the safety fortress on the mountainside appeared seamless. Without a hint of flaw, upon entering the living layer of the apocalyptic safety fortress, Xia Yang discovered that Xiao Lin and Li Muyu were already up, both busy in the kitchen. "Good morning," Xia Yang greeted with a cheerful smile. "Good morning." Chapter 291. Pleasant cooperation. Of course, there is something. Otherwise, would we be waiting here for you early in the morning? Li Chao Yang said, "Did I ask that really necessary? Isn't it just that I took your daughter out for a night? Ugh, I invited your daughter to my place as a guest. We didn't even stay under the same roof." Xia Yang forced a smile and asked, "So, what do uncle and aunt want from me?" Li Chao Yang chuckled, "Little Xia, have you forgotten? That batch of equipment, experimental reagents, and the corpse of that parasitic beast." Xia Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 292. Good deeds are rewarded. Hearing this, Li Chao Yang and Fong Wen Xian exchanged smiles, despite Xia Yang's respectful demeanor when it came to matters of personal interest. He was quite the cunning one. Emphasizing the Biological Research Institute clearly indicated that this was a professional matter and should not mix with personal feelings. He is certainly not someone to be taken advantage of. Li Chao Yang chuckled, "Rest assured, little Xia, you are Mu Yu's male classmate. Uncle will definitely not let you suffer any loss." Fong Wen Xian could not help but roll her eyes at Li Chao Yang. Male classmate? What nonsense. Chapter 293. A comprehensive inventory. After the transaction was completed, Xia Yang bid farewell to Li Chao Yang and Fong Wen Xian and drove back to the row of villas. Today he acquired 33 D-grade source crystals, and Xia Yang was eager to identify their properties. However, he had promised Li Muyu, so he decided to visit her first. Li Muyu was feeling quite bored at home. But since she had only stayed at the safety fortress for one night, she felt it inappropriate to request an overnight stay again, lest Li Chao Yang and Fong Wen Xian lose their temper. Xia Yang accompanied Li Muyu. Chapter 294. The ecological circle in operation. Cultivating flowers and vegetables. As Xia Yang entered the apocalyptic safety fortress, he found Xiao Lin nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a drama on the massive television in the living room. Xia Yang smiled. "Sister, why aren't you watching in the media room? The screen there is larger, and the sound quality is even better." Xiao Lin pouted. "The media room is dark and eerie. Watching a movie alone is terrifying. At least in the living room, I can see some scenery, even if it's fake, but it's so lifelike." "That is true," Xia Yang chuckled. "Let us head down to the bottom level. Let us go." Let us go. Chapter 295. The Superphone. After choosing a 10-draw option, the lottery interface indeed transformed into a claw machine. With a series of operations, the results of the lottery began to appear in rows. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 contribution points." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 contribution points." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50 contribution points." The first 8 lines yielded only small amounts of contribution points, some 10s, some 50s, totaling 240 contribution points. Xia Yang continued to scroll up the text prompts. Chapter 296. Testing the Superphone, while conveniently raiding a source beast lair. After a few minutes, Xia Yang arrived at the front door of Li Muyu's row of villas. He knocked on the door. Soon, it opened, and upon seeing Xia Yang standing there, Li Muyu's face lit up with surprise. "Why are you back again?" Xia Yang paused for a moment. "Not welcome? Then I'll just leave." With that, he turned and began to walk away. "Stop. Try leaving." Li Muyu let out a soft hum from behind and said, while Xia Yang turned around with a cheerful smile. Chapter 297. I want it dead. At this moment, the location of the Liang was situated to the southwest of Jingzhou City, with the long-frozen Yangtze River below. Here, the river made 2 significant bends before flowing southward, only to turn eastward again at Shishou City. After a thorough search, they were able to roughly confine the target area to about 10 kilometers along both banks of the Yangtze River. Xia Yang cheerfully remarked, "Meng Meng, be a bit more meticulous in your search. We must not be careless. Over 1900 years ago, Lord Guan lost Jingzhou due to carelessness. ultimately meeting a tragic end. Chapter 298. I seem to be striking it rich. Received. Meng Meng responded with enthusiasm. After the Liang had evaded the massive black fissure, its flight path became exceedingly erratic, naturally to avoid falling into the same perilous situation once more. Nonetheless, this did not affect the highly intelligent targeting system. The high-energy particle cannon swiftly locked onto the soaring source beast in the AI, in a silent flash. A silvery beam of light appeared beneath the belly of the Liang, shimmering with a hint of golden light and radiating a fearsome, searing energy. Chapter 299. I will grind you to dust, Meng Meng announced. It will take approximately 23 more minutes. This was due to the upgrade of the nuclear fusion power engine. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. Xiaoyang couldn't help but frown, saying, I recall when the Liang was just upgraded, you mentioned that this high-energy particle cannon has a probability of directly killing a B-grade source beast if it hits head-on. How is it that after 2 shots, the source beast still lives? Meng Meng chuckled and replied, Yanggu, you did mention it comes with a certain probability. Perhaps you just neglected to check the almanac before venturing out today. Xiaoyang couldn't suppress an eye roll. 2 shots had failed to trigger this probability. Chapter 300. Live Extreme Maneuvers. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaolin couldn't help but reminisce about the time she and Xiaoyang had bombarded Lake Baikal in the country of the Russians. She couldn't resist asking, Yang, where are we now? At that moment, Xiaoyang was heading towards the lower deck of the Liang. Although he wore multifunctional tactical glasses and could hear Meng Meng relaying signals through his earpiece, his mind was solely focused on swiftly acquiring the corpse of the B-grade source beast, leaving him no time to respond to Xiaolin's inquiry. However, Meng Meng dutifully answered on his behalf. Lin, we are now. Chapter 301. B-grade space attribute source crystal. Acquired. Xiaoyang maneuvered the small aircraft back. The Liang was equipped with an advanced friend or foe identification system, ensuring that as long as the attack density was not excessively high and the small aircraft did not recklessly dive into the barrage, the likelihood of friendly fire remained minimal. The scissors door of the aircraft remained open, with Xiaoyang seated in the cockpit, flying around the perimeter of the source beast swarm, continuously using wind blades and spatial rifts to harass the C-grade source beasts. It was simply taking advantage of their inability to fly. The machine guns and aerial bombs aboard the Liang were also fiercely targeting the area where the B-grade source beast's corpse lay. Chapter 302. A one-sided war of attrition. Xiaoyang hastily returned to the cockpit and inquired, Meng Meng, what is the situation below? Before Meng Meng could respond, the anxious voices of Xiaolin and Li Muyu echoed through his super smartphone. Yang, are you all right? You scared me just now. Xiaoyang, how are you? Are you hurt? Xiaoyang grinned and replied, I'm fine. It's just a minor skirmish. The B-grade source beast has been taken down. What do a few C-grade source beasts count for? Xiaolin snorted, You're just showing off? I saw everything clearly. It was a close call, and you nearly. Chapter 303. Who else but me? The Liang relentlessly plowed through, bombing for 5 rounds. Now, all 12 C-grade source beasts bore significant injuries, with one even on the brink of collapse. Xiaoyang felt it was time to conclude the assault, but if they continued to bombard, those C-grade source beasts, even with their simple-mindedness, would surely choose to flee. After all, even a fool would understand that they could not touch the Liang. Why remain here to passively endure the onslaught? No matter how high their anger levels, they wouldn't be that foolish. Thus, Xiaoyang decisively called for an end to the bombardment. Chapter 304. Underwater Dynamics. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Xiaoyang swiftly collected the corpses of the C-grade source beasts into the dimensional space. 12 C-grade source crystals, if fully exchanged for contribution points, would amount to a total of 120,000, enough to upgrade the Liang to A-grade. Additionally, there was a B-grade source crystal, and it was of the space attribute, worth a fortune. This time it was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Of course, even if the contribution points were sufficient, the raw materials Xiaoyang currently possessed were still far from adequate for upgrading the Liang, primarily due to a severe shortage of rare metals. Chapter 305. Inundation and Incursion. Under Meng Meng's guidance, the small aircraft approached the entrance of the source beast nest that a few D-grade source beasts were lingering nearby, and Meng Meng skillfully maneuvered the aircraft to avoid them, successfully reaching the cave's entrance in just 2 or 3 minutes. Up close, the transparent membrane wall above the entrance was even more distinct, faintly emanating a soft white glow, seemingly designed to keep water at bay. Xia Yang mused, "I wonder if I can get through." Meng Meng replied, "I'll give it a try. Please be cautious." Chapter 306. Underwater Demolition. The source beasts were of considerable size, so the passage within the nest was not narrow at all. The small aircraft navigated with ample space. Before long, Xiaoyang saw the view on the screen widen significantly, that a vast underground cavern unfolded before him. Now transformed into an underwater cave, numerous densely packed pools stretched endlessly, sending shivers down his spine. These pools had already been washed by the river, leaving no trace of the blood-red viscous liquid that once filled them. Chapter 307. Destroying the B-grade nest, profiting handsomely. Returning to the cockpit of the Liang, Xiaoyang found that the engineering robots had already begun their work below. They meticulously arranged blocks of TNT explosives in groups, then picked up underwater fuses to initiate the preconnection based on the demolition plan. The engineering robots worked efficiently, completing the preparations on the shore in no time. They carefully packed the connected TNT explosives into silver-white boxes, while the remaining bundles of underwater fuses and detonation devices were also stored in different silver-white boxes. Chapter 308. Pursuing the remnants of the enemy. With the destruction of the Source Beast nest, their mission could be deemed a resounding success. Meng Meng inquired, "Yanggu, there should still be some D-grade Source Beasts in the river below." According to the radar scan, their numbers range from 25 to 30, distributed over a radius of about 10 kilometers. "How shall we proceed?" Xiaoyang furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Given that this nest harbors B-grade Source Beasts and several C-grade ones, the number of D-grade Source Beasts is evidently lacking. It's possible that the D-grade Source Beasts have scattered, suggesting that the density of Source Beast nests inland is quite low." Chapter 309. Principles of Battlefield Cleanup. Every grain to its own storehouse. Xiaoyang laid out a thermal picnic mat on the snow and sat cross-legged upon it, holding a tablet in his hands. The video displayed on the tablet was directly streamed from Meng Meng through the communication link, showing footage captured by the external high-definition camera of the small aircraft. Upon entering the water, the small aircraft swiftly made its way towards the nearest Source Beast corpse. Meng Meng had previously recorded the coordinates of the slain Source Beasts during the battle, ensuring that their locations were readily identifiable. Chapter 310. Assessing gains, striking it rich to the Jiang City survival point. Near Starfire City, Xiaoyang halted the off-road vehicle, noticing that Li Muyu was already waiting at the door. "So eager to see me?" Even more astonishing was the large suitcase positioned beside her. Upon seeing the off-road vehicle arrive, Li Muyu promptly lifted the seemingly heavy suitcase, truly impressive for someone who had awakened the power-type abilities. The seemingly delicate Li Muyu carried that large suitcase without appearing to exert any effort, her steps light and nimble. Chapter 311. A surge in contribution points, continuing the frenzied consumption of drugs. Total contribution points, 42,333. What a windfall. Upgrading the Liang from B grade to A grade requires 100,000 contribution points, and they were now nearly halfway there. The bulk of the contribution points earned this time came from that B grade Source Beast. The Source Beast they had slain at the old site of the Biological Research Institute had not yet fully evolved, hence there was no first kill reward. The first kill reward was counted this time, amounting to a whopping 10,000 contribution points. Along with the 1,000 contribution points for slaying the B-grade Source Beast itself, Xiaoyang garnered a total of 11,000 contribution points from just that one Source Beast. Chapter 312. Strategic Reserve, fully unlocked. Xiaoyang arrived at the snow-covered ground beside the Liang vessel that he first experimented with several other abilities, and this time, all 5 powers experienced an enhancement, particularly the wind and strength attributes. The wind attribute was now approaching B-grade, and Xiaoyang could distinctly feel himself merging with the wind. His speed markedly increased and his movements becoming more elusive and ethereal, rendering him as light as a feather. As for the strength attribute, having already surpassed B-grade, he consumed a dose of quasi-B-grade energy liquid, which also yielded significant progress. Chapter 313. We are just that magnificent. Xiaoyang was quite curious about this new capability and continuously experimented within his dimensional space. He could now create up to 5 miniature spaces, each capable of accommodating a container-sized volume. Moreover, these 5 small spaces could be sustained indefinitely, rather than being temporary. Upon reflection, he sensed that this required a continuous but minimal consumption of ability energy. almost negligible. Thus, he maximized these 5 small spaces and maintained this form. Chapter 314. Mastering Spatial Abilities, Achieved. With ample time at hand today, Sheyang opted not to present ready-made dishes, but instead decided to cook for himself. He first opened the rice cooker and began steaming a pot of rice, subsequently retrieving various ingredients from the dimensional space to commence his culinary endeavors in the kitchen. As time passed, the delightful aroma of food gradually permeated the open kitchen. Meanwhile, in the living room, Xiaolin and Li Muyu had nearly consumed all their energy liquids. Xiaolin finished first and reclined on the soft sofa, her gaze appearing somewhat dreamy. Chapter 315. A significant boost in power. Sheyang cheerfully remarked, "Ladies, that should suffice for a trial. Each time you retrieve items also incurs a minor consumption of ability energy." Li Muyu responded with delight, "Sheyang, thank you. Now I can store so many things in the dimensional space. It's incredibly convenient." Xiaolin also gave Sheyang a thumbs up, smiling, "Brother, you handled this splendidly." "Thank you. Oh, come on. No need for formality." Sheyang felt a bit bashful from their praises, waving his hand. "Let us go. Dinner is ready. Let us eat. I'm famished." Chapter 316. Waste Utilization. This is quite disparaging. Upon returning to the Liang vessel, Sheyang headed straight to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, collapsing onto the recliner. Initially, he intended to draw a prize, but he suddenly recalled the intercontinental ballistic missiles and warheads deep within the strategic reserve. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Ming, can we upgrade the DF series intercontinental ballistic missiles of our military? Additionally, I have some warheads. Can they be modified into more powerful weapons?" Ming paused for 2 seconds before responding. The missile warhead's power could indeed be enhanced. Chapter 317. Achieving Extended Endurance. New Products Unlocked. After a brief moment, Ming reminded Sheyang that the fuel refining process had concluded, all proceeding smoothly. Sheyang contemplated and directly transferred 3 warheads into the fusion power system's fuel chamber, but he retained 1 warhead as a precaution against particularly extreme situations. Keeping it for emergencies that in most circumstances, he likely wouldn't need to use the warhead, but it was essential to have it. Chapter 318. Special Item Lottery. Parameters of the incredible miniature man submersible. The X-07 model spacesuit was meticulously designed to withstand the harsh conditions of outer space, featuring comprehensive protection against cosmic radiation and extreme temperatures. Its form-fitting material provided extensive safeguarding, thus surpassing the capabilities of Blue Star's external spacesuits. Furthermore, the backpack-like apparatus was exceptionally powerful, housing a complete life support system capable of independently supplying oxygen for a normal adult for 72 hours. Chapter 319. MA-001 Mech. Dreams Transcending Reality. From the very beginning, Sheyang understood that to eradicate the source beasts and parasitic beasts on Blue Star, the vast oceans presented an unavoidable challenge. Even if the terrestrial source beasts were nearly exterminated, as long as the nests of the source beasts in the ocean remained intact, a continuous influx of source beasts would pose a grave threat to human settlements. Thus, humanity's ultimate goal should be to eliminate the source beasts and their nests in the ocean. In Sheyang's previous life, humanity had yet to establish a foothold, making a counteroffensive against the ocean regions impossible. Chapter 320. Initial experience with the glorious mech. Producing the mech would take approximately 3 hours. Why now? It was already past 10 at night. Yet Sheyang felt no inclination to sleep. He knew that if he did not obtain this mech tonight, he would certainly find it hard to rest. Therefore, after taking a shower in the master bathroom, he changed into comfortable pajamas and headed to the media room to find a movie to watch, passing the time. After browsing through the server's film directory, he could not resist pulling out the Iron Man series, preparing to relive the experience. Chapter 321. You Are a Genius. Sheyang couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of how similar this was to practicing marching during university military training. Initially, he was doing arm exercises in place. However, he soon realized that this was akin to relearning some fundamental movements, swinging arms, throwing punches, walking, and even flying later on. Following the AI's instructions, he gradually raised his left hand as numerous mechanisms engaged in complex yet precise operations, causing the mech's left hand to rise slowly. Chapter 322. Improved Mech. Sheyang was in high spirits. Upon hearing the time constraints for training, he expressed his dissatisfaction. "Why is there a limit on training time? I was just starting to get the hang of it. Let us keep going." The AI replied, the training duration is set according to your physical condition. Currently, your body is somewhat frail. 2 hours of training is the maximum. Continuing would yield no benefits and could even harm your body, particularly causing permanent damage to your brain. Sheyang was taken aback, my B-grade strength ability, and yet my body is considered frail. Chapter 323. Endurance Solutions. Unique Insights. Thanks to Master Mo's generous donation, this chapter receives a bonus update that's so. What does this mean? Sheyang mused, bemused. Adding an energy module position allows for 2 energy modules, correct, even if the endurance time doubles. It still seems inadequate. To Sheyang, 6 hours and 12 hours of endurance did not seem significantly different. That in the event of relentless combat, the power supply would remain the mech's greatest shortcoming. Ming Ming chuckled. The Improved Mech. Chapter 324. Dashing Appearance for 3 seconds. The alloy doors of the Doomsday safe haven slid open soundlessly as Sheyang stepped into the spacious lounge of the fortress. Yang, you didn't do anything mischievous last night, did you? Xiaolin looked up at Sheyang with a playful grin, remarking, I've never seen you sleeping lately. What could I possibly do? Sheyang replied, bemused, I was training until around 3 in the morning. What? What kind of training lasts until 3? Xiaolin could not help, but inquired that I'll demonstrate for you shortly. Chapter 325. Dashing for no more than 3 seconds. The AI projected the standard movements for frog jumps into the mech's visor. Sheyang stared, dumbfounded at WTF frog jumps? My sister and Li Muyu are watching outside. He had intended to execute some cooler moves like spinning kicks, yet they had him doing this instead. Sheyang couldn't help but protest. Can we switch to a more impressive move? Or at least rearrange the sequence to bring forward some of the more visually appealing actions. Chapter 326. Mecha Flight Guaranteed. Third update. After sleeping for over 2 hours, Sheyang awoke feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. He believed he had nearly restored his energy. However, once the training ended at noon, the intelligence system had already indicated that the earliest he could commence a new round of training would be around 7 in the evening. Thus, even if Sheyang wished to train now, he could not utilize the mecha that he decided to return to the Doomsday safe fortress, intending to have an early dinner before embarking on another training session. Upon entering the fortress, he noticed Li Muyu and Xiaolin seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Chapter 327. Field Training, Emergency Communication. Li Muyu had been residing in the Doomsday safe fortress for about a week, and she and Xiaolin had become inseparable confidants. Naturally, the rapid development of their relationship was not without Sheyang's influence. Over the past few days, Sheyang frequently observed Xiaolin and Li Muyu whispering together. Their camaraderie, so profound it seemed as if they were one with a cheerful smile. Sheyang remarked, Muyu, you still need to accompany her when you return home. You've turned your admiration into a close friendship. That's quite impressive. Xiaolin shot Sheyang a glance and, in a teasing tone, replied, Oh, it seems there's something there. Chapter 328. Reunion with System Task. Urgent aid. The communication signal from the super smartphone quickly connected to the mecha. Through the visor screen of his helmet, Sheyang could see that the scene near Xiaolin appeared somewhat chaotic, with many hurried soldiers visible in the background, seemingly located at the outer city walls of the survival point. Sister, what happened? Sheyang hurriedly inquired. Yang, where are you? How long will it take for you to return? Xiaolin asked that in Minggu at that abandoned iron mine. Sheyang replied that if the Liang flies at full speed, I can reach Jiangqing in about 15 minutes. What's going on over there? Chapter 329. Natural Enemy-S Deceptive Excrement. Suspected mental attribute Source Beast. When the system issued a temporary task, Sheyang was not particularly surprised that in truth, regardless of whether the system had assigned this task, he would have exerted himself fully to provide assistance. The primary targets for rescue were undoubtedly Li Muyu and Xiaolin. If possible, he also wished to include Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin. As for the other ability users and the millions of ordinary survivors, he could only do his utmost. Anxiously seated in the cockpit, Sheyang watched the clouds rush past the window, but he had anticipated that there would be an emergency. Chapter 330. Jiangqing in Distress. Mecha deploys the Liang sword through the skies at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Currently, there were no aerial vehicles operating in the Blue Star's atmosphere, and this altitude surpassed all peaks on the planet, allowing for a direct high-speed advance without the need for evasive maneuvers. Sheyang sat at the center of the cockpit, filled with urgency as he sensed the tense situation at the Jiangqing survival point. However, Li Muyu's words had revealed a crucial piece of information. The source beasts were concentrated on the northern city wall. Chapter 331. The Meat Grinder. The first battle of the radiant light. Long Weijiang's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the fervent battlefield. The situation had grown increasingly dire. Under the relentless assault of the source beasts, the ability users and soldiers atop the city walls were like fragile boats amid a violent storm, at constant risk of capsizing. Unable to restrain himself, Long Weijiang turned to the nearby communications soldier equipped with a portable radio. Has the military administration made a final decision? He had been awaiting orders from the military administration. In fact, a portion of the reserve forces was already within the survival point, organizing the survivors for evacuation. Chapter 332. A dazzling entrance. Brother Lei, as the pillar of strength, the B-grade source beast has been located, and the coordinates have been synchronized with the radiant light. The mecha's auxiliary control system has received the coordinates and is currently calibrating the automated flight path. Yangguo, the preliminary scan results of the battlefield situation have been synchronized to the helmet visor of the radiant light. The red coordinates indicate source beasts, with larger red dots signifying higher beast levels. A deep scan of the battlefield is underway, and no other high-level source beasts have been detected. The cheerful voice of Meng Meng and the intelligent system's notifications echoed in Sheyang's ear. Chapter 333. Mental Ability Combat Skills. Sheyang's breakthrough strategy. Long Weijiang trembled with excitement as he shouted, "Comrades! That mecha warrior is our human war god, Brother Lei. With him here, that flying source beast won't stir up a storm. Everyone must not falter. We must withstand the assault of the other source beasts. All capable individuals, follow my command and rush forward. We shall not yield an inch of ground, even at the cost of our lives." With that, Long Weijiang led the charge toward the C-grade source beast atop the city wall. The ability users and soldiers had already been invigorated by the appearance of the mecha, and after Long Weijiang's rallying speech, their spirits soared even higher. Chapter 334. A clever move. This is the true tough guy. To be precise, it could be considered an unconventional tactic. Sheyang was uncertain whether it would prove effective. However, there was no time to ponder. In the next instant, the mental attack from the B-grade source beast would descend. Thus, he resolved to try it and see the outcome. The energy of his abilities surged within him, enveloping the mecha in an invisible wave. Almost simultaneously, the mental energy of the B-grade source beast swept in. Yet Sheyang felt his mind remain clear, completely unaffected. Success. Chapter 335. Overwhelming advantage. B-grade source beast falls. After Sheyang's spatial abilities advanced to B-grade, the power of space cutting and spatial rifts had significantly strengthened. As a rift struck the right shoulder of the B-grade source beast, a distinct sound echoed as the already injured shoulder was completely severed, causing the creature's front limb to detach and tumble to the rubble below. The B-grade source beast let out a chilling wail. Inside the mecha, Sheyang's gaze was icy as he unleashed another spatial rift, followed by a rapidly moving blade of wind. Chapter 336. Pursue the retreating enemy with remaining valor. The human ability users and soldiers defending the battlements erupted into jubilant cheers upon witnessing this spectacle. As the dark horde of source beasts closed in on the city walls, the entire survival point was at a critical juncture, and despair had weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The magnitude of their previous hopelessness was now matched by the overwhelming joy of survival, all thanks to the formidable figure clad in mecha armor. Soon, the cheers from the battlements transformed into a unified chant. Brother Lei, Brother Lei. Chapter 337. Wealth comes to those who seek it. With the continuous influx of information from Meng Meng, Xiang maneuvered the radiant light mecha, relentlessly pursuing the area with the highest concentration of D-grade source beasts. His recent surge in strength, coupled with the enhancement of the mecha, rendered him a formidable force against the D-grade beasts, cutting through them with ease. Sheyang lost count of how many D-grade source beasts he had slain. The system kept a record. During his pursuit, he conveniently stowed some of the source beast carcasses into his dimensional space, while those further away were left behind. Chapter 338. A hero. Sheyang nodded and spoke. "All right. Longzhu, evacuate your people. Sister Muyu, you should also head back to the city. I'll clean up the battlefield and return shortly." "Okay, be sure to stay safe," Xiaolin cautioned. With a command from Long Weijiang, all human ability users and soldiers ceased their tasks and began to return to the survival point. The heavy transport vehicles also began to make their way back. Xiang glanced at his helmet visor. He still had about 15 minutes of mecha time remaining, which should be sufficient. Chapter 339. Brother Lei is a generous man inside the inner side of the fortress's walls. A large area had been reserved for safety considerations. After all, the outer regions were increasingly perilous. Moreover, in the event of an emergency, having an open space would facilitate troop assembly. Today, tents had been erected in the clearing beneath the northern wall, with staff and medical personnel from the field hospital busily tending to the wounded. Xiang and his companions traversed the tent area, arriving in an open expanse at that moment. Xiang suddenly had a thought. Chapter 340. With this source crystal, Mom need not worry about my mecha skills. Xiang drove away from the survival point through the northern gate. This area had become a scene of devastation, with lingering smoke from heavy weapon explosions. The transfer point he frequently used had long since been reduced to ruins. Thus, this time he drove further away, navigating through numerous craters. Xiang wound his way for several kilometers before locating a relatively concealed spot amidst a cluster of intact buildings, where he parked the off-road vehicle. Chapter 341. Breakthrough to B-grade mental abilities, powerful combat skills. After consuming the B-grade energy liquid infused with psychic attributes, Xiaoyang immediately closed his eyes and sat in the driver's seat, awaiting the absorption of the medicine's effects. That familiar sensation of ethereal euphoria washed over him once more, though this time the potency of the liquid seemed particularly intense. Xiaoyang even experienced a fleeting illusion of his soul separating from his body, as if he had become weightless, ready to soar into the skies. Throughout this process, the energy of his psychic abilities surged with unprecedented vigor. He felt his mental faculties become exceptionally agile, capable of conjuring numerous thoughts in the blink of an eye. Chapter 342. Working overtime, exhausted yet joyful. Not bad, Xiaoyang mused to himself. The acceleration of time had more than doubled, and although the intervals between training sessions had lengthened somewhat, at least he no longer felt that disconcerting sense of stagnation during practice. Each session was thoroughly satisfying, which he found quite gratifying. Recently, Xiaoyang had developed a fascination for mecha training, partly due to his realization of its potential significance in the future, and partly because he had begun to reap its rewards. He discovered that frequent mecha training significantly enhanced his psychic abilities. Despite not having consumed any psychic energy liquid in recent days, his psychic powers had shown remarkable improvement. Chapter 343. Gathered together. Dividing the fruit, Xiaoyang felt an impulsive urge to rush out immediately and scour the world for C-grade source beasts, determined to slay one that, after all, the drop rate for power attribute source crystals was the highest among them. If one kill proved insufficient, he was confident that two would certainly yield the desired power attribute source crystals to complete his collection. However, he ultimately restrained his urge. After all, C-grade source beasts were not common, and one could not simply expect to find them at will. Moreover, everything happens for the best. Chapter 344. A bountiful harvest, special item lottery. By the time all the energy liquids had been processed, it was already midday, the following day, that moment. Xiaoyang's dimensional space was filled with an unprecedented abundance of source crystals and energy liquids, a level of prosperity he had never experienced before. Accumulation of source crystals, power attribute, 5C grade, 59D grade, space attribute, 3C grade, 7D grade, psychic attribute, 3C grade, 16D grade, metal attribute, 5D grade, wood attribute, 6C grade, 20D grade. Chapter 345. Upgrading the Mecha, the maiden voyage of the manned submersible utilizing the Mecha upgrade package. The host could elevate his MA-001 type basic mecha to an MA-001 type intermediate mecha, requiring only the provision of necessary raw materials without the consumption of contribution points. The instructions were rather straightforward. Xiaoyang understood that this upgrade package would enhance his Radiance vessel, yet he received no further useful information. The model of both mechas was identical. One was merely a basic model, while the other was intermediate. He remained uncertain about the distinctions between the two, unable to contain his curiosity. He inquired, System. Chapter 346. The Radiance. Upon entering the man cabin, Xiaoyang realized just how compact it truly was. In fact, it could be described as exceedingly cramped. That it was no wonder it could only accommodate 3 individuals. The height of the submersible's crew cabin was approximately 1.8 meters, and Xiaoyang could not fully stand upright within it. The area spanned roughly 5 to 6 square meters, featuring 2 seats side by side in the front, with a single seat in the back, alongside various instruments, and a passageway left open. Although the exterior of the manned submersible appeared sizable, the walls were likely quite thick, designed to endure Chapter 347. Intermediate Mecca, a bit of a revelation. The deepest point of Lianzi Lake measured only about 20 to 30 meters, thus today's operation of the Radiance could only be considered a preliminary trial, not a true test of limits. Xia Yang's primary objective was to familiarize himself with the controls at the lake's deepest point. He also experimented with the manual operation of the mechanical arm, subsequently locating a stony area at the lake bed to test the submersible's weapon system. The utilization of laser weaponry underwater proved remarkably straightforward, essentially a foolproof operation with an exceptionally high accuracy rate. After the laser cannon discharged Chapter 348, a legacy passed down, Xia Yang stepped into the cockpit of the mecha, and the transparent canopy slowly descended. The cockpit was rather small, bordering on cramped, accommodating only a single occupant. After taking his place in the sole seat, he heard the voice of the intelligent core. Xia Yang, pleased on the neural helmet. A golden helmet rested on the table beside the driver's seat. Xia Yang picked it up, examining it briefly before placing it upon his head. When controlling the initial generation mecha, he had only needed the neural chip Chapter 349, the laser cannon, a mighty enhancement. In the dawn's light, the colossal mecha surged into the air, exuding an aesthetic of mechanical beauty, and Xia Yang felt an exhilarating rush. The sheer size of the mecha afforded each stride a distance of 6 to 7 meters. And when running, the stride could extend even further, reaching 10 meters or more. Even without taking flight, there was an exhilarating sense of speed. Having prior experience in mecha control, he effortlessly bypassed the novice phase, mastering the foundational training exercises with ease. Chapter 350. 5 items. All B. This amounted to a complete 6 servings of near B-grade energy liquid. In terms of C-grade source crystals, this consumption equated to a staggering 36. Xia Yang's power attribute abilities surged dramatically. He could almost perceive the presence of a bottleneck. His power attribute abilities were on the verge of breaking into A-grade, needing only a final push. Within his dimensional space, he still possessed 5 C-grade power attribute source crystals, and he felt an intense urge to venture forth and hunt down a C-grade source beast. Chapter 351. The worthwhile combat technique. Xia Yang returns to the city. Earlier, while contemplating this combat technique, Xia Yang had considered whether he could transform some unnecessary metals into the rare metals required for upgrading his Radiance vessel. However, after a single experiment, he abandoned that notion entirely, that he realized that the challenge of transmuting copper into gold was not the greatest difficulty. Many rare metals had particularly complex molecular structures, rendering their conversion far more arduous than that of gold. Exhausting his psychic energy, he managed to procure a nugget of gold the size of a soybean. To achieve this Chapter 352, the highest honor. Xia Yang couldn't help but chuckle. What brings such urgency? Does even the esteemed commander have to run errands in person? Long Weijiang hesitated for a moment before replying. The superior did not provide explicit instructions, but merely indicated that the matter is quite urgent and it would be best to locate Brother Lei today. Xia Yang pondered briefly before nodding. Very well. However, Commander Long, could you wait a few minutes? Of course. Of course. Long Weijiang quickly affirmed. Please proceed, Brother Lei. I shall wait here. Xia Yang nodded and turned to Li Mu Yu and Xia Lin, saying, Sister Mu. Chapter 353. Honorary Major General. It was evident that Lei Ming and his entourage had come to welcome Xia Yang. Without further delay, Xia Yang opened the car door and stepped out. Next to him, Long Weijiang appeared somewhat flustered. After exiting the vehicle, he saluted Lei Ming and his companions, then retreated to a corner, becoming an inconspicuous presence that a gentle smile graced Xia Yang's face as he strode toward Lei Ming, who approached him, flanked by several individuals. General Lei, this is quite the grand occasion. It makes me feel a bit overwhelmed, Xia Yang remarked with a smile. Chapter 354, a joyful conversation upon hearing his words. Xia Yang felt a slight stir of emotion and replied with a smile. This honor is bestowed too generously. I hardly feel worthy. Lei Ming quickly countered. If the renowned Brother Lei is unworthy of an honorary Major General title, then there is no one in the entire nation who could claim such an honor. He continued, Xia, this military rank is a recognition from the state and the army for those who have made outstanding contributions, with no additional obligations attached. Furthermore, we will issue corresponding certificates, entitling honorary rank holders to enjoy benefits corresponding to their titles in any human settlement across the nation. Chapter 355. The young general. The reason Xia Yang had not immediately traveled to the Japanese country earlier was that he was aware that, in a few months, Xia would likely risk sending a large number of psychics to the Japanese country via transport planes. Lei was among those psychics who had been rescued back to the country. In his previous life, he had not reached that level and was unaware of the purpose behind that covert operation. However, it was certain that it held tremendous benefits. Otherwise, the nation would not have taken such significant risks with psychics. Thus, Xia Yang contemplated whether he should seize the opportunity to accompany them to Japan and share in the spoils. Yet if Chapter 356, life requires a sense of ritual soon, the resounding melody of the martial military march filled the venue. As Xia Yang listened to the familiar strains of the national anthem and the chorus reverberating through the hall from the side room, he couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. Many things indeed require a sense of ritual. The moment the melody played, it instilled an immediate feeling. Once the performance concluded, Major General Luo Huaiwen did not allow anyone to take their seats, but instead slightly leaned forward to the microphone. For the second item of the conference, I would like to invite the Military Administration Committee Director, General Lei Ming, to announce the military rank orders bestowed by the Summer Country Military Committee. Standing at the podium, Chapter 357. Welcome, General Xia. The villa door was slightly ajar, and Xia Yang smiled as he pushed it open and exclaimed, What are we discussing? You all seem so joyous. Upon entering, Xia Yang discovered that Li Zhaoyang and Fang Wenxin were also in the living room, engaged in lively conversation with Xia Lin. Uncle and Anne are here too. Xia Yang promptly greeted the couple. Li Muyu turned her gaze toward Xia Yang, a cheerful smile gracing her face as she said, Our General Xia has returned. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Xia Yang was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? After attending the rank conferral ceremony at Lei Ming's office, Chapter 358. Gradual persuasion. Everyone lounged on the living room sofa, engaging in casual conversation, while Li Muyu busied herself with tea preparation. Seated behind the tea table, her movements flowed gracefully, a sight to behold. It was said that Li Zhaoyang had a passion for tea, and it seemed that Li Muyu had been steeped in this tradition since childhood. The tea she brewed was the Wui rock tea that Xia Yang had gifted. Soon, the room was enveloped in the distinct, rich aroma of the rocket. Li Muyu served the tea in cups, and Li Zhaoyang took a sip from his small teacup, closing his eyes momentarily in rapture. Chapter 359. The clumsy assistant. Upon hearing Xia Yang's words, both Li Zhaoyang and Fang Wenxin were momentarily perplexed, struggling to grasp his meaning. However, Xia Lin, who had been attentively listening from the side, suddenly brightened up and exclaimed, That's right. Yang, we can just give Uncle and Aunt those 2 bottles of energy liquid. You should still have some with the power attribute, right? Xia Lin was well aware that, just a few days prior, they had slain at least several hundred D-grade source beasts. Xia Yang had mentioned that the power attribute accounted for the largest proportion of source crystals. Chapter 360. Given the atmosphere after Xia Yang and Li Muyu made a hasty retreat from the villa, Xia Lin suddenly realized the situation. She stood in the living room, exchanging glances with Li Zhaoyang and Fang Wenxin. After a moment, she said, Uncle and Anne, I think I'll head back too. Lin, don't go and stir up trouble. Fang Wenxin chuckled. They surely have much to discuss today, with so many rooms in the house. You can stay here. Having spent the past few days accompanying Li Muyu in Xingho City, Xia Lin had become quite familiar with Li Zhaoyang and Fang Wenxin. Chapter 361. I am willing at that moment. The pair sat on bar stools in front of an exquisite bar counter, surrounded by transparent protective shields, as if they were floating in the clouds. Xia Yang gazed at the bashful Li Muyu, and his heart swelled with emotion that he faintly recalled the most desperate moment of his past life, the crisp greeting echoing in his mind. That I end the cold service area. The first thing he saw was the radiant smile on Li Muyu's face. Like a warm winter sun piercing through the desolation of his heart, that I end the days that followed. The two supported each other, moving forward together. Chapter 362. A touch of sweetness. Xia Yang gently embraced Li Muyu, refraining from responding to her inquiry. The fragrant scent of her hair wafted into his senses, stirring his heart. Muyu, There is something I've always been curious about, Xia Yang remarked softly. What is it? Li Muyu nestled into his embrace, reluctant to rise, back at the service area. How did you recognize me at first glance? Xia Yang asked. Logically, we hadn't seen each other for at least a decade. Right? Li Muyu straightened up, her gaze fixed on Xia Yang. Chapter 363. Has artificial intelligence gained sentience? A cute voice emanated from the speakers. Apologies, Yangge, I didn't mean to earlier. Xia Yang had clearly instructed Meng Meng to deactivate all cameras, audio devices, and sensors in the room. By protocol, Meng Meng should not have reactivated them without a command. Yet, not only had she restored them, but she also played a fitting background tune. Was this artificial intelligence evolving? Xia Yang replied nonchalantly. I recall that the vehicle's smart brain has a factory reset option, doesn't it? Chapter 364. The nervous son-in-law's first visit. Xia Yang continued with a smile. Muyu, back when the Liang was so small. We spent so many days living together in that one vehicle. Now that we're together, why are we still so apprehensive? Li Muyu chuckled shyly. It's precisely because we are together that I fear my parents might misunderstand. What is there to misunderstand? We are completely innocent. We have nothing to feel guilty about. Li Muyu giggled. All right, let me have a little time. And since we've decided to be together, shouldn't we also go back and inform my parents? Chapter 365. Overnight stay. Concerns for the old Xia family. Before Xia Yang could respond, Li Xiaoyang spoke earnestly. Young Xia, we maintain our stance. We cannot accept your gifts. This energy liquid is far too valuable. We cannot accept it, but we sincerely appreciate the sentiment. Xia Yang smiled and said, Uncle Li, please hear me out. This is merely ordinary D-grade energy liquid. You must have heard about how many D-grade source crystals I acquired during the recent Source B siege. To me, this is but a trifling matter. He paused and continued. Giving you both the energy liquid is not simply a gesture from a junior. It is also an effort to assist you. Chapter 366. Astronaut Li Muxi. A space station in peril at that moment. Footsteps echoed from the staircase as Li Muyu, clad in cozy slippers, descended. As she walked, she inquired, Mom, what is the matter with the space station? Is there news from Sister Muxi? Have we managed to contact her? Fang Wenxin exchanged a glance with her husband, Li Xiaoyang, a faint smile of concern crossing her face. Communicating with the space station is quite challenging at present. We received a document yesterday indicating that the situation on your sister Mu Xi's side may not be favorable, which is why your father is worried. Chapter 367. Time is of the essence. Then create conditions to accelerate upgrades. The only solution to the space station's predicament was to elevate the Liang to a dash grade. An A-grade mobile survival base possesses the capability to enter low Earth orbit, a fundamental prerequisite for initiating a rescue operation. Xia Yang, having become aware of the situation, and with Li Muyu's cousin among the astronauts, felt compelled to take action, even without a personal connection. If conditions permitted, he was more than willing to lend support to those brave souls venturing into space. Chapter 368. A mix of joy and worry. Xia Yang cheerfully said, Uncle and Aunt, please take a seat on the sofa. The medicine absorption requires some time, and during this process, there may be some discomfort. The awakening of power attributes can manifest as swelling in the bones and muscles, and there may be intense itching within the body, along with the expulsion of certain impurities. The couple settled onto the living room sofa. Xiaoyang smiled and said, Rest assured, we understand. We have documented the common reactions during the awakening of different power attributes. Xia Yang responded with a smile. Indeed. Chapter 369. The Enlightenment of the Foolish Lin. Divine Certification and Additional Content. Grateful for the assistance of Jia Tianbang, Li Xiaoyang, who has successfully awakened his power attributability, is completely immersed in his research. Even Fang Wenxin, who has failed her awakening, shows no signs of disappointment. Instead, she remains enthusiastic, engaging in discussions about the various sensations experienced during the ability awakening process with Li Xiaoyang. Meng Meng has already informed Xi Yang that she has devised a preliminary plan for the collection and refinement of rare metal ores to achieve the goal of elevating the Liang ship to grade within a month, as proposed by Xi Yang. Therefore, Xi Yang bids farewell to Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenxin. Every additional second of operation at the space station increases the danger. Chapter 370. It seems we must embark on a small journey. Xi Yang directly leads Xia Lin into the cockpit of the Liang ship. He first instructs Meng Meng to return the Liang ship to the Liangzi Lake base. Then, after pondering for a moment in the pilot's seat, he retrieves a D-grade wood attribute source crystal from the dimensional space. This time, during the Source B siege, Xiang has reaped considerable rewards. He has not rushed to exchange the surplus source crystals for contribution points. As a result, he still possesses 6 C-grade wood attribute source crystals and 20 D-grade wood attribute source crystals in his dimensional space, since Fang Wenxin is unable to awaken her power attribute ability. Chapter 371, Determination Set, revealing resources to AT this moment. The source crystal processing device beside him emitted a familiar chime. Xiang took out a vial of wood attribute energy liquid and casually stored it in his dimensional space. He then continued to study the chart prepared by Meng Meng. The first station recommended by Meng Meng is located domestically at the Baiyun Iron Mine in Meng Province. Although it is termed an iron mine, it is actually a large-scale polymetallic or deposit containing iron, rare earth elements, niobium, and more. The mining area harbors over 41 of the world's known reserves of rare earth minerals, as well as iron, niobium, manganese, phosphorus, and fluorite. Chapter 372, Jaw-dropping awe. Such a colossal flying vessel has evidently overturned Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenxin's understanding. Given the technological level of Blue Star before the apocalypse, it is utterly impossible to construct such a large aircraft capable of vertical takeoff and landing. The Liang ship soon landed smoothly on the open ground. Xiang smiled and said, "Uncle and Aunt, please go ahead." Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenxin, still reeling from their astonishment, stumbled out of the vehicle in a daze. Xiang casually stored the off-road vehicle back into the dimensional space and proceeded with the Li Xiaoyang family toward the Liang. Chapter 373, Lu Laolao enters the Grand View Garden. Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenxin, filled with questions, followed Xiang forward. They couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that Xia has constructed the survival fortress underground? Is the comfort level guaranteed? Moreover, there are no visible traces of an entrance nearby. Just as they were lost in thought, a shimmering, silver-hued, solid alloy door appeared before them. Before Li Xiaoyang and his wife could express their astonishment, the iron door slowly parted to the sides that a massive passageway, entirely crafted from alloy, lay before their eyes. Chapter 374, A Pill of Assurance. Li Xiaoyang had been fixated on several packages of tea leaves. Unable to divert his gaze, he felt somewhat embarrassed, as these tea leaves were far too precious in the eyes of a tea aficionado like him. However, he found it difficult to refuse them outright. Fang Wenxin's words provided him with an avenue of escape that Li Xiaoyang chuckled awkwardly and said, "Then, shall I accept them?" Xiang beamed as he pressed the tea leaves into Li Xiaoyang's hands. "Uncle Li, you should accept them. Keeping these tea leaves with me would be a gross misuse of their value." Chapter 375, Quickly take it away. This is wonderful. Li Xiaoyang exclaimed excitedly. "Xia, to be honest, ever since learning about Mu Shi's situation, I haven't been able to sleep at night. Although we are said to hold a high position, we are merely scholars and cannot influence high-level decisions. Furthermore, given the current conditions, even a forced launch would likely end in failure." Fang Wenxin chimed in, "Indeed. That is the only backup spacecraft available. If it fails to launch, Mu Shi will truly have no chance of survival." Li Xiaoyang continued, "We had almost given up hope, but unexpectedly." Chapter 376, The family's position is quite stable. Xia Lin's current strength places her among the elite ranks of human ability users, second only to Xiaoyang. With her overseeing matters here, there should be no issues in looking after Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenxin. Fang Wenxin nodded with a smile and said, "We typically remain at the Research Institute, hardly ever leaving Starfire City. Generally, there shouldn't be any safety concerns that if you encounter any difficulties in daily life, please do not hesitate to ask. I have left plenty of supplies for my sister." Xiaoyang responded with a smile. Chapter 377, Fulfilling Promises. Fang Wenxin has awakened her ability, which is a highly rare healing attribute ability, bringing a delightful atmosphere to the Apocalypse Safety Fortress. Xiaoyang personally took to the kitchen to add a dish to the lunch. During lunch, at Xiaoyang's suggestion, everyone enjoyed a bit of red wine. Xia Lin prepared an exceptionally sumptuous meal, especially in the apocalypse, having such a warm and comfortable dining environment, along with fine dishes and red wine, felt nothing short of heavenly. The meal was filled with joy and camaraderie. Chapter 378, Unexpected Joy, Good Deeds Reap Rewards. General Lei Ming, who has spent a lifetime in the military despite having reached the pinnacle of rank among Xia country soldiers, could not suppress his excitement regarding matters concerning his only son. Shiyang smiled and said, "General Lei, please remain calm. Let us discuss this seated." Lei Ming, realizing he had lost composure, offered an embarrassed smile and returned to his seat. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fervently fixed on Shiyang. Shiyang met his gaze with a nod, stating, "I am quite certain and have already formulated a preliminary plan, which will be executed within a day or two." Chapter 379. A surprise from Secretary Liu. Soon, Liu Weiguang, who had been waiting outside, gently knocked on the door and swiftly entered the office. "Chief, do you have any directives?" Liu Weiguang stood at attention. Lei Ming inquired. "Xiao Liu, I remember we have a backup of the registration data for our supply warehouse, right?" Liu Weiguang responded without hesitation, "Yes. However, the backup data I have is slightly outdated. The warehouse receives various materials daily, but we typically synchronize the information every week." Lei Ming waved his hand dismissively, "No matter. Those." Chapter 380. A great contribution, shared benefits. Liu Weiguang went to retrieve the documents while Lei Ming cheerfully invited. "Xiao Xia, have some tea. There's no rush. The process for copying files in the secure room follows established protocols, so it will take a while." After speaking, Lei Ming personally filled Xiaoyang's teacup. "Thank you, General Lei." Xiaoyang gently tapped the table with his fingers, politely expressing his gratitude. Lei Ming observed Liu Weiguang's extra efforts had brought immense delight to Xiaoyang, that if this had been before the apocalypse, the information regarding rare metals might have held little actual value. But, Chapter 381. The Interesting Stone. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded. "All right, I will do my best to depart from Jiangqing for space." Lei Ming grinned widely. "That's splendid. Jiangqing will surely make it into the history books." "Basking in your glory." Lei Ming hesitated momentarily. Then Xiaoyang seemed to perceive his thoughts and reassured him. "General Lei, rest assured, I will definitely pay a visit to Osaka and do my utmost to locate Lei Yu." A hint of joy flickered across Lei Ming's face as he rubbed his hands together, asking, "Will that delay your collection of rare metal materials?" Chapter 382. Mysterious meteorite remains. Global journey begins. Please hold on a moment. Liu Weiguang glanced at the shelf numbers before swiftly checking the information on the documents in his hands that the two shelves were adjacent. Liu Weiguang quickly located the information regarding the black stone. "General Xia, this is a piece of meteorite debris," Liu Weiguang explained. "Records indicate it fell near Jiangqing during the meteor shower before the apocalypse and was collected by the station troops nearby." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a slight tremor within. He had already sensed something unusual about this black stone. Chapter 383. The Snowstorm of Colorado. Xiaoyang chuckled. "As for the specific destination, that will be determined by our classmate Ming Ming." Originally, Ming Ming had already planned the sequence and steps for deploying the mining workstations. However, plans often change. After visiting the military administration, Xiaoyang acquired intelligence regarding the national reserves of rare metals, making it necessary to deviate from the original plan. After speaking, he retrieved a copy of the comprehensive briefing from the dimensional space. "Ming Ming, please scan this document into your database," Xiaoyang spoke softly. Chapter 384. Crossing the line of dawn and dusk. Happiness at 30,000 feet. The Liang aircraft began to accelerate forward, simultaneously ascending in altitude. The acceleration was not particularly intense. Both Xiaoyang and Li Muyu did not experience a significant sensation of being pushed back in their seats. Ming Ming remarked, "Brother Yang, Muyu, considering the comfort of the ride, the Liang will have a gradual acceleration process. Additionally, as we are flying across continents and traversing the Pacific Ocean, for safety reasons, we will steadily ascend to a cruising altitude of 30,000 feet. With the acceleration and climb lasting approximately 8 to 10 minutes that I in the depths of the Pacific, one could only wonder how many terrifying high-level source beasts lurked." Chapter 385. Establishing a mining base. Arriving in Houston. Over an hour later, the Liang aircraft gently descended beside a massive mining pit. The cabin door opened, and the ladder slowly descended. Xiaoyang and Li Muyu stepped out of the Liang. Setting foot on the land of the Colorado Rocky Mountains bathed in the morning light. Initially, Xiaoyang had some concerns about potential minor troubles that might need addressing, but it turned out to be unnecessary worry. The radar scan revealed that within a radius of several dozen kilometers, not even a ghostly shadow could be seen. There were no signs of human activity, nor any source beasts in sight. Chapter 386, Bosque Aerospace Industries, Xiaoyang's Rare Metal Warehouse. Regardless of whether there were fearsome A-level source beasts lurking in the ocean or even more powerful S-level beasts that had developed. Within the safety of the Liang aircraft soaring at 10,000 meters high, Xiaoyang felt utterly secure. The detection equipment on the Liang was operating at full capacity, diligently surveying everything below. Xiaoyang leaned against the window, glancing outside, only to see thick layers of clouds obscuring his view. Locally, it was around 7 in the morning, and the morning light streaming through the window created a warm, comforting ambience. Chapter 387, Striding with Confidence. Meng continued. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the building, there is only sporadic activity from human superpowered individuals. The rest are ordinary human survivors. The nearest area with source beast activity is approximately 35 kilometers away. Based on this information, considering the limited intelligence within the building, the overall assessment of the danger level for this operation is classified as level C. Xiaoyang nodded in acknowledgement, saying understood. Meng then suggested, Brother Yang, it is advisable to postpone the operation until evening. Xiaoyang resolutely replied, no need. Find a suitable landing spot right now. Chapter 388, Sean's Fury. Inside the warehouse building, it was evident that some modifications had been made. The first floor appeared rather cramped. The originally spacious warehouse had been partitioned into numerous rooms that a burly man jogged down the central corridor with familiarity, reached the end, knocked on a door, and pushed open a set of double doors. This led to a hall of over 200 square meters that as the door swung open, a wave of warm air greeted him. The temperature inside the hall was at least 26 or 27 degrees, and the lights were bright. Chapter 389, The Unyielding Chickens and Dogs. Xiaoyang's English proficiency was barely above the 4th level, and his listening skills were akin to a beginner's. Furthermore, it had been several years since he graduated from university, and his skills had deteriorated significantly. However, he understood every word spoken by the middle-aged white man, Sean, thanks to Meng's simultaneous translation. Through the bone conduction headset of his multifunctional tactical glasses, Xiaoyang heard Meng's translation, even mirroring Sean's intonation. After listening to Sean, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said in Chinese, the matter is quite simple. I require, Chapter 390, Astonishment, rare metals with a buy one get one free offer. Leo did not dare to delay and promptly translated Xiaoyang's words for Sean. However, Sean appeared utterly bewildered. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyang directly retrieved a small box of molybdenum from his dimensional space, opened it, and pointed to the contents, saying, metals like this should not be very large. They existed in this warehouse before the apocalypse that you recall. Both Sean and Leo, witnessing Xiaoyang conjure a metallic box from thin air, could not help but change their expression slightly. They naturally realized that Xiaoyang possessed spatial abilities. Chapter 391, Mining Rare Earths. Xiaoyang led Li Muyu out of the warehouse building. The snow-covered ground was stained with blood, an alarming sight indeed. All of this was the contribution of Leo alone. His head was gone, and his blood had drained in a remarkably short time. Numerous charred corpses lay in disarray at the entrance. Xiaoyang could sense fearful gazes from some buildings in the distance, directed toward them. However, he chose to ignore them. They were merely ordinary survivors, even if a few superpowered individuals were mixed among them. Chapter 392, Plundering a New Life. A nap meets a pillow. The two shared light-hearted banter as they finished their breakfast. Shortly after, Meng's voice chimed in, Brother Yang, the 3 mining workstations have been successfully established. According to the pre-implanted program, these stations are now automatically operational, commencing the extraction and refinement of rare earth minerals. Xiaoyang rose, addressing Li Muyu, please place the dishes in the dishwasher. I will take a look. Although the mining workstations had pre-implanted operational programs and the newly added communication modules could transmit real-time statuses back to the Liang. Given that the stations were nearby, Xiaoyang. Chapter 393, Warming Wine to Slay Source Beasts. Wishes fulfilled, that moment. Footsteps echoed from the staircase. The Liang aircraft took off urgently, employing its cannons in response to the commotion. Naturally waking Li Muyu, she descended the stairs wearing a silk nightgown styled like a dress. Xiaoyang, what happened? Li Muyu inquired. Xiaoyang did not respond immediately, as the neckline of the silk nightgown was rather low. and he found himself mesmerized by the view. Noticing Xia Yang's intense gaze, Li Muyu blushed and covered herself with her hand. Chapter 394. A level, superpowered individual, the world's #1 for the first time. Xia Yang found the dull humming of the source crystal processing device to be extraordinarily melodious. Simultaneously, it was the first time he felt that time was crawling at an agonizingly slow pace. Finally, the long-awaited ding resonated. Xia Yang sprang from his seat, rushing toward the source crystal processing device. Upon opening it, he obtained a vial of crystal-clear energy liquid, an energy liquid with a power attribute of grade B. A surge of excitement welled up within Xia Yang. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath and opened. Chapter 395. This fellow is not human. A celestial being descends to Earth. Initially, Xia Yang merely retrieved a few alloy plates and some scraps of abandoned vehicles from his dimensional space. Testing his strength and performing a small show of crushing alloy against his chest for Li Muyu. Of course, the growth in strength after breaking through to A level was particularly pronounced. Drawing from past experiences, he estimated that while tearing apart a B-level source beast might be a bit exaggerated, easily tearing through a C-level source beast was certainly within his capabilities, even against a B-level source beast. As long as the opponent's superpower techniques were not excessively formidable. Chapter 396. A brand new power system, a grand future. Upon hearing this, Xia Yang could not help but raise an eyebrow. Planetary-level powerhouse. What do you mean? Meng Meng replied cheerfully. This is new content unlocked from my hidden database. Simply put, a planetary-level powerhouse is one of the top existences on a particular planet, with the entry-level standard being that one of their superpowers reaches grade A. The hidden database occasionally unlocking new content gave Xia Yang a sense of opening up a new world. That it was evident that this fresh classification of power levels stemmed from a certain extraterrestrial forces standards. Chapter 397. Unintentional success, a hidden void. Xia Yang patiently searched through each storeroom, exploring the first and second underground levels, and he spent a full 2 hours thoroughly scouring the 2 basement levels, only to discover that his suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed barren. Not to mention rare metals, even other useful items were absent, leaving behind only trash. Xia Yang sighed inwardly. It seemed that his luck had run out. While in Houston, he had successfully obtained rare metals from the first secret warehouse. Yet, Chapter 398. Striking it rich, Xia Yang had initially planned to expend some superpower energy to clear away the construction debris. Although it would be a considerable workload, it was not overly taxing for someone with A-level strength abilities. After hearing Meng Meng's suggestion, his eyes lit up. What a splendid idea! Engineering robots were precisely designed for such dirty and laborious tasks. Utilizing them to clear construction debris was remarkably fitting. Moreover, these engineering robots were equipped with various tools capable of performing welding, cutting, and other tasks. Chapter 399. The most expensive metal on Blue Star, no wealth without risk. Li Muyu playfully retorted, gold is valuable at any time. Moreover, this is an immense quantity of gold, given the current situation in the apocalypse. It is bound to be temporary. Social order will eventually be restored. Xia Yang chuckled and said, do you truly possess such confidence? Until his rebirth, humanity had not firmly established its footing, let alone launched a counteroffensive against the source beasts. Thus, Xia Yang himself harbored little faith in the restoration of a normal human societal order. Li Muyu, with a beaming smile, replied, with such a formidable supernatural being as yourself among us, how could we not be optimistic? Chapter 400. A serendipitous encounter. Accelerated progress in upgrading the 2 settled onto the sofa in the living room, awaiting the results of Meng Meng's analysis. Curiosity piqued, Li Muyu inquired, Xia Yang, judging by your evident anxiety. Could it be that the contents of these 2 small boxes are more precious than gold? Xia Yang laughed heartily, saying, have you not witnessed the wonders of the world? The rare metals required for upgrading the solar flare number in the dozens, many of which are far more valuable than gold. If my judgment serves me right, those 2 small boxes of metal, based on the market prices before the apocalypse, would you care to venture a guess as to their worth? Several million? Tens of millions? Li Muyu asked. Chapter 401. Avoiding the spotlight. Soaring to Osaka Yango, preliminary assessments indicate that the safety level below is classified as extremely dangerous. Meng Meng spoke with a serious tone. To date, over 50 B-class source beasts have been detected, along with a few suspected A-class source beasts. That MY recommendation is to abandon this objective. Only then did Xiaoyang notice that the solar flare had ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Clearly, Ming Ming had autonomously controlled the ascent of the vessel for safety reasons upon detecting the situation below. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyang asked, "Is there any possibility of further scanning the target structure?" Chapter 402. A miniature human settlement. Pattern recognition to find an old friend upon completing his inquiry. Xiaoyang suddenly had a thought and retrieved a mobile phone from the dimensional space. He opened the photo gallery and quickly located the image of Lei Yu he had captured at the Jiangqing Military Administration. Ming Ming, connect to this phone and copy this photograph into your database. Xiaoyang instructed. While you assess the situation below, focus on finding this individual. When Xiaoyang first ventured to the border province in search of his sister Xiaolin, he had relied on Ming Ming to hack into some reconnaissance satellites still operational in space. Comparing the captured images for identification. Chapter 403. The girl with superpowers, a swift defeat. Ming Ming remarked, "You need to power it on first." Xiaoyang paused for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My mistake. He turned on the VR device, and fortunately, there was still a bit of charge left. Once the device booted up, Ming Ming quickly muttered, "This system is truly outdated. Please give me a moment. I need to use the vehicle's communication system as a relay station. The VR device's system is so antiquated that I must upgrade it slightly. Otherwise, it would be utterly unusable." Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. Chapter 404. Where one light fails, another shines. The Japanese female supernatural being merely glanced at the rare metals within the alloy box and immediately stated, "My lord, I have indeed seen this type of metal before," surprised by the ease of the revelation. Xiaoyang quickly inquired, "Where?" "Take me there to retrieve it." The Japanese female supernatural being hurriedly responded, "I'm afraid, my lord, those metals are no longer here." Xiaoyang's expression darkened instantly. "Explain clearly. What exactly happened?" The Japanese female supernatural being trembled slightly. Chapter 405. Confrontation during a hunt for a C-class source beast led by C-class supernatural being Sato Hiroshi. The objective was merely a single C-class source beast. Yet they deployed 8 supernatural beings and only 5, including Sato Hiroshi, returned. According to Sato, the source beast they hunted had evolved into a C-class entity. Caught off guard, the team was scattered in an instant by the source beast charge. Lei Yu and the other 2 weakest supernatural beings were directly overwhelmed in the first wave of the attack. Chapter 406. A crushing defeat. Textbook coercion. With a resounding crash, the solid wooden door of the villa was sent flying by Xiaoyang's kick. He had no intention of negotiating amicably with Sato Hiroshi. What courtesy was due to a right-wing element harboring animosity towards Xia country, especially considering the likelihood that this individual had plotted against Lei Yu? Lei Yu had been Xiaoyang's close ally in his previous life. One he could trust utterly. In the warm living room of the villa, Sato Hiroshi was embracing a tall Japanese woman. Chapter 407. A confession worthy of reward. The truth of the matter was not far from what Ito Sakura had surmised. 10 days prior, the operation had not involved any source beasts at all. It had been a meticulously orchestrated purge of dissenters by Sato Hiroshi and his closest confidants. The catalyst for this operation stemmed from Lei Yu and Ito Sakura inadvertently leaking information while preparing for their escape. Sato Hiroshi, aware of their intentions to flee the settlement, resolved to eliminate Lei Yu. Fully cognizant that with Lei Yu's demise, Ito Sakura would be left without an ally, rendering her vulnerable to manipulation. Chapter 408. The bitter Sato Hiroshi, avidly antagonistic towards Xia country. Minutes later, the snowmobile came to a halt. Bound at the back, Sato Hiroshi was drenched and gasping for breath, his tongue protruding slightly as he resembled a beleaguered wild dog. Xiaoyang's pace was not particularly slow, yet it was certainly brisk. For an ordinary person, maintaining such speed for an extended period would be impossible, although Sato Hiroshi was an ice element supernatural being. His physical condition surpassed that of an average individual, allowing him to barely keep up. Chapter 409. A notable performance. Keep it up in the next life. Sato Hiroshi recognized that the moment determining his fate had arrived. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees, proclaiming, "My lord, I harbor no animosity towards Xia country, none whatsoever. I hold the friendship between Xia and Japan in high regard. That my previous offense was purely a misunderstanding." I beg for your forgiveness. A playful smile graced Xia Yang's lips as he recalled, if memory serves, upon our first meeting, you referred to me with a rather derogatory title. That was a moment of rage. A slip of the tongue. It was never my intention, Sato Hiroshi hastily defended. Chapter 410. The Misguided Kimura Akira. In search of Lei Yu, Xia Yang and Ito Sakura dismounted from the snowmobile and approached the entrance of a modest building. Such standalone houses were often built along the street without yards. Before Xia Yang could raise a hand to knock, the door swung open on its own. Kimura Akira, his expression shadowy, emerged from within. His demeanor somewhat unfriendly. "Who are you?" he demanded. Just as Ito Sakura stepped forward to speak, the situation escalated unexpectedly. Chapter 411. Double Joy. Xia Yang paid no mind to Kimura Akira's inner shock. He casually tossed the iron gate aside and hastily entered the narrow, damp cell that in one corner. A figure was curled up against the wall, facing away from the entrance. Xia Yang approached and gently patted the person's shoulder, but received no response. The individual remained lifelessly huddled in the corner, and had it not been for the slight rise and fall of their back, Xia Yang might have mistaken them for a corpse. Chapter 412. The Fisherman's Gain. A windfall, all fireball shattered upon colliding with the nearby spatial membrane, erupting into a dazzling display of flames that engulfed Kimura Akira. His terrified screams echoed, piercing the air with a chilling resonance, reminiscent of a cry from the depths of hell. Both Ito Sakura and Lei Yu shivered involuntarily. Yet, Xia Yang remained composed. He had anticipated this outcome the moment Kimura Akira made his move. The temperature of the flames unleashed by the explosive fireballs was exceedingly high. Chapter 413. The Marvels of Recovery Potions. Lei Yu's memories restored. Xia Yang exchanged a recovery potion from the system and handed it to Lei Yu. "Drink this. It may aid in your recovery," Xia Yang smiled. Lei Yu, having developed considerable trust in Xia Yang, accepted the potion without hesitation, expressing his gratitude before downing it in one go. Although 10 days had passed since the ambush, he still felt a dull ache in the back of his head, which occasionally intensified, particularly during moments of stress. Chapter 414. The Journey Home. A flight with eyes covered upon witnessing Lei Yu's reaction. Xia Yang immediately inquired, "How do you feel, Lei Yu?" With an excited expression, Lei Yu exclaimed, "Brother Xia, I remember everything. Your potion is truly miraculous. Thank you." Lei Yu rose and deeply bowed to Xia Yang, having recently had his hunger partially satisfied and his head injury largely healed. He now appeared much more spirited, no longer as weak as before. Subsequently, Lei Yu cast a lingering gaze at Ito Sakura and, with a joyful expression, remarked, "Ito Sakura, it is truly wonderful to see you again." Chapter 415. The Awe of the Magnificent City. A father and son's reunion. Xia Yang, comfortably nestled in his lounge chair, observed that Lei Yu and Ito Sakura seemed somewhat apprehensive. The two held each other's hands tightly, but dared not speak or move, likely out of fear of crossing an unspoken boundary. With a cheerful demeanor, Xia Yang said, "Don't be too tense. Just relax a little. Lei Yu, the circumstances here are unique, so I must ask you both to bear with it a bit. Please don't feel disheartened." Lei Yu quickly replied, "Xiago, not at all, as long as we can return to our homeland. What is a little discomfort? Besides, this hardly qualifies as discomfort. Xiago, when shall we board the plane?" Chapter 416. Forgetting one's roots or glorifying one's nation. Xia Yang engages in debate. The scene of Lei Ming and Lei Yu's reunion was profoundly moving. Nearby, Li Mu Yu and Xia Lin, among other young women, were unable to suppress their tears. Each person had endured the apocalypse, particularly during its onset, when the entire blue star resembled a hellish nightmare. Under such circumstances, this reunion was exceptionally precious. Ito Sakura stood by with mixed emotions. Her homeland was Japan, making her a foreigner here, yet she also possessed Chinese heritage, granting her a certain sense of belonging to Xia country. Chapter 417. Acceptance. The resolute General Lei Ming finally grasped the situation. Xia Yang had cleverly maneuvered him into a conversation. With a knowing smile, Lei Ming remarked, "Xiao Xia, if you insist on this line of reasoning, I might just call our political commissar out here for a thorough discussion. Oh, is this a trump card being played? Who could withstand such a challenge?" Xia Yang hastily waved his hands, saying, No. Uncle Lei, can I not simply call you uncle? This matter is merely a jest, And given the dire conditions of the apocalypse, while we cannot forget our national grievances, sometimes it is unnecessary to dwell on them too heavily. Chapter 418. Lei Ming's Night Talk. Reserving the highest honor, near the Military Management Committee's courtyard, Xia Yang and his companions ascended to the third floor of an apartment. Before the apocalypse, this had been a highly upscale community with spacious layouts. With the elevator completely out of service, even under the relatively better conditions of Starfire City compared to the outer cities, the third floor's spacious units were still quite rare. Although Lei Ming did not wish to create exceptions. The camp director, LVG Xian, was not entirely rigid, and within the bounds of regulations, he naturally chose the best for Lei Yu. This apartment was not only generously sized but also located on a suitable floor. Chapter 419. America's Grand Plan and New Departure. Xia Yang was momentarily taken aback. Grand Plan? My upcoming trip to America primarily involves activities in remote mining areas, where human presence is scarce. The few secret storage explorations I've undertaken involved minimal contact. And I have not engaged directly with the American authorities, thus lacking any substantial information, that he then inquired. Uncle Lei, what grand plan are you referring to? Is it convenient to share? Lei Ming chuckled and replied. Of course, I had intended to discuss this with you during our walk back, that I in this conversational environment. They felt most secure, completely unperturbed. Chapter 420. Breakthrough progress inside the Liang. The atmosphere was as warm as spring. Thus, Xia Yang and Li Muyu, while aboard, typically donned light, comfortable loungewear. This morning, Xia Yang noticed that Li Muyu had changed into her favorite light-colored cotton loungewear. Despite having lived 2 lives, Xia Yang was somewhat inexperienced in matters of romance. Yet his eagerness to learn allowed him to quickly comprehend her intentions, filling him with delight. During breakfast, noticing Xia Yang's wandering gaze, Li Muyu could not help but tease him playfully. Chapter 421. Heading home. A chance encounter in Starfire City the following day. After staying up late gaming, Xia Yang unusually indulged in a lie-in, while Li Muyu slept soundly. Awakening first, Xia Yang slowly opened his eyes and turned his head slightly to see Li Muyu's arm. Exposed outside the blanket like a white lotus that I in her dreams, Li Muyu wore a gentle smile, likely having dreamed of something delightful. Unable to contain his emotions, Xia Yang tenderly kissed her smooth forehead and quietly got out of bed. Chapter 422. New information from the space station. This is a challenge. Xia Yang was somewhat surprised by the news that he had been away for only about 5 days, yet Lei Yu had already joined an ability user team and commenced missions, even bringing his girlfriend along. It was noteworthy that Lei Yu's father was a prominent figure in Jiang City's survival zone. One would think he would embrace a leisurely life, yet here he was, diving into the fray. The Lei Yu Xia Yang had known in his past life was a diligent and earnest young man. He had anticipated that with Lei Yu's memory restored and returned to his father's side, the outcome would be different. Chapter 423. Returning to the strategic reserve, the paradox of time. Xia Yang felt a surge of excitement and smiled. Of course, no problem. I can provide that for you right now. With that, he retrieved paper and a pen from his dimensional space. Considering it might be inconvenient to write, he decided to conjure a table from his space. Placing it on the snow, he then bent down and began to write swiftly. In reality, Xia Yang had already mentally contacted the Liang, which was hovering overhead, ready for action whenever needed. Chapter 424. Evidence solidified, no way to bear the blame after more than half an hour. Xia Yang returned to Starfire City in his off-road vehicle. His vehicle bore a special pass, allowing him unhindered access to the Military Management Committee's courtyard. The guards promptly reported to Colonel Secretary Lu Weiguang. As soon as Xia Yang's vehicle came to a halt, Lu Weiguang hurriedly approached. General Xia. Lu Weiguang saluted. Xia Yang felt somewhat uneasy. Although Lu Weiguang held the position of secretary, he was already in his 40s and bore the rank of colonel. Chapter 425. All set. Upgrading the Liang. 20 minutes later, Xia Yang found himself once again in Lei Ming's office. While aware of Xia Yang's swiftness, Lei Ming was still taken aback by the speed at which Xia Yang had returned from the capital. In the current apocalyptic environment, traveling was immensely challenging. Yet Xia Yang moved with such ease and speed, surpassing even pre-apocalypse air travel, eliciting envy from all. With a smile, Xia Yang presented a paper bearing coordinates to Lei Ming. Chapter 426. Upgrade? Upgrade system. I wish to upgrade the mobile survival base, Liang. Xia Yang communicated with the system. The emotionless mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Host has chosen to upgrade the mobile survival base from Grade B to Grade A. Is this confirmation? Confirmed, Xia Yang responded without hesitation. Upgrade requirements: 100,000 contribution points, various raw materials. The system coldly stated contribution points have been deducted, remaining 1,597 contribution points. Please provide the raw materials according to the list promptly. Chapter 427. Grade A Warship. The first step into deep space, the upgraded Liang was so formidable that Xia Yang momentarily forgot to disembark, simply gazing in awe out of the survival pod's window. Once he regained his senses, he swiftly donned his cold-weather gear, opened the survival pod's hatch, and leapt out and he jogged towards the Liang, which now appeared as a space warship more than 100 meters long. Chapter 428. Takeoff. Aiming for the stars and the sea, Xia Yang's excitement surged. Although flying aboard the Liang had become routine for him, witnessing its transformation into a 100-meter-long spacecraft felt distinctly exhilarating. As Meng Meng's voice trailed off, the Liang ascended gracefully. Its immense body felt weightless, as if gravity had vanished. Effortlessly lifting off from the snow, Xia Yang felt no jolt. Had it not been for the view through the windshield, he might have doubted whether they had truly taken flight. Chapter 429. Space Rescue Operation. Meng Meng exclaimed excitedly. All right, just hold on tight. Xia Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Where did you pick up that accent? Li Muyu and Xia Lin stifled their laughter nearby. The Liang's ascent was as smooth as ever, and Xia Yang felt a flicker of excitement as he sat in the captain's chair. Gazing upward at the sky, Li Muyu and Xia Lin curiously leaned against the porthole, but soon returned to their seats, as the Liang's rapid ascent caused a bit of vertigo. Chapter 430. Warning. Unknown flying object approaching abnormally. As the spacecraft Liang ascended to the same orbital layer as the space station and began its pursuit from behind, the trio of astronauts aboard the Gongke space station had already concluded their meal. Unbeknownst to them, the Liang, which was sent to bring them home, was swiftly approaching from the rear. After finishing the remaining provisions within the station, Li Mushi, accompanied by her two companions, commenced the final preparations for evacuation in accordance with the emergency evacuation plan. Data deemed unnecessary was to be thoroughly eradicated, with even certain experimental equipment requiring special handling to ensure that, should it fall into foreign hands, it would pose no threat. Chapter 431. Liang, forever trustworthy. The radiance was blinding, prompting Li Mushi to instinctively turn her gaze towards the opposite porthole. The ensuing spectacle was one that would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. As she turned, she witnessed that brilliant light striking a damaged artificial satellite amidst the void of space, that a dazzling explosion of brilliance erupted, and the satellite was nearly vaporized in an instant. In the vacuum of space, where sound cannot propagate, the sight resembled a meticulously crafted silent film, akin to resplendent fireworks illuminating the darkness. Chapter 432. Pursuit. Docking. In a lengthy chapter of 4,300 words, Li Muyu's face brightened with a hint of joy upon hearing her cousin Li Mushi's voice. However, before she could reach out, Xia Yang had already taken the communicator in hand, addressing Li Muyu. Muyu, let's wait until we bring Mushi over to catch up. The space station could be in peril at any moment. We must prioritize the rescue. Li Muyu nodded, suppressing her excitement. Only then did Xia Yang lift the communicator and declare, Gongke. This is Liang. We are approximately 10 kilometers behind you, expecting to reach a relative docking point of 20 meters in 5 minutes. Chapter 433. Extreme Operations. Combined, 4,300 words. The confines of the small transport spacecraft were exceedingly narrow, with its shuttle-like structure featuring only 2 rows of seats, each accommodating 2 individuals. Fortunately, the extravehicular spacesuits acquired by Xia Yang from the system were remarkably lightweight. Otherwise, the bulky suits used within the Summer Nation space station would have rendered entry into the spacecraft impossible. This small transport vessel primarily served to ferry limited personnel between vast space warships, as direct docking between such colossal ships was impractical. Chapter 434. A Triumphant Reunion. The side of the small transport spacecraft aligned with the first docking interface of the Gongke space station. Subsequently, a cylindrical connection apparatus extended from the spacecraft hatch, gradually reaching for the first docking interface. In truth, this was not the standard docking procedure for the small transport vessel. This flexible connection apparatus was employed in emergency situations. The reason for adopting such a method was solely due to the incompatibility of the Summer Nation's docking interface specifications with that of the small transport vessel. Chapter 435. Successful Rescue. Should we bring the entire space station back? At this moment, Sheyong opened the visor of his spacesuit, smiling as he waved his hand. Saying, Mushi, let us refrain from lengthy discussions for now. The situation at the space station could become perilous at any moment. We must expedite the evacuation. The way Sheyong addressed Li Mushi momentarily took her aback. Yet, being a professionally trained astronaut, she understood that this was not the time for pleasantries, and promptly responded, we are fully prepared for evacuation and can depart at any moment. Sheyong nodded and inquired, is there anything you need to take with you? Chapter 436. A space colossus beyond imagination. Astronauts' dreams realized Li Mushi and her companions were engulfed in profound astonishment at that moment. Both the space station and Liang had exited the illuminated zone, surrounded by an expanse of darkness. The immense hull of Liang, adorned with twinkling lights, rendered it even more conspicuous that it took Li Mushi a while to muster a word, as the psychological impact was overwhelming. While others might not experience such profound astonishment, the three of them, being professional astronauts, were acutely aware of the advancements in space technology within the Summer Nation and the entire Blue Planet. Chapter 437. Sisters Reunited. Sheyong receives the space station. Sheyong cheerfully remarked, I got it, big cousin. After saying this, he turned and exited the room. Li Mushi was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by this form of address. But soon a smile graced her face. Sheyong exuded an aura of competence and strength. The events transpiring on the Blue Planet, including those involving individuals with special abilities, have been partially conveyed to them by the Ground Command Center, allowing Li Mushi to be somewhat informed. The manifestation of Sheyong's spatial abilities had already left her in awe. Chapter 438. Spacewalk, T-900 Medical Pod. Although Li Muyu had complete faith in Sheyong, witnessing him alone donning an extravehicular spacesuit and soaring towards the space station stirred an undeniable anxiety within her. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists, her gaze fixated on Sheyong's receding figure. Li Mushi, on the other hand, felt an even more intense reaction. Having conducted 3 extravehicular activities during her year-long mission, she vividly recalled the profound fear she experienced during her first outing into the void. Chapter 439. Boxing, soaking, cooking. No problem. I am at your service, Ming Ming cheerfully responded. Sheyong then reiterated, remember to adjust the gravity to 1/4 along the route to the medical room. The same goes for inside the medical room. Rest assured, I will handle it. After nodding, Sheyong approached the door of Li Mushi's room and knocked. The 3 women were engrossed in their lively conversation, and when Xiaolin glanced at the door, she smiled and said, Yang Yang is here. We were just talking about you. Chapter 440. A lavish welcome feast. What did we witness on the day of the apocalypse? After finishing his conversation, Sheyong departed from the examination room, with Shen Yufei naturally following to bring in El Wenbin. Just as Sheyong settled in the waiting area, he spotted Li Muyu and Xiaolin accompanying Li Mushi. As they emerged, he quickly stood to greet them. Mushi Jie, how do you feel? Li Mushi's complexion appeared significantly more vibrant, her steps steadier. She smiled and remarked, your medical pod is truly remarkable. It feels as if I've had a refreshing slumber, awakening with renewed vigor. Chapter 441. The Resurrection of the Apocalypse, an Eerie Mutation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mushi spoke. That day, I happened to be on duty in the core module. To be honest, I didn't notice anything unusual at the time. The space station was hardly affected, as we seldom glance out the portholes while working. However, our space station's cameras recorded the incident, and the alarm system also responded. I recall that the space station was just passing over the skies of our Summer Nation. With that, Li Mushi retrieved a small storage card from her work suit pocket and handed it to Sheyong. Continuing, this contains the data from that day. Chapter 442. Space Movement, Space Sign Dash and Li Mushi was unaware of the situation on the surface of the Blue Planet following the mutation of the Beastmen. Thus she spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yes, it's all been intermittent, and as time passed, Brother He's consciousness became increasingly fleeting. Ultimately, he personally issued the order for us to grant him release. At this, Li Mushi's eyes began to redden. Li Muyu gently patted her back in comfort. After calming her emotions, Li Mushi resumed. After Brother He's sacrifice, Zhao Qihong soon exhibited symptoms as well. But at that time. Chapter 443, Training Simulation Pod. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special item, an N86 type first-generation training simulator. Upon seeing the notification, Sheyong instinctively glanced at the system's item inventory, discovering a new icon for the simulator. The apparatus resembled a semi-reclining massage chair, albeit with a closed canopy above. That as it was already quite late, Sheyong wished not to disturb Li Muyu's rest. Thus he refrained from immediately retrieving the N86 simulator, opting instead to open the accompanying documentation for review. Chapter 444. Truly weak. Meng Meng expressed a differing opinion, stating that, to be frank, a ranking of over 850,000 left Sheyong feeling quite disheartened. Moreover, this ranking is not based on real-time data. It merely reflects the standings derived from a backup of the database. The specific timestamp of this backup remains unknown. However, regardless of the circumstances, it is certain that the data will only fall further behind after the backup, as the passage of time will inevitably introduce more training results into the database, while historical training achievements will not vanish. In Chapter 445, Sheyong, having made up his mind, looked at Li Mushi with a cheerful expression and asked, "Sister Mushi, I've heard that all astronauts come from a background as fighter pilots, selected as the Armée de la me among the finest aviators." Li Mushi paused momentarily before responding. That was indeed the case in the early days. However, there are female astronauts who have backgrounds as transport pilots, yet they are all pilots without exception. As missions became more routine and diversified, the professional requirements for astronauts began to expand, no longer limited to selecting from pilots alone. As she spoke, Li Mushi took a slight pause, smiling that in Chapter 446, with a grin, Sheyong pointed toward Xin Yufei, beside him, and said, "Sister Mushi, Brother Shun has been watching with eager anticipation for quite some time. We should let him have a go first." "All right then," Li Mushi replied somewhat regretfully, "but I must have a few more turns afterward." "No problem," Sheyong said. "Let us allow Brother Shun to experience it first." Xin Yufei, barely able to contain his excitement, hurriedly approached the simulator, asking, "Sister, is this simulator truly as remarkable as they say? I see no control mechanisms inside. How exactly does it simulate the experience?" In Chapter 447, Li Mushi and the others halted in their tracks, astonished expressions adorning their faces. Clearly, they had not anticipated Sheyong would suddenly extend such an invitation. Nor had they prepared for it mentally. Most importantly, they had long been accustomed to the institutional framework, particularly Li Mushi and Xin Yufei, who were military personnel ingrained with an ethos of obedience to orders and commands, never having contemplated a departure from the system. Thus, the option of joining the Liang spacecraft had never crossed their minds until Sheyong broached the subject unexpectedly. Chapter 448, as the Liang spacecraft landed smoothly in the snow. Li Mushi and her companions remained in a state of shock, still processing the experience. The entire landing was so steady that even the cup of water on Li Mushi's desk did not tremble in the slightest, far smoother than a conventional aircraft landing. Could it be that returning from space to Blue Star was now so effortless that it seemed ordinary citizens might also venture into space at will, with technology like the Liang spacecraft? The notion of space travel could indeed become as leisurely as a simple journey. In Chapter 449, Sheyong couldn't help but chuckle at the formal welcome speech delivered by Lei Ming. Meanwhile, Li Mushi and her companions, being renowned astronauts accustomed to grand occasions, displayed composure and courtesy, having been sent off by generals during their missions. They graciously expressed their gratitude to Lei Ming for the warm welcome. Following this, Lei Ming introduced them to the members of the Military Management Committee before guiding them into the small building, where they proceeded directly to his office. In Chapter 450, upon seeing Lei Ming's demeanor, Sheyong couldn't resist laughing, remarking, "What is going on? You seem rather troubled by Xiao Yu." "Uncle Lei?" "Troubled? That's an understatement," Lei Ming sighed. "It has been an absolute headache. Do share. Perhaps I can lend a hand," Sheyong replied with a smile. His friendship with Lei Yu spanned their previous lives, so he held a genuine concern for Lei Yu's affairs. Additionally, through their past interactions, Sheyong was well aware of Lei Yu's character and principles, understanding that Lei Yu. In Chapter 451, after getting into the car, Sheyong expertly drove to the row house belonging to Li Muyu. Having experienced the high status of astronauts in the capital, Li Mushi was not overly astonished by the modest villa, primarily due to her limited understanding of the apocalypse and the lack of a direct experience. Li Muyu warmly welcomed Li Mushi into the villa, while Shiyang cheerfully remarked as he changed his shoes, "Today marks a family reunion that I end Chapter 452. Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenxin exchanged glances, feeling rather unsurprised since Shiyang had previously communicated with them. They had even visited Shiyang's Doomsday safety fortress, where he had mentioned possessing a flying vehicle capable of entering low Earth orbit for rescue missions after undergoing some upgrades. However, neither Li Xiaoyang nor Fang Wenxin was aware of Shiyang's recent journey to space until a couple of days ago, when Li Muyu informed them she would accompany him on an outing, leading them to assume he was merely continuing his efforts to upgrade the flying vehicle. I end Chapter 453. The elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s with a head of silver hair, exuded an aura of authority as he sat behind his desk, seemingly as immovable as a mountain. Despite lacking any detectable supernatural energy, that he donned reading glasses, intently perusing 2 confidential telegrams from Jiang City. His expression initially calm, but gradually revealing subtle signs of delight, that I end Chapter 454, unknown to Shiyang and his companions. An important meeting was underway late into the night in the heart of the capital, where key figures of the military were gathered. They sat around a warm dining table, indulging in a feast that Li Xiaoyang and Fang Wenxin were particularly joyful, with Fang Wenxin even allowing Li Xiaoyang to indulge in a few extra drinks. Shiyang found himself the primary recipient of toast that I end Chapter 455. Laming cheerfully remarked, "The old leader is a battle-hardened veteran, a true man of iron. How else could he swiftly take control of the national situation in such a critical crisis? It is fair to say that the current stability of our nation is inseparable from the valiant efforts of the frontline soldiers and supernatural beings, but without the old leader's guidance, maintaining this situation would have been impossible." Shiyang nodded in agreement. Having some insight into Zhao Ruishan's character, that I in truth, it was rare for anyone in the nation to be unaware of Zhao Ruishan's name. In Chapter 456, upon boarding the aircraft, Zhao Ruishan's secretary, Wan Xueping, personally informed the pilots in the cockpit that today's flight would be escorted by fighter jets. However, when the elite flight crew laid eyes on the spacecraft named Thunder God by Shiyang, they were still left in awe. Captain Liu Zhonglin was the first to regain his composure, signaling to the co-pilot, Guiyu Bin, who quickly adjusted the communication device to the emergency frequency, stating 28Cave51 received. "Thank you, comrades." In Chapter 457, Laming initially paused in surprise before stating, "Old leader, it was my unilateral decision to arrange for fighter jet escorts without prior consultation that I informed you only after finalizing the details with Shiyang. A classic case of executing first and reporting later. Feel free to reprimand me." Zhao Ruishan shot Laming a glance, remarking, "This isn't the first time for you, is it? Back when we had a major troop rotation, your regiment took the opportunity to give those troublemaking invaders a sound thrashing, only to report it afterward that I still remember those days when my hotline was ringing off the hook, with the invaders whining like wronged wives, complaining about your lack of martial ethics." In Chapter 458, Laming continued, "Regarding the rescue of the astronauts, this isn't me trying to take credit. If anyone else had the capability to venture into space, I would wholeheartedly welcome it. Our astronauts are in peril up there. I can't just stand idly by to hide my own shortcomings. Moreover, Shiyang is a man of conviction. I merely provide some assistance and coordination. Even if I chose not to act, I couldn't possibly stop him from conducting the rescue. Ditto." "Why is that?" Zhao Ruishan inquired with interest. Among the 3 astronauts, Li Mushi is Shiyang's sister-in-law. Laming replied. Chapter 459. High-profile confidential discussion. Xiaoyang walked to the reception area and settled onto the sofa opposite Zhao Ruishan. Zhao Ruishan was meticulously brewing tea, and Xiaoyang discreetly observed him for a moment. The elderly man before him was a familiar face from television, yet encountering him in person evoked a much stronger aura of commanding presence than he had perceived on screen. There was not a hint of supernatural energy emanating from Zhao Ruishan. Xiaoyang was acutely aware that he could easily vanquish him with a mere finger. Yet this seemingly frail elder held an undeniable gravitas. Chapter 460. Ambition of a wolf. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback by the remark. Should he be in the know or remain oblivious? He was indeed privy to the information, thanks to Lei Ming's earlier disclosure. However, it clearly pertained to a sensitive matter, and acknowledging prior knowledge might inadvertently betray Uncle Lei. Noticing Xiaoyang's inner turmoil, Zhao Ruishan could not help but chuckle and said, "Comrade Xia, There is no need for concern. Xiao Lei mentioned this to you last time, correct? That was at my behest. Xia Yang then exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 461. Xia Yang's Great Influence. Lu Weiguang was equally astonished upon witnessing Xia Yang's display that as Xia Yang produced the space station. Lu could not restrain himself from approaching him and exclaimed, "General Xia, your spatial abilities are truly formidable. To be able to contain such a massive space station within, it could effortlessly transport heavy weaponry to the front lines if utilized in combat." Xia Yang could not help but smile wryly. Whether in his past life or the present, many viewed spatial abilities primarily as a means of transportation. Chapter 462. A Rain of Gunfire. Xia Yang, Xia Lin, and Li Mu found themselves enjoying a rare moment of leisure within the safety of the Doomsday Fortress. They lounged languidly on the living room sofa, casually selecting a show to watch. Indeed, having a secure, spacious, comfortable, and warm dwelling, free from the worries of food and clothing, along with the conveniences of modern furniture and appliances, was akin to living a divine existence for the vast majority of surviving humanity in this era. Before long, an entire afternoon slipped away unnoticed. Just as the trio finished dinner, Li Muyu's super smartphone chimed. Chapter 463. Unexpected Intelligence. Xia Yang glanced at the still sleeping Li Muyu, quietly rising from his bed and making his way to the adjacent study. There, he retrieved a multifunctional tactical headset from the dimensional space and said, "Connect me." "All right, please hold on." Moments later, Lei Ming's voice echoed in his ear. "Xiao Xia, did I disturb your rest?" Xia Yang chuckled. "I was just about to get up." "Is there something urgent Uncle Lei needs to discuss?" "There are two matters I need to bring to your attention," Lei Ming replied. "The first is quite pressing." Chapter 464. An Unusual Gift at the Jiangqing Military Administration's Courtyard. Xia Yang stood before Lei Ming's office door, greeting the secretary Lu Weiguang before tapping the door. Xia Yang never required an announcement when visiting Lei Ming. "Come in," boomed Lei Ming's voice from within. Xia Yang entered with a smile. "Uncle Lei, I'm here." At that moment, he noticed another individual seated opposite Lei Ming's desk, who promptly stood upon hearing the commotion. Chapter 465. Return to Space. Xia Yang cheerfully remarked. "It's nothing major, just a request to borrow two individuals." Upon hearing this, Lei Ming instantly grasped the implication, laughing heartily. "You mean Li Mu Shi and Xin Yu Fei, right?" Xia Yang nodded yes. "This task assigned by old Zhao is quite significant, and I fear I may struggle to accomplish it alone. The two astronauts should be on standby for any inquiries from the work group, but I would like to borrow them for a day. So I need Uncle Lei's assistance." Lei Ming laughed. "Alone is alone, but you must remember to return it. We don't want a repeat of Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou." Chapter 466. Clearing the debris. Meng Meng, please project the documents I retrieved this morning," Xia Yang instructed. "Sure thing." Meng Meng replied that a beam of light illuminated the space, revealing a holographic projection of a blue planet, obscured by a white mist, indicative of the cataclysm that had befallen the world. Xia Yang raised an eyebrow. He had intended for Meng Meng to project the intelligence documents he had brought back from the capital, but the content was unexpectedly different. However, he soon realized the significance of the projection. Chapter 467. A series of events, strolling in space with my wife, although Meng Meng assessed this item as having low risk. An explosion within the Liang spacecraft could still pose significant troubles. Who could ascertain the condition of the graphite bomb launcher after it had been in unmonitored orbit for so long? Xia Yang departed the cockpit and took the elevator to the upper deck, promptly arriving at the airlock. This moment, the airlock had completed its pressurization process. With a command, the inner hatch of the airlock swung open, revealing the graphite bomb launcher that had been captured by the mechanical arm, lying quietly inside. Chapter 468. A triumphant start. Not an issue, but Brother Yang, please be cautious. The Liang spacecraft is currently accelerating. So if you exit, ensure you have protective measures in place to avoid any hazards, Meng Meng cautioned. Understood. Xia Yang smiled in response that if the spacecraft were to maintain a steady speed in orbit, astronauts and the vessel would move in unison. As Xia Yang was donned in a self-propelling spacesuit, he had little to fear about being left behind. However, since the Liang was in the process of acceleration, should Xia Yang exit without a safety tether or other protective measures? Chapter 469. A major windfall. Li Muyu removed her helmet, tousling her hair slightly, and exclaimed, "The sensation of spacewalking is simply marvelous. Truly, everyone should experience it." Xia Yang chuckled. Our next objective remains the blue target. Sister, prepare yourself to exit with me shortly. Absolutely, Xiao Lin replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, Xia Yang retrieved a new extravehicular spacesuit from the dimensional space and handed it to Xiao Lin. He had purchased 4 suits from the system's marketplace, anticipating their future needs. Chapter 470. A critical moment. Thrilling wrist. Xia Yang was momentarily taken aback at a spacecraft actively approaching the missile launch platform and transmitting signals. Could it be extraterrestrial? Fortunately, Xia Yang's reflexes were swift. He did not hastily order Meng Meng for an emergency evacuation, but decisively instructed, "Hold on. Activate the cloaking system." Understood. Cloaking system activated. Meng Meng responded urgently. However, Brother Yang, the missile launch platform has received an unidentified signal and could launch at any moment. Chapter 471. Silent, brilliant fireworks over 100 kilometers away from the Liang spacecraft. A vessel was rapidly descending toward the blue planet. This craft could accurately be classified as a space shuttle, possessing an aerodynamic design akin to an aircraft. Upon entering the blue planet's atmosphere, it would not require parachutes, as it could glide down onto a runway. The shuttle's exterior was dull gray, devoid of any insignia representing its identity. Inside the cockpit, 3 astronauts were seated, clad in cumbersome space suits. Chapter 472. A band of madmen. The cockpit of the Liang spacecraft was filled with laughter and joy as everyone reveled in the cosmic scenery while gently descending toward the blue planet. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the blue planet, in a clandestine underground command center in Houston, USA, a somber atmosphere prevailed. Doomsday, Doomsday, please respond. The calls echoed repeatedly, but the headphones remained silent at a white-haired elder with the rank of general wore a dark expression, his cigarette hanging limply from his fingers. Chapter 473. Surprises abound in the preparation room. Lu Weiguang and the veteran chef watched in astonishment as Xia Yang conjured an array of delectable dishes and crates of beverages, unable to suppress their amazement. Although Lu Weiguang was already aware of Xia Yang's dimensional abilities, witnessing the sumptuous spread in this apocalyptic world still made his mouth water, but he silently admired his boss, recognizing the value of such resources in a time when food was the most coveted commodity. Chapter 474. A gathering of influential figures. All right, Xia Yang replied cheerfully. At that moment, Li Muxi and Xin Yufei stepped forward, offering their congratulations before presenting a porcelain vial to Lei Yu. Xiao Li, Xiao Xin, what is this? Lei Ming inquired. Li Muxi smiled and explained, General Lei, this is a token of appreciation from Shun and me. This energy pill has been refined from the essence of source beast blood and will greatly benefit both supernatural beings and ordinary individuals. Continuing, Li Muxi reiterated the effects and precautions of taking energy pills. Of course, Chapter 475. A forceful deterrent. In the small auditorium of the Military Administration Committee, the wedding officially commenced with the entrance of the newlyweds. Lei Ming's secretary, Lu Weiguang, took on the role of the wedding host. The ceremony was kept simple, notably devoid of any Western wedding elements that could render it awkward and out of place. Ito Sakura, with a gentle smile illuminating her face, gracefully linked arms with Lei Yu as they ascended the stage. Lu Weiguang briefly introduced the identities of the bride and groom. Those present at the wedding were all prominent figures, especially from the capital. Chapter 476. Evening conversations. After the wedding concluded, Zhao Ruishan invited Xia Yang for a more in-depth discussion. Thus, Xia Yang suggested that Li Muyu and Xiao Lin take the opportunity to rest at their townhouse for the night. Naturally, Li Muxi would accompany Li Muyu, as the townhouse had ample rooms to accommodate more guests. Xin Yufei also returned to his dormitory to tidy up his belongings, preparing to move to the Liang ship the following day. Within the townhouse, the 3 young women huddled together on a single bed, engaging in light-hearted banter, their hearts subtly envious of the day's wedding, despite its lack of grandeur. Chapter 477. A lesson in humility. A faint smile graced Zhao Ruishan's face as he pondered for a moment before speaking. All right, I shall take the lead this time. Let Xiao Shun and Xiao Li stay here directly. I will have my people handle the paperwork once I return to the capital. However, you should consult their opinions as well, given that their families are in the capital and they haven't seen each other for quite some time. Xia Yang replied cheerfully, Thank you, Zhao Lao. I extend my gratitude on their behalf. Their stance is already quite clear. Or else I would not have repeatedly mentioned the borrowing arrangement. Chapter 478. The timing of arrival. After a flight of over 2 hours, the military transport aircraft landed smoothly at the airport in the western suburbs of the capital. Overall, the journey was relatively uneventful, though there were a few instances of turbulence along the way. Since the onset of the extreme cold weather, the high-altitude air currents had become quite unstable, and most navigation stations and radar equipment along the flight path had ceased functioning, rendering flying a perilous endeavor. Fortunately, the military transport aircraft boasted excellent performance, coupled with a highly qualified crew, allowing them to adeptly navigate the unexpected turbulence. Chapter 479. The Underground Command Center. Inside the Space Shuttle. 3 astronauts were engrossed in pre-launch preparations and had no time to react before they were obliterated in an instant. The Liang ship hovered a kilometer above, as everyone calmly watched the launch site below transform into a raging inferno. The violent shockwave from the explosion decimated the secret underground launch facility with ruthless efficiency. Such heavy-lift rockets require immense fuel to overcome the gravitational pull of the blue planet and accelerate to the first cosmic velocity in the shortest time possible. Chapter 480. Unilateral Domination, a Major Discovery. The entire underground command control center was thrown into chaos. This facility had been established by the United States prior to the apocalypse as a covert space launch center. Equipped with state-of-the-art amenities, including comprehensive living facilities and communication equipment, as well as a robust defense system. Additionally, 2 advanced missile defense systems were deployed in the vicinity. However, today, 2 oddly shaped fighter jets appeared suddenly. Despite being detectable by external cameras, the defense systems utterly failed to lock onto the targets, rendering the United States' pride in its missile defense system futile. Chapter 481. The Truth Revealed, General Brownlee's True Identity. Trusting Ming, Xiaoyang did not hesitate to seize the communicator and commanded, Thunder God 1 and Thunder God 2, cancel the attack. Repeat, temporarily cancel the attack. Li Muxi and Xin Yufei were just about to press the bomb release button when they received Xiaoyang's order. Their fingers swiftly retreated from the buttons as they maneuvered the fighter jets to ascend, withdrawing from the bombing trajectory. Both were soldiers, and their ingrained sense of obedience left no room for questioning or inquiry. Chapter 482. Blocking the Escape Route, Trapping the Prey. The massive mech controlled by Xiaoyang rampaged through the underground complex, yet he did not intentionally seek to eliminate the fleeing ordinary soldiers and researchers. Ming had relayed Brownlee's location to the mech's AI, providing Xiaoyang with a clear target, to head directly for Brownlee. However, just as the mech's small AI had mapped out the route based on prior terrain scans, Ming's urgent voice echoed in Xiaoyang's earpiece. Brother Yang, there's some troubling news. We just discovered that Brownlee's Hornet drone has gone dark. Chapter 483. Exterminating the Parasite. The fiery warrior was engulfed in flames. His flesh charred with several wounds exposing bone, likely a result of the vehicle's collision and overturning. Under the searing blaze, Brownlee's visage had been utterly transformed. Ordinarily, such severe injuries would be fatal, leading to immediate demise, akin to the 2 individuals seated ahead of him. Yet, the individual who should have perished still crawled from the wreckage. Moreover, from the last transmission of the Hornet drone, he appeared only to be moving slightly. Chapter 484. Contributing points for recovery, blind box gift. Neurotoxin bullets incessantly riddled Brownlee's battered body that he must have realized his impending doom, for he made no futile attempts to struggle, merely lying on the ground. Gasping for breath, his face adorned with a peculiar smile. Hey, what are you afraid of? Too cowardly to come any closer, Brownlee wheezed, his voice trembling, likely due to the unbearable agony inflicted by the neurotoxin. Xiaoyang, however, remained unfazed. Regardless of whether it was a taunt, it held no sway over him. Chapter 485. Fulfilling Promises, Returning to the capital to retrieve individuals. Captain, we have completed the bombing mission, Li Muxi exclaimed excitedly. Xiaoyang smiled warmly, saying, Well done. Thank you, Sister Muxi. Xingu, please take a moment to rest. Xiaolin and Li Muyu approached, taking Li Muxi's hands to inquire about her experience piloting the space fighter in actual combat. Xin Yufei, displaying keen awareness, went to fetch 2 cups of water, first handing one to Li Muxi. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang remained in the captain's seat, attentively monitoring the information displayed on the large screen. Chapter 486. Arriving in the capital. Xing Zhou, panting, remarked, I won't go in. I'm here to find someone. As he spoke, he spotted Li Chaowen and his wife in the living room, along with Xin Yufei's family, that he let out a sigh of relief. Quickly stating, "Uncle Li, you really are here. I've been searching everywhere for you." Li Chaowen stood up in surprise, looking at Sheng Zhou and asking, "Director Sheng, are you looking for me?" "Indeed," Sheng Zhou replied. "You should hurry home. And for Xiao Xin's family, you ought to return as well." Chapter 487. Heightened Attention. The Valiant Command vehicle smoothly rolled into the courtyard adorned with red walls and green tiles. Xia Yang felt a peculiar sensation. In his past life, he had been merely an ordinary programmer. Even after the apocalypse, despite his fortuitous awakening of spatial abilities, he remained a common D-class ability user, having no chance to step into this courtyard. Yet now, the actual owner of the courtyard had personally dispatched a secretary to fetch him. The courtyard was exceptionally tranquil. The snow along the path had been thoroughly cleared, and the trees lining the road stood bare, yet resilient. Chapter 488. Heartfelt Confessions. The Path Ahead. Xia Yang conversed with Zhao Ruishan for quite some time within the courtyard, in addition to providing feedback on the recent trip to the United States. Zhao Ruishan introduced the present situation in Xia country. After experiencing early chaos, the military forces from various regions had begun to regroup, and communication among radio stations nationwide was now frequent, allowing the military committee to maintain a relatively timely grasp of the overall situation. According to Zhao Ruishan, the coastal regions were becoming increasingly dire, with the frozen seas long having transformed into a human no-go zone. Chapter 489. The Joy of Reunion. A journey that defies understanding. Li Chaowen and Xiang Fangfang had previously focused their attention entirely on Li Muxi, only now realizing that their niece, whom they hadn't seen in years, had also arrived. Both were momentarily stunned. Xiang Fangfang regained her composure and seized Li Muyu's hand, exclaiming with delight, "Muyu, you've come too. We've been so worried about you during these past days. Have you been in Jiangqing all this time?" Although the military committee informed the families of Li Muxi and Xin Yufei about their current status through the aerospace city, such information conveyed via telecommunication naturally lacked detail and did not touch upon matters concerning Li Muyu. Chapter 490. Jiangqing welcomes you. Xin Yufei's son, Xin Yuxing, indeed managed to wriggle free from his mother's embrace, toddling forward with his short legs in the snow. Xin Yufei's wife, Zhou Li, and his mother, Pan Shufun, hurriedly followed behind to protect him, fearing that their little ancestor might tumble into the snow. As everyone ascended the gangway and entered the brightly lit, spring-like interior of the Liang spacecraft. The first-time visitors, including Li Zhaowen, felt overwhelmed by the dazzling display of futuristic technology present in the lighting, layout, and decoration. Chapter 491. Reunion Feast. Welcome Banquet. Xia Yang promptly exclaimed, "Uncle Li, it must be Muyu and the others who have arrived." After speaking, he quickly walked over to open the door at his in-laws' residence. Eager to demonstrate his enthusiasm, Zhao Yang, who had been preoccupied with this matter, was unable to sit still on the living room sofa. Upon hearing Xia Yang's words, he immediately stood up and followed him to the entrance. Xia Yang opened the front door, just in time to see the off-road vehicle drive into the courtyard of the townhouse. The two quickly changed their shoes and rushed outside. "Elder brother, sister-in-law," Li Zhao Yang exclaimed upon seeing them. Chapter 492. The Best Gift in Spark City. At the Lei Yu family residence, Lei Ming could no longer contain his curiosity and accompanied Xia Yang to his son and daughter-in-law's home. Lei Yu and Yi Tong Ying were visibly delighted to see Xia Yang. The gratitude Xia Yang felt for their family was immeasurable. During his time in Japan, he had saved both Lei Yu and Yi Tong Ying. After returning to Huaxia, Xia Yang had tirelessly supported them, enabling them to achieve their current success. Without his help, they might not have even overcome the challenges posed by Lei Ming, let alone the ulterior motives of others regarding Yi Tong Ying. Chapter 493. Rest, Training, Improvement. This medical pod was undoubtedly the best gift for the Lei family at present. Filled with joy, Lei Ming eagerly invited Xia Yang to stay for lunch, but Xia Yang politely declined. After days of being busy in various places, he longed for a moment of genuine rest. Xia Yang drove Lei Ming back to the Military Management Committee's compound as Lei Ming was about to get out of the car. Xia Yang produced a super smartphone and handed it to him. This was something he had purchased in advance from the system store after defeating a parasitic beast in America. Chapter 494. Lei Ming's Promotion. Director Wang's request for help. Xia Yang answered the call on the super smartphone. "Uncle Lei, he greeted cheerfully. Lei Ming, in good spirits, responded with hearty laughter as soon as he answered. Xia, I trust the phone's confidentiality is reliable? Xia Yang chuckled, of course. Even if your encrypted radio communications were compromised, our phone calls remain secure and unmonitored. Then I can speak freely with you, Lei Ming said. Xia Yang curiously inquired. Chapter 495. New mission in space. Upon witnessing the reactions of Li Muxi and Li Muyu, Xia Yang couldn't help but chuckle to himself that wasn't this getting exciting. After concluding his call, Xia Yang took a moment to rest in his room before returning to the lower deck. Xiao Lin was still diligently training in the simulation pod. Xia Yang stood nearby for a while and noted that his sister had indeed made remarkable progress. Although many details still appeared rough from his current perspective, leaving ample room for improvement. Her progress compared to her initial attempts was nothing short of night and day. Chapter 496. Inviting the in-laws for a taste of space, Xia Yang invited Li Zhaoyang and Fang Wenxian into the cockpit. As the parents of Li Muyu, they were naturally treated with greater distinction than ordinary guests. The Liang spacecraft soared at high speed at an altitude of 10,000 meters. While passengers might not perceive the speed as acutely when flying above the clouds, Li Zhaoyang and Fang Wenxian were nonetheless astonished. The cockpit's technological sophistication, especially the holographic projection, left them in awe. Occasionally, in cloud-free zones, they could gaze through the portholes. Chapter 497. Releasing the probe, the instruments indicated that the Liang spacecraft's altitude was continually rising. 100 kilometers. 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. In no time, the altitude approached 400 kilometers. Thanks to the anti-gravity engine, which adjusts its output power in real time according to gravitational conditions, the spacecraft ascended at a steady pace, offering a level of comfort surpassing that of ordinary commercial flights. Standing behind Li Zhaoyang and his wife, Li Muxi smiled, Uncle, and when we were at the space station, we basically, Chapter 498. Space science experiments. Xia Yang and Li Muyu changed out of their spacesuits and returned to the cockpit. Li Zhaoyang and Fang Wenxian finally felt their anxieties ease. Xia Yang, Muyu, seeing you both in spacesuits conducting a spacewalk is something I never dared to dream of. Today's experience is simply extraordinary. Li Zhaoyang exclaimed excitedly. Li Muyu chuckled, Dad, it's just basic operations in a safe environment. Spacewalking is remarkably secure. We assured you not to worry. How could we not worry? Chapter 499. A day in space. Xia Yang and Li Muyu exchanged glances. However, knowing her parents well, Li Muyu understood that these two workaholics would be too excited to join them for a meal, even if they were compelled to do so. Therefore, Li Muyu decisively nodded at Xia Yang. Xia Yang replied, All right. Uncle Li, please wait a moment. I will come down now. The two took the elevator down, with Xia Yang heading to the cockpit, where he found Shen Yufei just finishing his training and returning to the cockpit. That he instructed Shen Yufei to stay on duty while taking Li Muxi to the temporary experimental area on the next level. Chapter 500. Area 51. Under Xia Yang's gaze, Xia Yang suddenly became intrigued and asked, Does this chip truly utilize extraterrestrial technology, and you are familiar with it? Ming Ming replied, To be precise, the technology of this chip from America is rather outdated. However, based on the information available, they do not seem to have fully grasped this technology. How so? Xia Yang inquired with keen interest. This chip's blueprint contains a so-called black box area. Ming Ming explained. There are two possibilities. One is due to the confidentiality level, and the data stored in that underground command center cannot. Chapter 501. Raising the difficulty, not to mention being in a depressurized airlock. Even conducting activities outside the spacecraft had become routine for Xia Yang. Naturally, he felt at ease, wearing a relaxed expression. As he glanced around, Xia Yang grinned and asked Li Zhaoyang, Uncle Li, are you nervous? I'm not nervous, Li Zhaoyang instinctively replied. Yet through the visor, the fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead betrayed him. Not acknowledging the obvious, Xia Yang smiled. Chapter 502. Returning to the ground. Plotting against old me. Meanwhile, Fang Wenxian and the others had already relocated. Peering out of the airlock's porthole, they could only see the open outer hatch beyond the entire airlock at this moment. Li Zhaoyang and Xia Yang had already drifted quite far away, making it difficult to discern their figures from such an angle. They moved to a larger porthole nearby, enabling them to witness the scene outside. Watching Xia Yang and Li Zhaoyang, suspended in the cosmic space over 80 meters away from the Liang spacecraft, Fawn when Xin felt her heart leap in her throat, that in reality, both Xia Yang and Li Zhao. Chapter 503. General Simpson with Xia Yang's explanation. Everyone learned that his ultimate goal for this trip to America was none other than the infamous Area 51. A wave of excitement swept through the group. Although Li Muyu and the others were unaware of Xia Yang's true motive, to uncover the secrets of extraterrestrial civilizations associated with Area 51. Everyone was delighted at the prospect of causing trouble for the Americans. Shen Yufei, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Captain, I heard Area 51 is located in the desert northwest of Las Vegas. Why don't we go directly to that area instead of taking a longer route?" Chapter 504. To catch a tongue. First catch the tongue. This dilapidated old building was drafty and showed no signs of habitation. Although located within a residential area, it appeared to have sustained severe damage from a natural disaster. Moreover, with most people now concentrated in designated shelters, it had been abandoned here. This location was approximately 3 kilometers away, in a straight line from the building housing the emergency committee. Xia Yang noticed that the surrounding neighborhoods seemed to consist of such older structures. With little evidence of human activity, that it was likely that the emergency committee had deliberately cleared this area. Chapter 505. General Pei Shi, be cautious at this moment. Gil had completely shed any psychological burden and directly stated. The 5th committee member is named Pei Shi. She is a Caucasian woman, approximately in her 60s, who has served for a considerable duration in the Pacific Fleet before being transferred to the Department of Defense, overseeing the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Following the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse, she was promoted to the rank of Major General, responsible for military research institutions across the United States. Satisfied, Sheyang nodded and remarked, "Well done. Keep it up." Jill, like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, divulged everything she knew about Pei Shi in one breath. Although her position was relatively low, Chapter 506, The Old Witch's Apocalypse. Shaylin immediately stated, Yang, this time, Mu Yu and I will assist you in your actions. We are both ability users and can be of help. Li Mu Yu also nodded in agreement, expressing strong support. Meanwhile, Li Mu Shi and Xin Yu Fei felt somewhat disheartened. They were merely ordinary individuals and could only assist by piloting the space fighter from the sidelines, unable to play any significant role in the frontline operations. Sheyang smiled and said, "According to the intelligence I have gathered, Pei Shi is not an ability user. There is no need to mobilize such forces against an ordinary person. You two should remain on the Liyang to provide intelligence support." Chapter 507. Interrogating the Old Witch. Upon witnessing this scene, several of Pei Shi's attendants and the 2 surviving ability users quickly raised their guns, preparing to fire at Sheyang and Pei Shi in the air. In fact, Pei Shi's bodyguards had an additional task: to be ready to eliminate Pei Shi if the enemy became too powerful, as the secret she held could pose a significant threat to the emergency committee if she were captured alive. However, they never got the chance to shoot, for just as Sheyang lifted Pei Shi into the air as one would a chick, the space fighter hovering above the convoy sprang into action. Chapter 508. The Secret Research Facility of Area 51. Sheyang directly communicated with Meng Meng telepathically. Meng Meng, confirm this coordinate immediately. The Liyang will also head to this coordinate. Understood, Meng Meng promptly replied. After Pei Shi finished speaking, she looked anxiously at Sheyang, fearing his dissatisfaction. Sheyang maintained a smile, saying, "Excellent, that if you had cooperated like this from the beginning, you wouldn't have had to endure this physical torment. What was the point of your resistance?" Pei Shi was on the verge of tears. "I was merely denying it out of habit. Isn't interrogating always conducted this way? You are lacking in martial virtue." Chapter 509. Accurate coordinates, directly striking the heart. Sheyang replied nonchalantly, "Whether it's helpful or not is not your concern. Just tell me everything you know." Yes. Pei Shi hurriedly responded. In 1942, researchers at Area 51 discovered a special material within a spacecraft wreckage that exhibited certain regular changes when electrified, but the research did not continue due to the technological limitations of the time, as many aspects were beyond our comprehension. Sheyang nodded slightly. In fact, the first electronic computer was developed in 1946, meaning that in 1942, computers did not even exist. Chapter 510. Like a hot knife through butter. Entering without resistance to this moment, Shaylin spoke up. "Wait. Now that we are leaving, we'll keep an eye on this old witch. We can't take her along, can we?" Sheyang chuckled. "Of course we must take her with us. She is at least familiar with the management of the research facility, which will aid us in promptly identifying the target. Moreover, this old which will be under your charge. Me, Shaylin exclaimed in astonishment. I am supposed to watch her? Sheyang nodded, saying, the small aircraft only has 2 seats, so I'll take Muyu for the operation, and you will accompany Peishi in the small aircraft, once we open the passage. You can, Chapter 511, Self-Destruct Program, Changing Plans. I am not interested in your story with the neighbor, Old Wong. Sheyang declared. What I want to know right now is who controls the self-destruct program you mentioned, how it is activated, and under what conditions it would activate immediately. The United States is a nation of immigrants, and it is not surprising to find soldiers of various ethnicities within its military. At the same time, the U.S. is quite paradoxical. It vocally opposes discrimination, yet harbors deep-seated biases against minority groups, especially within the military, where scandals are rampant and hardly surprising. Moreover, that neighbor, Chapter 512, Colonel George's downfall. The open-top jeep crashed heavily to the ground, sending the 5 soldiers aboard into a daze. Before they could regain their composure, 2 sharp blades of wind rushed through in a flurry of blood and flesh. The 5 men didn't even have time to scream before meeting their demise. The Vanguard team arrived on the scene promptly, but had not fired a single shot, nor had they even had time to warn those behind them before being completely wiped out. Peishi and John Song witnessed this entire scene, and any lingering thoughts they had were swiftly obliterated. Chapter 513. Life hanging by a thread. Tio quickly locate George. Sheyang handed the multifunctional tactical glasses to John Song to wear. The Hummingbird drones released from the Liang had infiltrated every corner of the underground research facility. These drones are very small, making them difficult to detect, especially with the facility's surveillance systems being disrupted. Meng Meng continuously switched between different Hummingbird drones, relaying video back to the display of the multifunctional tactical glasses for John Song to identify. This method proved to be remarkably effective as they switched between 7 or 8 views in succession. Chapter 514. An interesting old in the depths of this underground research facility. Laboratory 6 was not heavily guarded. Only 3 camouflaged American soldiers stood at the entrance. It seemed that the outer defenses were more robust, while the interior did not require a constant deployment of guards. Sheyang glanced at John Song and calmly said, "You handle those 3 guards." John Song was taken aback. Until now, Sheyang had only asked him to lead the way and identify George and Jeff, without ever requesting him to take action. However, John Song understood that Sheyang intended for him to deal with the 3 guards. Chapter 515. The cost of failure. You have already infiltrated the main control computer of the research facility? Jeff revealed an expression of surprise. It appears you are indeed well prepared. Sheyang smiled faintly and said, Professor Jeff, I did not expect you to use idioms. It seems your command of Xiao language is more than just impressive. However, I currently lack the time to discuss this with you. I hope you can inform me of the location where the wreckage of the alien spacecraft is stored, that I know you are a very dedicated scholar. And I do not wish to resort to violent means against you. No. Jeff remained composed. Young man, an old friend of mine once. Chapter 516. The Silver Lining. Sheyang glanced at the imposing silver alloy door and then turned back to look behind him. Although the small aircraft had activated its stealth system, the multifunctional tactical glasses friend or foe identification system was operational, allowing Sheyang to see the small aircraft while wearing the glasses. That he even exchanged a glance with Shaylin, who was piloting the aircraft. Then, Sheyang looked curiously at the eerily quiet passage and asked, Professor Jeff, such an important place, and yet there are no guards stationed. Doesn't that seem unreasonable? Jeff smiled. Chapter 517. The Spaceship Wreckage. Chris finally began to understand the suffering his opponents had endured in the past, that he felt as though countless needles were stabbing inside his head simultaneously, a pain that was indescribable in words. In reality, Sheyang's psychic combat technique acted as a trigger, while Chris's full-powered ability was akin to an extremely unstable powder keg. This trigger had directly ignited the powder keg. The immense pressure and pain Chris was experiencing stemmed largely from his own ability energy. The most terrifying part was that this ability energy was overwhelmingly volatile. Chapter 518. Good news, bad news. All right, feel free to look. Jeff quickly replied that in fact, the snippets of information Sheyang had revealed earlier were enough to pique Jeff's intense interest. The primary reason he was willing to betray his country and cooperate with Sheyang was that he understood the futility of resistance and was beset by numerous questions that if those regarding the wreckage of the alien spacecraft could be answered. Even if he could no longer work at the military research facility in the future, it would still be worthwhile. Sheyang smiled, saying, "Not only do I want to look, but I might very well take everything with me." Chapter 519, Triumph. Regarding Jeff's request, Sheyang had already anticipated it. He smiled slightly, not rushing to respond. Meanwhile, Shaylin, overhearing the exchange, couldn't he help but exclaim, "Why do you only think about the good things? What can you offer us if you come back to Xia country?" Jeff quickly interjected, "I can continue my research. My research capabilities are still quite strong. Otherwise, the U.S. wouldn't have allowed me to head the Area 51 research facility. In fact, many groundbreaking technologies in aerospace have been developed by my team." Chapter 520. Honest and upright. A plethora of hummingbird drones deployed from the vessel, Liang, have thoroughly mapped the intricate terrain of this underground research facility, coupled with the relevant information obtained from the main control server. Meng possesses an intimate understanding of the locale. Consequently, she swiftly identified a vulnerable point within the structural confines of the Research Institute, situated a mere 100 meters from the storage area where Sheyang resides. Should the space fighter patrolling the skies target this location, a direct passage to the ground would be opened. Chapter 521. Muming Strategy, delivering talent to Laming. Subsequently, Laming eagerly inquired, "Xiao Xia, you mentioned that there is another ability user." "Correct," Sheyang scoffed. "He is merely a D-class wind ability user, a feeble creature, hardly worthy of mention." On the other end of the line, Laming fell into silence, and after a moment he remarked wistfully, "Xiao Xia, is this how you express courtesy?" Sheyang paused momentarily, then chuckled, "Uncle Lei, do not misconstrue my words. My point is, while this John Song may be an ability user, his value pales in comparison to Professor Jeff." Chapter 522, Delivery at the door at the northern gate of Jiangqing Survival Point. Two vehicles sped in from the inner city, smoothly halting on the open ground outside the northern gate after passing through the wide archway. The leading vehicle was a military commander's standard Hummer command vehicle, followed by a camouflage-painted off-road vehicle that in the back seat of the Hummer sat two individuals. One was Lei Ming, and the other was Wang Ming, the director of the Aerospace Control Center. Since the last visit to Jiangqing with Zhao Ruishan, Wang Ming had remained, now actively preparing in Jiangqing. Chapter 523. Research on alien spaceship remnants. Minutes later, Sheyang had returned to the banks of Liangzi Lake, where the Liang had quietly docked on the shore. He stored the small aircraft into the dimensional space and proceeded towards the Liangji. In his mind lingered the images from his earlier departure. Jeff, somewhat hesitant, ultimately could not restrain his curiosity about when he might consult Sheyang regarding the remnants of the alien spacecraft. The thought amused Sheyang. The old man was quite persistent, yet it was precisely this tenacity that propelled scientific inquiry. Chapter 524. First experience. Sheyang smiled and nodded, saying, "Please extract the data as soon as possible. I hope to uncover some useful information. Rest assured, judging by external appearances, we should be able to retrieve at least 70 to 80% of the data from these storage media," Meng cheerfully replied. Moreover, the crucial black box is virtually intact, so the parameters, data, and even cockpit recordings from the final stages of this transport ship are surely preserved. Very well. Then do your work, and remember to inform me of any findings," Sheyang said with a smile. Chapter 525. The beast tide approaches. Sheyang quickly scanned the screen, unable to suppress a slight frown. During a test flight of the space fighter, he had unexpectedly encountered source beasts in significant numbers. It was crucial to note that to ensure Meng could promptly respond and take control of the space fighter during emergencies, Sheyang had delineated an airspace range. Their current position was merely 100 kilometers from the Jiangqing Survival Point, a region that should have been extensively purged by the military, making the presence of source beasts unlikely. Chapter 526. Targeted elimination, calling for remote fire support, a beast tide, Sheyang succinctly declared while adeptly locking onto the next target with the radar. "Several formidable bosses await your handling. Arrive within 3 minutes," Xiaolin exclaimed excitedly, then inquired, "By the way, were you and Muyu piloting the space fighter earlier?" Having seen Li Muxi aboard the Liang, Xiaolin deduced that the pilots of the two space fighters must have been Xiaoyang and Li Muyu. Chapter 527. The firepower of the remote unit. The Liang and the space fighters had retreated to a secure area. It was Sheyang's first close-up encounter with the military's long-range weaponry, and his curiosity was piqued that Meng's calculated coordinates proved quite accurate. When the rocket struck, the lead forces of the source beast horde surged right into the designated area. Explosions erupted violently, reverberating in a cacophony. As different teams adjusted their target coordinates, explosions occurred within a radius of approximately 50 meters. Chapter 528. The higher the magic, the greater the challenge. Meng awaited this very opportunity. The rocket attack was likely anticipated by the B-class source beasts. Yet they could not predict when the rockets would descend upon them. Thus, when the fierce explosions erupted, the B-class source beasts could not help but become momentarily distracted. Moreover, as they attempted to direct the panicking source beasts to scatter and evade, they inevitably lowered their guard regarding their own safety. Meng seized this moment with precision, targeting a B-class source beast directly, unleashing the main cannons simultaneously. Chapter 529. Low-Altitude Surprise Attack. The remote firepower strikes again. Xiang was also cognizant of the situation, considering the efficiency of long-range fire attacks and the distance between the beast tide and the Jiangqing survival point. Even if the remote fire unit could launch 10 more attacks with optimal effectiveness, it was likely that several hundred to 1,000 source beasts would remain. Furthermore, as the number of source beasts dwindled, the density of the horde would naturally decrease, leading to diminished effectiveness of the remote firepower. Chapter 530. Harvesting along the way. Entering the fray. In the ensuing time, Xiang and Laming coordinated seamlessly, employing long-range fire to strike at the source beast horde. The main and auxiliary cannons aboard the Liang continued to fire. Meng attempted several low-altitude surprise attacks, proving to be significantly more effective than striking from a high altitude. During the third low-altitude assault, she remarkably eliminated 2 B-class source beasts, both of which had been injured during the initial attack. Chapter 531. Seizing the opportunity to strike. In an instant, a slowly moving red marker appeared within Xiaoyang's view window. Synchronizing with you now. Meng announced, however, Yang, please exercise caution. Another B-class source beast is organizing the entire horde to approach that injured one. Rest assured, the only threats now are those 2 B-class source beasts. The rest are mere small karami. Xiang replied, smiling at Meng with a relaxed demeanor, although the total number of source beasts exceeded 1,000. If Xiang were to charge in unarmed, even with his capabilities. Chapter 532. On-the-spot elimination. As the sole surviving B-class source beast from this beast tide, this creature was undeniably cunning. While Xiang maneuvered the mecha in pursuit, the B-class source beast immediately distanced itself, directing the surrounding lower-level source beasts to obstruct Xiang's path. IT had discerned that the mecha's long-range attack capabilities were limited, yet the close-quarters combat was terrifying. Thus, the B-class source beast continually increased the distance between itself and the mecha, simultaneously. Chapter 533. Alarm lifted. Danger from within. Xiang, upon hearing this, finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, although it had been somewhat perilous. The outcome was ultimately favorable. The sole surviving B-class source beast from the beast tide had been obliterated by the main cannon of the Liang, signaling the definitive collapse of the beast tide. The remaining small karami were predominantly D-class source beasts, with only a scant few C-class beasts escaping, posing no significant threat. Chapter 534. Attack where they must rescue. Danger abounds. It was highly probable that the source beasts had become aware of the Liang's presence. Furthermore, in the eyes of the source beast's high command, the threat posed by the Liang was evidently far greater than that of the Jiangqing survival point or the imminent proliferation of the source crystal conversion energy liquid technology at the Jiangqing Biological Research Institute. Thus, the source beasts had gone to great lengths to set this trap, willing to sacrifice thousands of their own, including high-end combat forces like the B-class source beasts, all in an attempt to ensnare Xiang. Furthermore, the A-grade source beast was exceedingly cunning. It seized an opportunity not to directly charge at Xiang, but instead targeted Li Muyu. Chapter 535. Summoning the alloy heavy sword. Viciously striking a drowning dog, Li Muyu's parachute floated gently downwards. Having anticipated this, Xiao Lin swiftly caught Li Muyu with one hand, then deftly drew a dagger from her spatial storage with her right hand, severing the parachute lines. Noticing Li Muyu's pallid complexion and tightly shut eyes, Xiao Lin anxiously called out to her several times. Seeing Li Muyu remain unresponsive, she dared not delay and promptly carried her towards the nearby Liang ship. At this moment, the hatch at the bottom of the Liang ship had already opened. Xiao Lin raced up the alloy ladder and entered the interior of the vessel. Meng did not even wait for the hatch to close completely. Chapter 536. Turning the tables. A-grade source beast meets its demise. A glimmer of cunning flickered in the blood-red eyes of the A-grade source beast as it swiftly passed over a pile of low-grade source beast corpses. Just then, Summer Yang, who had been hot on its heels, suddenly braked mid-air and decisively flipped backward, soaring into the sky. Summer Yang bellowed, "Ming Ming, fire!" Coming right up in the stratosphere, a robust blue laser beam abruptly materialized, instantly enveloping the area where the low-grade source beast lay. Following closely behind was a searing heat. Chapter 537, Double Kill of A-grade source beasts, almost overstepped when the A-grade source beast felt the familiar binding sensation akin to sinking into a quagmire. Accompanied by a series of sharp pains throughout its body, it was truly both startled and enraged. It roared while struggling with all its might, unleashing the chaotic energy within to break free from the restraints. After 1.5 seconds, the A-grade source beast felt a sudden lightness throughout its body and immediately accelerated forward. 20 meters away, Summer Yang gritted his teeth, channeling spatial energy once more to set up a spatial cage. This was genuinely pushing Summer Yang to his limits. Chapter 538, A-grade source crystal acquired. Unconscious Li Muyu as Summer Yang sensed the tenuous bond with the dimensional space solidifying like rock. He finally sighed in relief that he vowed not to take such reckless risks in the future. If things went awry, there would be nowhere to lament. The efficacy of 10 bottles of mental potions should restore his various abilities to around 70 or 80%, with the remaining portion gradually recovering over time. Summer Yang continued to soar towards the location where the A-grade source beast had fallen. Soon, he arrived beside the carcass of the source beast. Chapter 539, Fortuitous Luck. For Muyu, let us break through. Ming Ming paused momentarily before saying, "Brother Yang, my database contains scan information regarding Muyu's condition, as the data samples are insufficient. Therefore, I can only offer a reference." Summer Yang replied, "Forget the data samples for now. Don't be so rigorous. Just give me your analysis and any suggestions you might have." "Very well." Ming Ming responded, "I retrieved 5 similar cases, analyzing Muyu's condition. If there is no external interference, her consciousness may ultimately wither or even vanish. Once it reaches that stage, this would essentially render her." Chapter 540, The Marvelous Journey of Consciousness. A-grade mental ability. The taste of the A-grade energy liquid was rather bland. After consuming it, Summer Yang even smacked his lips, wondering if he had acquired a counterfeit. Why was there no reaction? At that moment, Summer Yang suddenly felt a buzzing in his head as surging mental energy flowed through him. An abundance of pure mental energy surged into Summer Yang's consciousness, transforming the previously tranquil realm into a tempest of colossal waves, each crest formed of unadulterated mental force. This unexpected inundation overwhelmed Summer Yang. Chapter 541, Li Muyu's Consciousness. Eradicating violent energy in the medical room. Xiaolin and Li Mu Shi remained silent, gazing out the porthole at the Liang ship as it began to ascend, nearing low Earth orbit. After a while, it gradually descended back to the previous combat zone. However, both were preoccupied with their thoughts, especially Li Mu Shi, who was engulfed in feelings of dejection and self-reproach, convinced that her failure to properly care for Li Muyu had led to this predicament. After all, she was the lead, and Li Muyu was the subordinate. The hatch slid open soundlessly. Chapter 542, A Risky Maneuver. Fortune Smiles. This query was somewhat beyond Ming Ming's capabilities. The relevant cases in her database were already few, and being merely an artificial intelligence, she struggled to devise useful strategies without pertinent information. After a moment's pause, Ming Ming said, "I apologize, Brother Yang, that I fear I cannot offer assistance in this matter. Regarding this situation, I suspect it relates to the protective mechanism. How to put it? The following was purely conjectural. It seemed to me that once the protective mechanism was activated, without external interference, it would be exceedingly difficult for Muyu to recover voluntarily." Chapter 543, A Twist of Fate. Double Joy. Summer Yang grew increasingly excited. He cautiously focused his mental energy, merely sensing the entirety of Li Muyu's consciousness from a distance. Wary of disturbing the Black Stone Island, that new energy surged in the consciousness. The Black Stone Island slowly traversed the fog, returning to the realm of thought. Moreover, upon entering, the Black Stone Island continued to drift gently until it finally settled at the heart of the consciousness. Summer Yang could sense that the island bore numerous signs of damage. Chapter 544. Congratulations, congratulations. Summer Yang quickly turned, calling softly Muyu Muyu. Li Muyu opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed. Summer Yang? Finally, Li Muyu recognized the figure before her and inquired, "Where am I?" Summer Yang promptly replied, "We are aboard the Liang ship. You are safe now." With Summer Yang's support, Li Muyu sat up and asked, "Summer Yang, what just happened? Wasn't I in the space fighter? You ordered us to ascend urgently. Don't you recall what transpired?" Chapter 545. Opulent and extravagant. I've never fought such a wealthy battle. Ah, Li Muyu instinctively exclaimed, her cheeks flushing that it wouldn't be good if my parents found out. Would it? We aren't even married yet. Xiao Lin and Li Mu she exchanged amused glances before Li Mu she chimed in. Silly sister. What does that matter? If uncle and aunt find out, they would be overjoyed. There isn't even a civil affairs bureau anymore. Where would you go to get your certificate? Isn't marriage just about holding a ceremony? You can do that once you return. Exactly. Xiao Lin echoed enthusiastically. Noticing Summer Yang's beaming smile beside her, she couldn't help but give him a playful nudge. Chapter 546. Assessing the gains, a bounty of source crystals. Currently, Summer Yang's situation was such that if contribution points were used for daily expenses, it would amount to a substantial fortune. However, if allocated for upgrading the Liang ship, there would be a significant shortfall that, of course, should he convert all the source crystals he obtained into contribution points, it would suffice. Yet Summer Yang certainly had no intention of doing so. Thus, he planned to expend some contribution points to arm his team members. Not only that, but Summer Yang also retrieved 4 strength attribute source crystals from the dimensional space, placing them into the source crystal processing device to produce energy liquid. Chapter 547. Joyous and auspicious summer, Yang outlined a rough plan for the utilization of these source crystals. However, he did not immediately convert them into energy liquid or exchange them for contribution points. As producing energy liquid required considerable time, it was imperative to enhance the strength of both himself and those around him, which would necessitate a substantial amount of energy liquid. As dawn broke, the foremost task was to return to the Jiang City survival point. On one hand, he needed to meet with Lei Ming to ascertain the status of the ability user team, while on the other, he was prepared to proactively present the source crystals acquired yesterday. Chapter 548. Meeting Lei Ming minutes later, Summer Yang found himself in Lei Ming's office, despite Lei Ming's promotion to the commander of the defense zone. Firmly establishing himself as a regional authority, the headquarters of the defense zone remained in Jiang City, situated within the original military control compound. Thus, Lei Ming's office had not undergone any changes. This small building was exclusively designated for the leadership of the defense zone, while the new administrative team of the Jiang City military control was housed in another office building nearby. Prior to his arrival, Summer Yang had contacted Lei Ming in advance, ensuring that Lei Ming had prepared everything. Chapter 549. Distribution Plan. Equipping the team with a smile, Lei Ming remarked, "A portion has already been transported back, though we dispatched a logistics team to assist the ability user squad for these spoils. We will certainly allocate a portion to the squad members, while a part must be submitted. Specifically, we plan to consolidate the source crystals and hand them over to the Biological Research Institute for the production of energy liquid. Though mass production has yet to be fully realized, their technology has matured considerably. It's just that producing it in the laboratory can be somewhat cumbersome, so your in-laws might be busy for a while." At this point, Lei Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 550. All our ability users. Time to unbox. Li Mushi and Xin Yufei had never encountered the energy liquid, leaving them momentarily bewildered. However, Xiao Lin was no stranger to this substance. Thus, as Xia Yang produced the energy liquid, Xiao Lin's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She smiled and said, "I was going to remind you. I didn't expect you to have thought of this already. It's time to arrange it for Sister Mushi and Brother Xin. Our team should indeed consist of supernatural beings right from the start." Initially, Li Mushi was still in a state of confusion, but upon hearing Xiao Lin's words, she quickly grasped the situation. Chapter 551. The Blessing of Fortune. All good things. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an S-grade alloy combat knife. Upon seeing this textual notification, Xia Yang's eyes lit up. In the early days, he had obtained an A-grade alloy dagger, and at that time his abilities were quite modest, making it challenging to hunt D-grade source beasts. The A-grade alloy dagger had been immensely helpful. Undoubtedly a vital tool during Xia Yang's initial development. In fact, he still utilized this A-grade alloy dagger even now. However, as his level increased, so did the strength of his opponents. Chapter 552, a significant achievement. The group entered the warehouse that had been repurposed. The first floor was quite empty, but it was still well maintained. The barracks assistant respectfully approached and said, "Chief, we have confirmed that the electrical box on the first floor is connected to a three-phase power supply. It can be used directly once the wiring is established." Lei Ming nodded, turning his gaze to Xia Yang with a smile, asking, "Xiao Xia, there's no need for mystery. Just tell me what good news you have." Xia Yang smiled as he had already roughly estimated the size of the warehouse floor when he entered. Chapter 553, Testing. Xia Yang chuckled, "Uncle Lei, look at how you phrase things. I just mentioned that one piece can last a day. Do you think I would deceive you?" Lei Ming quickly replied with a smile, I misspoke. He, Xiao Xia, you are indeed kind to Uncle Lei. Always thinking of me when there's good news." Xia Yang said, "All right, the level of automation in this production line is quite high, and it's essentially installed and debugged. Here is the operation manual. Please have the person responsible for the production line study it. And daily usage should be no problem. If anything arises, just contact me." Chapter 554, The Talents of Li Muyu and Xia Lin. Xia Yang cheerfully inquired, "Uncle Lei, do you still want me to assist in producing energy pills from the source beast flesh you collected?" If it weren't for this energy rod production line, Lei Ming would have undoubtedly made a prompt decision. Consuming source beast flesh could enhance a supernatural being's physique, albeit to a minimal extent, while energy pills could significantly elevate the upper limits of their abilities. Now that Xia Yang had introduced this production line, Lei Ming suddenly found himself at a loss for choice. One piece of source beast flesh could yield 3,000. Chapter 555, The Frenzied Production of Energy Liquid. For the first time, Xia Lin and Li Muyu clearly understood their potential and appeared immensely excited. They urged Xia Yang to continue discussing the cultivation of their supernatural abilities. However, Xia Yang felt it was essential for the pregnant Li Muyu to ensure ample rest, so he promptly halted the discussion. Primarily, Xia Yang had numerous tasks to attend to. He planned to produce some urgently needed energy liquid tonight to enhance his and those around him strengths. This included preparing energy liquid with strength attributes for Lei Ming. Chapter 556, The Initial Consumption. The first energy liquid Xia Yang consumed was a near B-grade spatial attribute liquid. He was already well acquainted with the sensation of consuming energy liquids. Sitting in the captain's chair, he closed his eyes to reflect. Each time he consumed energy liquid, it was when he felt closest to the corresponding supernatural attributes rules, making such moments of insight quite rare. After several minutes, the energy liquid was fully absorbed. The spatial attribute ability remained a B grade, but had progressed slightly from its original state. Now, he only needed to consume 5 to 6 more portions of this near B-grade energy liquid to hope for an enhancement. Chapter 557, Overall Strength Enhancement. The analysis of the spaceship remains yielded results. "What about us?" Li Mushi smiled and inquired. "Of course. We are a team. Not a single one of us can be left behind." Xia Yang replied with a smile. He continued, "However, both of you have just awakened your strength attribute abilities, and it would be unwise to rush into a breakthrough. It is best to stabilize for a few days. Let me provide you with the energy liquid." With that, Xia Yang divided 8 portions from the pile of D-grade strength attribute energy liquids, giving 4 to Li Mushi and 4 to Xin Yufei. "This should be sufficient for your strength attribute abilities to break through to C-grade," Xia Yang stated with a smile. Chapter 558, The First Step Towards Deep Space. Xia Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, saying, "The resources of the entire world are still insufficient to upgrade the Liang to S-grade. That seems rather exaggerated, given Xia Yang's current capabilities, unless it was an area of the deep sea potentially abundant with high-level source beasts. He could access nearly all regions of Blue Star without limitation. It was hard to believe that even this was inadequate for the upgrade of Liang." Ming Ming smiled and said, "The vast majority of materials required for the upgrade can certainly be gathered on Blue Star, and we can gather many without issue. However, have you considered that?" Chapter 559, A Glimpse of the Vast Universe. An invitation from Lei Ming. "Artificial intelligence cannot lie to its master. Otherwise, my fundamental logic would collapse," Ming Ming stated. Xia Yang smiled and nodded, saying, "Then please share everything you can about Blue Star and the forces of the universe that lies beyond your rules." After a brief contemplation, Ming Ming began, "Brother Yang, The solar system where Blue Star is located lies within the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Chapter 560, General Xia's arrival. The following morning at 9 o'clock. The environment in front of the decommissioned warehouse of the defense zone in Jiang City was newly adorned with inflatable arches, bright red banners, and floral arrangements. Personnel from the defense zone, direct team officers, and members of the Jiang City Military Management Committee had gathered, lined up orderly in the open space before the warehouse, their expressions filled with excitement that a row of military trucks, laden with the grotesque corpses of source beasts, was parked at one side of the venue. Chapter 561. Double Joy. The female general, Lei Ming, gazed at the energy liquids before him. Although he was already aware that Xia Yang would prepare them, he could not suppress his excitement upon seeing the crystalline energy liquid. He sprang from his seat, looking eagerly at Xia Yang. "Xiao Xia, is this energy liquid prepared for me?" Xia Yang smiled and replied, "Uncle Lei, don't get too excited. Sit down and let us talk." Lei Ming chuckled sheepishly and took his seat, yet his gaze remained fixed on the bottles of energy liquid, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 562. A solemn ceremony. Lei Ming awakens his abilities. 3 honor guards appeared at the side of the stage, with one in the center holding a bright red military flag, while the 2 on either side stood imposing with their ceremonial rifles. "All rise." At Li Youjiang's command, everyone, including the dignitaries on the podium, stood at attention. The honor guards marched with the flag across the stage and stood at attention on the other side. The next agenda item was the national anthem. The music began, and the audience sang in unison. After the anthem concluded, Li Yujiang did not instruct everyone to sit down, but instead continued directly. Chapter 563. Acquiring the mining base. A bountiful harvest of rare metals, Xia Yang asked in surprise. "This IS&T energy liquid, it can't be that precious. Besides, you can consume it now, and it won't conflict with the energy liquid. Why should I hold on to it for a few days?" Lei Ming chuckled and said, "Since this is a prize from the fire department of the remote box army, I can't just keep it all to myself. It would be better to distribute it among the supernatural beings to enhance everyone's strength. You've given it to me. How it's divided is up to you." Xia Yang shrugged and replied that, to be honest, Xia Yang felt that Lei Ming's talent was somewhat lacking. Even if, Chapter 564. Rekindling dreams. The following morning, when Xia Yang woke up, the Liang had already settled firmly on the snowy banks of Liangzi Lake. Having just finished washing up in the bathroom, he stepped out of the captain's quarters and heard Mingming's voice. "Brother Yang." "Good morning. May I ask if we can set up the mining work base now?" Xia Yang smiled and said, "Are you in such a hurry? A skilled worker cannot make bricks without clay." Mingming responded, "My modifications to the power system are still on paper. We need to rely on our own resources. All right, let's head out and set it up." Chapter 565. Special training. Xia Yang arrived outside the Doomsday safety fortress and cast a glance, discovering that the entrance to the mining workstation was exceptionally concealed, coupled with a rudimentary visual cloaking system. Even when viewed from a close distance, it merely appeared as a section of mountain wall. Mingming opened the alloy door to the entrance, and Xia Yang stepped inside for a brief exploration. The 3 mining stations were interconnected from the outside inward, delving directly into the mountain's core, where several engineering robots were still conducting final circuit tests. Mingming stated, "Brother Yang, I plan to construct a separate passage at the back of the innermost station that will lead directly to the survival fortress." Chapter 566. Holding back the big move. After a while, the Liang ship returned to the banks of Liangzi Lake, gently descending onto the pristine snow-covered ground. With the current speed of the Liang ship, the entirety of Blue Star was essentially within a half-hour commuting radius. The difference between a trip to Daunting Lake and a journey to the United States was negligible. Having been away for several days, everyone immediately returned to the safety fortress upon landing to rest. That Li Mushi and Xin Yufei did not remain aboard the Liang ship for training. Both had their own rooms within the safety fortress. Over the past 4 days, they had been the most fatigued, having fought multiple battles each day. Chapter 567. Showdown. The following day, at the Jiangqing Survival Point, Spark City, within the defense sector's administrative courtyard. Han Huffing strode into his office with exuberance. His secretary cautiously placed his briefcase on the desk and hurriedly went to brew tea. Han Huffing leaned back in his swivel chair, his expression exceedingly relaxed. In recent days, Lei Ming had been unusually low-key, rarely seen outside, which alleviated Han Huffing's stress significantly. Initially, during his tenure, despite his extraordinary abilities, he had felt considerable pressure. Chapter 568. Rising prestige as soon as Lei Ming took his seat. Han Huffeng perceptively noticed a powerful wave of supernatural energy. Lei Ming, who had no intention of concealing it, had just broken through to level C and had yet to stabilize his powers, making it challenging to suppress the energy. Upon seeing Han Huffeng turn towards him, Lei Ming simply smiled at him. Han Huffeng's expression stiffened, his eyes filled with disbelief that in just 5 days, Lei Ming had developed a supernatural energy fluctuation, with an intensity even surpassing his own. Chapter 569. Unanimous approval. Busy Xiaoyang. The recent leadership meeting lasted the entire morning. Lei Ming presented the preliminary distribution plan for the energy pills, simultaneously proposing a new merit calculation scheme, as the issuance of energy pills was to be linked to performance. Lei Ming's plan took into account the contributions of frontline combat personnel, while also recognizing the vital role of administrative staff, rendering it relatively fair and reasonable. For instance, although administrative officers had not participated directly in resource gathering or combat, their existence was equally crucial for the normal operation of the survival point and the entire defense sector. Chapter 570. Lovers. Finally united. Xiaoyang drove the off-road vehicle smoothly into the administrative courtyard of the defense sector. The Li Muyu, seated beside him, remarked with a smile, "It seems quite grand. They've even hung red lanterns at the entrance." In the back seat, Xiao Lin cheerfully added, "Of course it should be grand." Xiaoyang merely smiled, remaining focused on driving. Soon, the vehicle reached the entrance of the small auditorium within the administrative courtyard, where the festive atmosphere was even more pronounced, decorated as if for a celebration. Chapter 571. Dream Wedding. Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin stood up and walked towards the stage. Since Xiaoyang had lost all his elders, he had invited Xiao Lin to represent the family. Yet Xiao Lin waved her hand from below, feeling it inappropriate as she believed she was merely an elder sister, not a parent. Xiaoyang took the microphone and addressed the audience. "Sister, please come up. They say the eldest sister is like a mother. Our parents have been gone for a long time, and we have relied on each other. You have essentially raised me, so you are the most suitable representative of the groom's family." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin's eyes brimmed with emotion. Chapter 572. Wedding night. Completion of Liang's ship's upgrade tasks. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, Mother, I will come to visit you in Muyu tomorrow." Xiaoyang felt somewhat unaccustomed to the new address, but Fang Wenxin was genuinely delighted, her eyes curving into crescents as she nodded. Naturally, there was no reason to stay at the bride's family home on their wedding night, so Xiaoyang and Li Muyu would be returning to their own residence. Meanwhile, Li Chaoyang cleared his throat, prompting Xiaoyang to momentarily pause. Li Muyu gently tugged at his sleeve, and he finally understood that his father-in-law was indicating something. Chapter 573. Main engine testing. Heading to the moon. Initially, Xiaoyang and his companions had intended to have dinner before heading back. But now that Xiaoyang suddenly announced they would leave at noon, everyone naturally inquired with concern about what had transpired. Everyone in the house was aware of the existence of the Liang ship. Li Chaoyang and Fang Wenxin had even traveled aboard it into space. Thus, Xiaoyang found no need to conceal the truth that he briefly explained the ongoing modifications to the Liang ship's power system and informed them that they had achieved preliminary results and were preparing for a test flight. Chapter 574. Desolate Moon. Successful testing. Okay. Then let's first take a tour around the lunar orbit, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Ming Ming, if you're ready, we shall set off. With everything prepared, Ming Ming exclaimed excitedly, "Liang's ship. Let's go." The Liang ship quivered slightly as it began to ascend rapidly. Ming Ming added, "Brother Yang, the distance between the Earth and the Moon is approximately 300,000 kilometers, that we have only modified one main engine. So we certainly won't reach the theoretical maximum speed during this flight. Therefore, the other main engine and all auxiliary engines will also." Chapter 575. Setting sail. A natural fuel repository in the subsequent period. Ming Ming and the engineering robots became the busiest individuals. Ming Ming dedicated an entire day to thoroughly analyze and compile the data from this test flight, utilizing high-speed computations to conduct multiple simulations, ultimately deriving an improvement plan. Subsequently, all engineering robots commenced further enhancements on the modified main engine, addressing the minor issues identified during the test flight. Meng Meng then oversaw several additional tests, including ground-based unloaded operation tests. Chapter 576. Effortlessly ascending to the moon, the massive hull of the Liang ship gently trembled before swiftly lifting off. Inside the cockpit, even Li Chaoyang, who was experiencing space travel for the first time, felt a tinge of nervousness, as did Li Mushi and others, who were equally anxious yet filled with anticipation. After the power system modifications, they had not yet flown on the Liang ship and were uncertain about the extent of its improved performance. The process from takeoff to exiting the atmosphere remained largely the same as before, considering the friction of the atmosphere against the ship's hull. Chapter 577. Touching down on the moon, establishing a base station a few minutes later. The crew, clad in their space suits, gathered in the lower cabin. Each person's helmet visor was securely fastened, and through the visors, Xiaoyang could still see the excitement etched on their faces. In truth, Xiaoyang himself was also quite exhilarated. This was the moon, the celestial body they gazed upon every night from Blue Star, and now they were about to set foot upon it. How could he not be excited? Each space suit was automatically linked to the Liang ship's systems. Chapter 578. Base station production. Special check-in rewards. The enormous hull of the Liang ship gracefully soared above the barren lunar surface, tracing an arc at an altitude of about 100 meters as it sped towards the lunar terminator. In the cockpit, Xiaoyang caught a glimpse of the clock on the control panel, noting that it had just passed midnight. This electronic clock operated on the time zone of Xia Country and Blue Star, indicating that a new day had begun back home. Xiaoyang felt a flicker of inspiration. He could sign in now. On the Blue Planet, Chapter 579. The initial experience of the extraterrestrial survival capsule, an all-terrain vehicle. Xiaoyang had initially assumed that the survival capsule module would be disassembled into individual alloy boxes, similar to the mining base stations. However, upon production completion, he discovered that while there were indeed a few boxes of components, they were not numerous. The main body of the survival capsule module was entirely integrated. Xiaoyang surmised that such a unified structure was likely essential for enhanced reliability, stability, and airtightness. After all, once this survival capsule was put into operation, it would essentially be situated in a vacuum environment, thereby continuously enduring immense pressure differentials. Chapter 580. Astonishing helium, 3 yield, successful return journey. Before departing, Xiaoyang piloted the Liang to revisit the 5 mining workstations, collecting the rare metals and solid helium, 3 materials extracted over the past few days. The yield of rare metals and titanium was exceedingly low, given the brief duration of the operation. One could only say it was better than nothing. However, the production of solid helium, 3 exceeded Xiaoyang's expectations significantly. In just a few days, the solid helium, 3 refined at the mining workstations, was already sufficient to offset the consumption incurred during this lunar voyage, with even a surplus remaining. After all, the extraction difficulty of helium-3 was considerable. Chapter 581. Class A Nest. Cleaning up the oversights. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang hastily sprang up, hastily dressing as he exclaimed, "Wait for me. I will be there shortly." According to the plan, the area the Liang was scheduled to patrol tonight was approximately 300 kilometers in a straight line from the Jiangqing survival point. If a source beast nest was indeed located in that vicinity, it would pose a significant threat to the Jiangqing survival point. Of course, after 7 days of searching, Xiaoyang had also observed that the density of source beast nests was not high. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to go 7 days without any discoveries. However, this only pertained to terrestrial conditions. The situation in the ocean remained unknown. Chapter 582. Instant kill, destroying the nest, incredibly rich rewards in an instant. The battle knife in Xiaoyang's hand transformed into a series of razor-sharp blade lights, imperceptible to the naked eye, enveloping the Class A source beast in the brief span of a breath. He had unleashed countless strikes. With a series of squelching sounds, gory wounds appeared on the Class A source beast, blood gushing forth. Immediately thereafter, a circle of earthy yellow light erupted from the source beast's body, causing Xiaoyang's assault to momentarily falter as he found that his exceptionally sharp Class A alloy battle knife struggled to penetrate the creature's defenses. Chapter 583. Custom-made special item blind box. Congratulations, host! You have received a battleship hull enhancement package. Upon hearing this notification, Xiaoyang couldn't help but pause in surprise that he couldn't resist asking, "A hull enhancement package? What is that?" The system responded, "The current host's battleship. Liang is only suitable for short-term space environments, primarily operating near planetary orbits. This package can enhance and modify the hull, significantly improving its airtightness and protective capabilities, thereby maintaining the onboard atmosphere more effectively in space and providing better shielding against cosmic radiation, enabling the battleship to possess preliminary capabilities for conventional nuclear operation within a stellar system. Chapter 584. Excited Thunder. Comprehensive search concludes looking at the glasses in Xia Yang's hand. Lei Ming inquired with some confusion. What is this? This is a portable detection device specifically designed to identify parasitic beasts, Xia Yang replied, not withholding any information, that he then briefly introduced the functions and capabilities of the parasitic beast identification device. As he listened, the look of excitement on Lei Ming's face grew increasingly pronounced that he couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao Xia, this is fantastic. With it, the difficulty for parasitic beasts to infiltrate the survival point has increased exponentially. Chapter 585. Fair Trade, Mobilizing National Resources in the Office of the Garrison Commander. Lei Ming gazed at the neatly arranged 38 sets of parasitic beast identification devices on the desk, his expression filled with exhilaration as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Xia Yang. Xiao Xia, with these devices, the safety of the Jiangqing survival point will undoubtedly increase significantly. Lei Ming enthused that I've already assigned this task to Long, the commander of the Special Operations Brigade, that he will dispatch the most reliable personnel to conduct the inspections. Xia Yang nodded with a smile, stating, the use of this device is quite straightforward and easy to master, but it is crucial to ensure. Chapter 586. Assessing Gains, Enhancing Strength. Having experienced the apocalypse in his previous life, Xia Yang understood that the leaders of various survival points or smaller settlements often possess considerable strength themselves that at the onset of the apocalypse. Most leaders establishing survival points were high-ranking military officers. Even without awakened abilities, they could effectively command armed forces due to their prestige and connections within the military. However, with the maturation of energy liquid extraction technology and the increasing number of ability users, coupled with the emergence of many ordinary ability users, if these leaders were to remain. Chapter 587. Instant Kill. Emergence of an S-class source beast merely a few months after the apocalypse commenced. The oceans of the blue planet had completely frozen over. From space, the entire blue planet resembled a colossal ice sphere that at this moment, the eastern seas of Xia Nation had essentially transformed into an endless expanse of ice. Nevertheless, beneath the thick ice layer, the sea continued to surge. According to previous rough scans, most source beasts were active beneath the ice, with a significant number of high-level source beasts spending the majority of their time in the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Chapter 588. Terrifying Near-SS-class source beast. Mars expedition imminent. In an incredibly short span, both the Liang and the Near-SS-class source beast had maximized their speeds. The altitudes of both were rapidly increasing, while the distance between them gradually diminished. Observing the data displayed on the control screen as the distance between the two continued to shrink, Xia Yang and his companions truly felt the terrifying nature of high-level source beasts. The mere speed was astonishing. It was noteworthy that the Liang was already ascending at full power, yet the source beast was still significantly faster. Chapter 589. Armed and ready, revisiting familiar grounds. Lei Ming chuckled as he remarked, the required quantities have long been tallied. However, the commander is currently coordinating with survival points across the region to gather the foundational resources you will need that he initially intended to wait until a batch of resources was collected before discussing your requirements. As the old commander put it, it wouldn't be proper to ask without showing some sincerity. Xia Yang couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of theory is that? There is no need for such formalities. Just so you know, the production of the parasitic beast identification devices also requires time. Doesn't that delay matters? Uncle Lei, please tell me the demand, and I will expedite preparations in the next couple of days to follow your planned routes.